1. April 1970. Cambodia. Target Kilo 8. The fishhook. Slithering the last 50 meters on his belly, Staff Sergeant Chris Hale reached the edge of the depression where the engine noise was coming from. Slowly parting the jungle growth to his front, he had his first clear view of the hollow. The sight caused his gut to clench. Milling around as if they were about to start a parade were at least 50 North Vietnamese Army regular soldiers. Behind them was an elaborately camouflaged structure that looked like a large lanai that Hale had seen on his R&R to Hawaii, complete with wicker chairs and a ceiling fan lazily turning, which explained the noise. There was a generator somewhere close by. Hale continued to scan, peering intently at another intricately camouflaged structure about 100 meters away. Trying to stitch together what he was seeing like a jigsaw puzzle with missing pieces, he realized it wasn't a building, but a helicopter. A Soviet Mi-4. He couldn't believe it. What's more, he knew nobody at MACV-SOG headquarters in Da Nang would believe it. He inched up his camera, hoping the lens was good enough to make out the chopper from this distance. After a couple of snaps, he turned back to the lanai, now full of NVA officers. The mother lode, he thought. Looking closer, he saw they weren't NVA, but something else. They were taller than Vietnamese, and wore a different uniform. Shit, they're Chinese. He watched them all turn at the same time and look toward the rear of the room, where another man entered dressed in civilian clothes. With a start, Hale saw he was a Caucasian. A fucking Russian. No way will the FOB buy this. He'd heard many strange tales about what recon teams had seen across the fence inside Cambodia or Laos, including Chevy station wagons with Texas plates, or Soviet armor. But this compound was taking the cake. The Caucasian walked to the edge of the lanai and stood with his hands on his hips, surveying the activity before him in the hollow. Hale snapped as many pictures of him as he could, no more than 30 meters away. When the man returned to the group, Hale continued to photograph, fired up with the thought of providing evidence of both Chinese and Russian advisors helping the NVA in supposedly neutral Cambodia. When he figured he'd pushed his luck enough, he slithered backward to Hong, the Montagnard native he'd left pulling security to his rear. After a brief exchange of hand and arm signals, they began creeping back to the Remain Overnight position, or RON, where the rest of the 5-member team waited. They crept very slowly, covering only 10 or 15 meters before stopping to listen. Such movement required extreme patience, as Hale fought the urge to stretch the 15 meters into 50. They had to cover only about a football field, but it took them close to an hour to reach the team. Moving inside the small security perimeter of the team, Hale signaled his 1-1, Sergeant Dickie Thomas. Second in command, Thomas carried the team radio, their only lifeline if anything went wrong. Thomas crept up and whispered, "What about Cummings?" Specialist Cummings was the only other American on the team. The remaining 4 men were Montagnard mercenaries, recruited for their fighting prowess and their fierce hatred of the Vietnamese. All belonged to the Ground Studies branch of the U.S. military's Studies and Observation Group, more commonly called SOG. The cover name made it sound like they were a bunch of scientists out taking soil samples to improve the South Vietnamese rice crop. In reality, they were Special Forces soldiers who'd volunteered for top-secret cross-border reconnaissance missions into the country's neighboring Vietnam to develop intelligence on enemy movements down the Ho Chi Minh Trail. Specialist Cummings was new to SOG's command. All of the other trucks she'd seen driving around the outskirts of Boone over the past 7 days. Way to go. You fully converted into a paranoid. Even farmers cause you to flinch. The adrenaline subsiding, she felt the weariness seeping back through her like waves rolling into a beach. She'd been operating on little sleep for days, and she knew she would either finish this today or she wouldn't finish it at all. No way was she going back to the hole again. No way on earth. For the 1000th time, She wondered why she was stupid enough to agree to this. I could be on a dig in South America, or in grad school, sleeping all I want. Instead, I'm out here playing Jane Bond. The pickup had gained considerably in her rearview mirror, appearing behind her after every second bend or so. Like every other local, she knew he'd pass her in a cloud of dust, daring anyone to appear in the blind spot around the curve. She decided to let him pass, then track behind at his speed. Let him get the ticket. The truck drew close enough to allow her to see the farmer behind the wheel, a great big bear of a man with a full beard and the ubiquitous baseball cap. He pinned up right behind her bumper, apparently waiting on the road to straighten out long enough to allow him to test his luck. When it did, Jennifer slowed down and pulled a little to the right to let him pass. She saw him signal and veer out, then returned her eyes to the road. A second later, she knew something was wrong. He should have shot right by her. Instead, he was matching her speed in the oncoming lane. The benevolent farmer was gone, replaced by a scowl that was concentrating intently on the rear of her car. Shit! He's going to pit me! She knew the truck was about to slam into her rear quarter panel and push her sideways, spinning her into the ditch. The minute she lost traction on her rear tires, she was done. She knew this because she had just learned to do it a month ago. She looked for an out and saw nothing but trees blurring by her on her right. She was trapped. And I helped him do it, idiot. She seized the initiative, jerking the wheel to the left and slamming broadside into the truck in an attempt to get him out of position. Her little sedan did nothing to alter the truck's trajectory. Instead, she ricocheted back into her lane, weaving left and right, making her manhandle the steering wheel to regain control. She felt the truck kiss the rear of her car and saw the driver crank the wheel to the right, forcing her rear end to begin to slide. She turned into the spin in a last desperate attempt to break the skid. She failed. A split second later, her car was rotating out of control. In a blur, she saw the truck rocket past and disappear as her car continued to spin into the right-side ditch. Her travel was brought to an abrupt halt when the front of the sedan hammered into a tree, causing her to crack her head into the driver's side window. Woozy, she fumbled with the door latch, desperate to get the package from the rear seat and run. She had no other plan than to get away from here, away from the bearded truck driver. A memory flitted across her consciousness, her hanging from a beam, naked. The room freezing cold. A woman with a foreign accent hosing her down with water, demanding answers. A man behind the woman leering, waiting his turn. Not going back to the hole. She fell onto the ground, turned to the passenger door, and found herself facing the bearded man, much bigger outside of the truck, showing not a whit of compassion. "Where is it?" he said. She decided to keep to her cover, acting like she couldn't believe this idiot had just run her off the road. Anything to buy herself some time. "Are you crazy? You just wrecked my car. You're not even asking if I'm all right. Jesus, I ought to call the police right now. You better have some insurance." He cut her off by slapping her hard across the face, with a hand the size of a ham, knocking her to the ground. "I don't have time for this bullshit. Tell me where it is or I'm going to get rough. It's over. Don't make it any worse." On her knees, Jennifer looked up at him and stammered. "I think this is why someone's called the president. Let them get out their views, but you have to make a decision." Warren narrowed his brow. Kurt refused to glance away from the most powerful man on Earth, but he softened the blow. "Sir, there aren't any easy answers. I can tell you what I think, but I'm not the president. Hear what the council thinks, then ask me." Kurt saw Secretary of State Brookings staring at him, for the first time without contempt. Warren said, "Okay, give it to me." Palmer went first. "Well, there's no doubt what they did was a good thing. I mean, Jesus, they saved 12 girls from a lifetime of pain. But they probably destroyed our entire counter-terrorist infrastructure. Personally, I'd like to fucking hang Pike from the nearest tree. The guy doesn't understand what he's doing. We can't have him running around like this. Lord knows what he'll do in Budapest. He's leaving a trail that can be unraveled by anyone with an internet connection." The director of Central Intelligence cut in. "Hang on, I don't want to act like I'm on his side, but Pike's been better at this shit than anyone I've seen. He did screw up in Prague, if you can call saving 12 innocent girls a screw-up. But he managed to divert attention from it. It's very, very shaky, but nobody knows who it was." Palmer came back, now agitated. "Bullshit. So he saved 12 girls. Who the fuck cares? How many girls are there in the world getting screwed over right now? His mission is to defend the United States, not run around saving whatever he thinks is right. Jesus, your guys go through enormous training for this very thing. Don't get involved in the source's life. Get what you can out of them. Don't get attached." Pike got attached in about 15 minutes. Kurt cut in. "Wait a minute. It was more than that. He found out a source inside the house had information on the Arabs' next moves. That's why he did it. If he hadn't assaulted, we wouldn't be debating the next step. There wouldn't be a next step." Warren raised his hand. "Okay, I got it. What's the status of the hit?" Brookings spoke up. "Well, we were lucky in the regional security officer. He's a career guy who actually cares more about America than his job. Pike left the girls in a van outside the embassy, then called the RSO anonymously to let him know what he had, to include the house Pike had hit. Basically, he hand-fed the Prague police a political coup. They got to take down some bad guys that were already subdued by Pike's crew, then crow about breaking up a white slavery ring. It's a win-win as far as anybody knows. The RSO also followed Pike's instructions about keeping it close hold, even from the ambassador. My report from the Prague mission was exactly the cover story Pike devised. The Czech police raided the house, arrests in abundance, prosecutions forthcoming, yada yada yada. The ambassador has no idea what occurred, and neither do the Czech police, and they won't look too hard given the penetration the Albanians had in their department. They'll pat themselves on the back and let it go. So we're at square one with this? No harm, no foul?" Palmer spoke up. "Yes, in theory, but we still have Pike at the helm. This worked out, but it might not have. We need to look at the repercussions holistically. Pike saved 12 teenage girls, and that's great, but in so doing, he put this entire effort in jeopardy. I'm against letting him go to Budapest. We're on the verge of compromising the entire effort. It'll be too easy to connect the dots if we give him authority for Budapest." Palmer quit talking, but looked like he had something else to say. Warren waited a beat, then said, "Get it out. This isn't a time to go back home wishing you'd said something." Kurt watched Palmer look his way and knew it would be bad. "Well, if we decide to do this, we need to face the repercussions. If it blows up, we'll be crucified. And I'm not talking about our careers. That's a given. We might stop this attack, but we won't stop the next one, or the one after. In fact, if this operation gets out, we might very well be driving the next attack. Taskforce operations will fuel conspiracy theories for decades. We have enough trouble trying to fight bullshit propaganda on the Arab street with normal operations. It isn't pleasant, but morality is on a scale. Nobody would say saving those girls was wrong. But Pike's operation might have cost us many more deaths, because we need to protect the task force. We might need to let this attack occur so that we can prevent the next one." Nobody said anything, the truth of the statement speaking for itself. Kurt wondered how it had come to this, how everything he had done to prevent just this problem had proven insufficient. "Either that," Palmer continued, "or prepare a story ahead of time if things go bad. Mitigate the damage to the greatest extent possible." Whoa, what's that mean? Kurt knew that any story would have to be backed up with sacrificial lambs. He'd seen it firsthand last year when they'd thrown some bad folks to the wolves to protect the task force. Warren addressed the Secretary of Defense. "What do you think?" "Sir, I think we let them go. We know two things. There's an attack coming, and the method of the attack involves explosives gleaned in Budapest. Without the explosives, the EFPs fail. We don't know where the attack is going to occur, but we can effect the acquisition of explosives. Pike's methods have proven risky and unpredictable, but in the end, he's all we have. I say let them continue. He paused for a minute, then said, "And I mean for the record, as the Secretary of Defense, I say let them continue." Brookings and Palmer began to talk over each other at his statement, causing the Secretary of Defense to raise his hand. When the room was quiet, he said, "Please, let me continue. We can't predict the future. We might all be in jail in 6 months, and our entire counter-terrorist infrastructure could be gutted. But we don't know that. What we do know is that the attack's coming. We don't know the form or the time, but we know it's imminent. We have the ability to stop it, right now." He went face-to-face around the room. "I say stop the attack. If it goes bad, it goes bad. But there's no way I can sit here and say let it go so we can prevent the next one." The silence extended from the SecDef statement, nobody willing to offer another opinion. Kurt watched Warren consider all that was said, glad that he wasn't in the president's shoes. Warren tapped his fingers on the table for a couple of seconds, then looked up. "Okay. Everyone understand that this is my decision. For the record, you all disagreed vehemently, and I mean that." He looked at Kurt. "No more task force activity without council oversight. Interdict the explosives and nothing more. That's the mission. I don't give a shit what they find out. That's all they do." Stone-faced, Kurt said, "Yes, sir." Warren's expression softened. "Kurt, I know this sounds like I'm looking for a reason to hang them out to dry, but that won't happen. I trust you. I trust them. Get them back in the fight." Warren looked at the pad of paper on the desk, clenching his fists around the pencil in his hands. The pencil snapped under his grasp, surprising the room with the loss of control. He looked back at Kurt. "Stop this attack. Do what you were designed to do. No fingerprints. Kill those motherfuckers."
Chapter 50. Sitting on a small ridgeline overlooking the Budapest farmhouse, I began to wonder if we weren't wasting our time. We'd had a mobile observation post outside the place for damn near 2 days after the original meet time given to us by the girl in Prague, and so far nothing. I hadn't worried at first because every action has a reaction, and our assault in Prague to get the information was bound to have repercussions that would cause a shift as the Albanians dealt with the problem. Naively, I hadn't thought that the threat extended across the ocean. Kurt had called me to give the Oversight Council go-ahead for Budapest, then cryptically asked if I was alone. When I told him I was, he had said, "Watch yourself. Don't leave any fingerprints." Of course, I never do. Kurt had laughed, then said, "Bullshit. You left a ton of fingerprints in Prague." He paused, then said, "But that's not what I mean. People are antsy here. It's gotten political because of the election. Even in our world, the hit's coming, and we have about a 50% chance of stopping it. We don't do it, and I'm no longer sure you guys will be shielded. Watch yourself." Whoa. Is the team in the crosshairs? What are you saying? I could almost hear Kurt go back into commander role, knowing he'd said too much. No, of course you're not in the crosshairs. Just don't leave any fingerprints, you read me? My mind running through the implications, I said, Yeah, I get you. Pike, it's good. The president himself backed you up, but everyone's on edge. You got the ball, just don't screw it up. I didn't really care about myself, since I was quasi out of government service, and a little bit untouchable, but the team was still in the military and could be hung out to dry if things went bad, which they might. I won't fuck up, you know that. But I need to know how far to push this. You want it stopped even if it means compromise, or you want me to back off? What's the cut line? Stop it. Fucking stop it. If it goes bad, I've got your back." "Will that be enough?" To his credit, he didn't lie. "I don't know." And now I sat on a ridgeline eating cold pizza and drinking bottled water, hoping and not hoping that something would happen. We had eyes on the place 48 hours after our assault on the slave house, so we'd had plenty of time to assess it, and the results were pretty grim. While it looked like every other ancient farmhouse out here, this one had a pretty sophisticated security apparatus. Offset from the main road and tucked into a little valley with a creek at the rear, it had cameras on both corners out front and over the main door, roving security patrols, guard posts on the road leading in, and no doubt a full-on alarm system on all entrances. It was a mini compound. Besides the main two-story house, there was a one-story carriage house located directly behind it, and a barn kitty-corner to the carriage house. The only good thing was that there weren't any neighbors nearby. The closest house was located behind our ridgeline observation post, about a half-mile away. After the meet time had come and gone, we'd simply rotated people through the OP, with the remaining members of the team catching some rack in the other van down a dirt road in the tree line. After 2 days of waiting, having had time to let Kurt's conversation percolate, I was toying with the idea of going home. Maybe this thread's pulled out. Maybe our hit alone had stopped the transfer of explosives and stopped the attack itself. Not to mention, we're all getting a little ripe. I perked up when a car wound down the drive to the house, one of many that came and went each day. I trained the blackjack on the car, zooming in until I could make out anyone who exited. The image wasn't perfect, but it worked pretty well in daylight with the thermal turned off, even giving the twilight of the setting sun. Enough to let me look at the place from over a quarter-mile away and see anything suspicious. And hooked to our computer system in the van, it had one benefit that our sorry-ass human eyes didn't: the ability to do a screen capture and run the image through a facial recognition program. 2 men exited the car, and I began firing away with the blackjack. It took 10 frames a second, isolating the facial features of everyone in the frame, and fed that into a computer with facial recognition software. Compared against the cell phone photos that Jennifer had taken at the hotel in Prague, we hoped to get a hit. It wouldn't be a black and white yes or no answer, but it would give us a percentage of probability. Facial recognition was very hard to do with natural photos. The computer would have only what we gave it, so it would be comparing everything with the cell phone image. Thus, any difference in profile, lighting, or size would throw it off. The software program would mitigate that to its best ability by taking the multiple pictures fed it and isolating the ones that most resembled the pose on the cell phone before it started comparing. But it wasn't foolproof by any means. While the blackjack took the photos, I kept an eye on the video image. 2 men exited the car, both looking like Arabs to me. Come on, turn and face the camera, give me a smile. One scanned the area, providing me a full-on face shot. The other just looked at the house, at best giving me a profile. They were met by security and searched, which means they aren't part of the family. I gave a warning order to the other van. Get everyone kitted up. We might have jackpot. I got an acknowledgement as I watched the men disappear into the house. 2 minutes later, the computer spit out its prediction. 72% chance on one, 14 on the other. 72, good enough for government work. I got on the radio. Bring up the van. It's showtime.
Chapter 51. Camille and Adnan were led into the house by 2 large men, neither making any effort to hide the weapons on their hips or any effort to act civilly. Camille felt like he was starting all over again, having to prove he was trustworthy, which made him uneasy, especially since Draco had called off the initial meeting at the last minute for no reason whatsoever. The entourage led them through the simple farmhouse to the rear, stopping at a rustic den with a large glass window facing the carriage house and barn in the rear, the sun already dipping below the horizon. Draco was seated on a couch, giving off a glowering anger instead of the insincere happiness from their first meeting. The security man simply pointed at the chairs opposite the couch. Sitting down, Camille said, Thank you for seeing us again. I hope the profit we brought will help with the inconvenience. Draco ignored Camille, addressing Adnan instead. What do you know of Prague? Camille saw Adnan looking to him for guidance, but he didn't know where this was going. He said, Draco, Adnan is just my explosives expert. Shut the fuck up, and let him answer. He returned to Adnan. What do you know of Prague? I know nothing. I stayed in a hotel and moved when I was told. I don't know what you're asking. Who has your friend here met with? No one besides you. We left the city after his first meeting, just like you told us to. Draco lied. Suppose I told you I had planted a tracking device on your friend here, and I know where he went, what he did. And now suppose that if you lie to me again, I'm going to cut your throat. Will that change your answer? No. Draco flicked his eyes at the security men who descended on Adnan, one holding him in the chair while another brought out a knife. A third drew a pistol and aimed it at Camille when he leapt up. Camille shouted, Why are you doing this? What have we done? My transit point in Prague was raided after your visit. Given your reluctance with my product, I'm thinking you had something to do with it. No, we had nothing to do with it. We'll know soon, I'm sure. He nodded at the security men. The one holding Adnan in place torqued his head to the side, exposing the carotid artery. The other placed the knife against his neck. Draco said, You have one chance, my friend. Who did Camille talk to after he left my house? Adnan said, You have the tracker. You know. Nobody. He quit struggling and closed his eyes. Do it. Draco took in Adnan's willingness to die, then assessed Camille. He waved off his men. Understand this. I don't trust you or your group. I think you had something to do with my losses, either directly or indirectly. If I see you again after tonight, I will consider you an enemy. And make no mistake, if something else happens to my enterprise because of your visit, I'll hunt you down wherever you are. Camille simply nodded. Did you bring the money? Camille said, Yes, your men took it. Draco waited until it was retrieved. When the case was opened, he smiled. Well, at least you didn't lie about the cash. He addressed one of the security men. Bring in the box.
Waiting on the team, I watched the sun sink below the horizon and thought about our chances. The house itself was smaller than the slave house, with about the same amount of manpower. But it was still daylight, and this house had a hell of a lot more electronic security. The mission was to stop the attack, and looking at it logically, the only way we were going to do that was to hit the meeting itself. If we waited until the Arabs left, we'd get them, but we might not get the explosives. Odds were they weren't going to drive to the airport with them in their car, and we still had 2 terrorists unaccounted for. We couldn't take a chance that they'd simply make arrangements to ship the explosives, forcing us to hit the house anyway. Ordinarily, we'd just recock and keep on trucking, running down the threads, but not with the knowledge of the EFPs and the intel on the impending attack. We needed to knock this out right now, which, given our manpower, sucked beyond words. Life was much easier when I used to just hammer the shit out of a target, slicing through and overpowering everything in my path with a squadron's worth of killers. Now, once again, our entire assault was predicated on nobody knowing we were there, on silently clearing rooms and taking our targets before the next one knew there was a threat. That wasn't a problem when we were hunting an individual man in a specific hotel room. It was a little bit different taking on an entire force spread out over a building, with a single team. Not impossible, but damn well harder. I heard the van door close and turned away from the blackjack screen. Well, here we go again, The targets just entered the house." Nobody said anything. The men looked grim, knowing exactly how hard this would be. Jennifer looked a little sick, reminding me of the opening scenes of Saving Private Ryan. I used the blackjack image on the laptop screen to brief. We do a dismounted approach, sticking to the wood line here in the east. We enter the house from the door here on the eastern side, leaving Jennifer in the wood line for security. Retro said, "What about the cameras?" "From their angles, I'm pretty sure they're focused on the roadway in and the front of the house. I think we can bypass them by coming in through the wood line. They don't have 360-degree coverage." Decoy said, "And the alarms?" "Well, no SCADA tricks here. From a scan, we picked up a ton of RF coming from the house and isolated a couple of signals to the cameras outside. That leads me to believe the alarm system's wireless. We'll get to the door, isolate the signal there, and jam it." An alarm system, by its very nature, has a single point of failure. When a breach occurs, it sends a specific signal delivering that message. So, to work around that, you can either trick the system into thinking a breach hasn't occurred, or hijack the signal before it gets to whoever's looking, either a human or a mechanical device designed to start squealing. We always opted for the latter. Much easier to stop the signal than to memorize 8,000 different types of sensor systems and how they alert. Motion detectors, magnetic plates, acoustic triggers, you name it. At the end of the day, all would have to send a signal. With a wireless alarm, we could stop it from broadcasting by simply overpowering the radio transmission with a signal of our own, basically making the receiver deaf. Of course, it's more than likely got a sensor failsafe, so once we jam, we'll probably get 10 minutes max before the control panel misses a self-test handshake with the door sensor. From there, it's game on. What if that sensor's next on the handshake list? We get about 10 seconds. Fucking great. Decoy asked, "Still going top to bottom?" "No. We're looking for the Arabs and the explosives, and I doubt they're on the top floor. We don't need to secure this place. Just stop the transfer. Once that's done, we haul ass the same way we came in, running the wood line back to the vans." Retro said, "Is the house designated hostile?" I hesitated. I didn't want to do it, but I just didn't have the force to accomplish a surgical hit. After the Prague operation, these men would be on edge, expecting an assault and trigger-happy, looking for a fight. We wouldn't be catching anyone with their pants down like last time, and unlike the Prague hit, there were no known friendlies inside. I caught Jennifer's eye. "Yeah, it's a hostile force. My call." She knew it meant everyone inside who had the misfortune to cross our path would be dead, no matter if they were a threat or not. But she nodded, accepting it. She said, "What about me?" "Same plan as before. You stay in the wood line and interdict anyone coming down the drive. I want you to discriminate, however. I don't want to kill police or any other coincidence that might occur. If they aren't hostile, just alert us by radio. If they come out to play, light them up." She nodded, her eyes wide, but showing more confidence than she had last time. "Anything else?" When nobody spoke, I said, "I want to be in and out in less than 10 minutes, fast and quiet. Find the terrorists and explosives, then run like hell." I positioned Jennifer and waited in the gathering gloom for the roving patrol. We were 40 meters from the side door, hidden in the brush at the edge of the wood line. From our survey over the last few days, we knew the guard would circle about once every 10 minutes. After we took him out, the clock would be ticking. The good thing was the roving patrol invariably used flashlights, which meant we'd have plenty of time to see them, and they'd have no night vision. Soon enough, we saw the bobbing light come around the back of the house. There was still enough twilight to make out the man without the aid of NODs, but he apparently felt the need to use the flashlight. He passed our position. Two shadows separated from the wood line at a sprint, closed on him, and brought him to the ground. In short order, the body was dragged into the brush. I patted Jennifer on the shoulder and signaled the team. We crossed the open area to the door. Decoy brought out a spread-spectrum scanner and quickly isolated the nearest signal. which should be the door sensor. He identified the frequency and dialed it into a small device the size of a billiard ball. He attached it to the wall and pressed a button. It softly chirped, then apparently did nothing, but I knew it was now blasting out a signal on the same frequency the door sensor used, overriding its ability to communicate with the control panel. Within seconds, Retro and Buckshot had the door unlocked. Guns ready. We held our breath. Retro swung it open and went inside. No alarm sounded. Retro led the way, moving to the first door he saw. He opened it to find a bathroom empty. We kept going down the hallway, almost at a jog. Decoy pulled security on a door to the right while we opened the door to the left. Sweeping inside, we eliminated 2 men immediately, dropping them before they had a chance to react. The only noise, the thump of their bodies hitting the floor. We exited, and stacked on the other door, finding the room empty. We took a left turn, and entered a wide hallway that led back to a room in the rear. I could hear men talking, at least 3. A door to the left halted our advance. There was no way we were going to leave an unsecured room to our rear. We entered, found the initial room empty, but saw another door on the right wall of the room. Then the alarm went off.
Chapter 52. Adnan picked up a brick of Semtex and tested its consistency, ensuring it wasn't just a block of flour. He nodded at Camille and counted the blasting caps, checking that each one was capable of setting off a charge. He picked up a roll of time fuse, cut off a section, and threaded it into a fuse igniter. He pulled the metal ring on the igniter, hearing a pop and the hissing of the fuse burning down, the room filling with an acrid sulfur smell. Satisfied, he said, "This will do." Draco said, "Of course it will do. Did you think I would sell you junk?" Camille said, "What about the shipping labels and the special containers? This does us no good if we can't fly it out of here." "Don't worry about that. It will—" Draco's words were drowned out by an ear-splitting alarm. He snarled, "I fucking knew it." He drew a pistol and fired twice into Adnan's chest, Adnan holding his arms up to ward off the impending death, his eyes wide. Camille dove into the nearest security man, wrestling him for control of his gun. Draco whirled from Adnan and fired at the pair, hitting his security man in the back. Camille rolled out from under him with the pistol and began firing wildly, hitting the other security man in the leg and causing Draco to dive to the floor. Camille put 2 more rounds into the writhing bodyguard, silencing him, then moved around the couch, seeing Draco bear-crawling toward the door. He kicked Draco's arm out, knocking the pistol away and dropping Draco on his stomach. Draco rolled over to find Camille's pistol aimed at his head in a 2-handed grip. Draco spit into his face. "You fuck. Even your god won't help you now. You're fucking dead." Camille said, "Inshallah," and pulled the trigger. Jennifer heard the alarm split the night and fought to control the urge to flee. She silently begged the team to come running back out. When she heard gunfire explode inside the house, she knew things had gone terribly wrong. Her adrenaline skyrocketed, her breathing coming in short gasps. Then she caught the flash of headlights on the road. "Oh no, please don't come here." The car made the turn at a high rate of speed, the headlights sweeping across the house as it bounced down the drive. The driver slammed on the brakes, skidding to a stop in the gravel. The doors swung open and 4 men spilled out, all armed. There was no indication that the car was from any government agency. No lights, no sirens, no insignia. Not friendly. The men huddled by the car for a pregnant second, then raised their weapons and began jogging toward the front door 50 meters away. She knew there was no way she could kill all 4 before they located her position and eliminated her. Pike's command echoed in her mind. "Light 'em up." She took 2 deep breaths and settled the EO tech sight on the rear man. She tracked him for a split second, her mind going blank. She squeezed the trigger. He dropped like a puppet with the strings cut. A detached part of her brain was surprised, as if it were a science experiment. She expected some dramatic death dance like she'd seen in the movies, but the man simply rolled forward as if he'd gone unconscious while running. She rocked back with the recoil, working with it, just like she had been taught on the steel plate range. The weapon tracked to the next man. A squeeze, recoil, another drop. The third man turned at the noise of her weapon. Breathe, squeeze, recoil. A mist formed around his head as he was flung backward. The fourth man began running back toward the cover of the car, firing at her muzzle flash. The noise and impact of the bullets around her didn't alter her aim. She felt nothing but the rifle. Breathe, squeeze, recoil. The man collapsed to the ground like all the others, a sack of flesh with no control. A split second later, her body was on fire with adrenaline. She was trembling so badly she couldn't hold the weapon straight, her body shaking as if she had entered a freezer. "Get the hell out of there. Please get out."
Chapter 53. We ignored the alarm and cleared the final door in the room, finding a walk-in closet empty of people. I heard gunfire down the hallway. What the hell? Game on! Move to the sounds of the guns! We got weapons out into the hallway, the team splitting left and right, pulling security, as we advanced in a jog to the back room. I saw a man pick up a chair and throw it through a large window at the rear of the room, then jump out and race away. I snapped off a couple of rounds, but knew it was wasted effort. We entered the room, finding 3 dead bodies and a crate on the floor. Searched them. Inspecting the crate, Decoy said, "Found the explosives, Semtex, complete with initiation capability." Retro said, "Got an Arab, passport from Algeria, nothing else but a room key to a hotel." I said, "Get a profile from him. Skip the iris capture. I'm not sure that'll work on a dead guy." While Buckshot finished scanning the others, Retro used a Hyde biometric scanner to get fingerprints and much better facial recognition data than our cell phone pictures, which we'd eventually put into the system for clues as to who he had been. Searching the other bodies, Buckshot said, "Just a bunch of thugs, nothing interesting." Before Retro could finish fingerprinting the Arabs, we were peppered with rounds through the open window. Hitting the floor, I counted at least 5 muzzle flashes and saw a dozen men boiling out of the carriage house. Holy shit! I grabbed one end of the crate, shouting, "Move, move!" Decoy entered the hallway to a fusillade of automatic fire, bouncing him back into the room. "Hallway's blocked with 3 men, armed with assault rifles." Through the window, I could see a platoon of shooters advancing. Retro and Buckshot suppressed their fire with well-placed rounds, but we were now in a standoff, which we would lose. I heard Buckshot shout and saw him snap back, holding his left arm. The situation crystallized in my mind. Even if we smashed the logjam in the hallway, we wouldn't be able to outrun the mob from the carriage house. They'd overwhelm us as we tried to get to the vans. Time for drastic action. I snatched the roll of time fuse and cut off what I thought would be 3 minutes. Jamming it into a blasting cap, I crimped it closed with my teeth, hearing my instructor from years ago in my head. It can be done, but it's not the preferred technique. I shoved the cap into a block of Semtex, screwed on an igniter, and pulled the ring. Decoy smelled the burn and turned from the doorway. "What the fuck did you do?" "Avalanche," I said. "Are you fucking crazy?" he said. Then he repeated the code word for immediate evacuation through the radio. "Avalanche! Avalanche! Avalanche!" Buckshot and Retro closed on the door, eyes wide, still returning fire. "How bad?" I asked Buckshot. "Just a graze, I'm still in the fight." Retro simply asked, "How long?" I squeezed off 3 rounds through the window, seeing a shadow drop. 3 minutes, give or take a minute." He looked at me like I'd lost my mind. "Hey, it's old commie shit, I can't predict the burn rate." Decoy unstrapped the duckbill shotgun from his thigh, muttering, "Crazy motherfucker." He tapped each man on the shoulder, saying, "We get 1 chance. Once I pop both barrels, I need all guns putting lead down the hallway." We backed up to him until we were all touching, When I felt him move, I rotated around, putting my barrel over his shoulder. He entered the hallway low, the duckbill extended in front. The shotgun was deafening in the confined space, both barrels spewing out their load of buckshot in a horizontal arc that eviscerated the men we faced. Retro and I fired at the same time, shredding the remaining man still standing, while buckshot kept a steady stream of fire to our rear. We didn't stop to survey our damage.
Jennifer heard the avalanche call and couldn't imagine how the assault could go any more wrong. It was the code word for evacuation at all costs, meaning something worse than the men shooting was inside the house, something immediately deadly. What the hell is going on? She leapt to her feet, her adrenaline demanding action without a clear path to follow. She certainly couldn't go into the house after the avalanche call. But running to the vans without the team was out of the question, even though that's what the call dictated. She heard a distinct double boom, then rapid automatic fire. She caught movement through the windows and saw the front door fly open. Relief flooded through her when she recognized the team running onto the porch, followed by a blinding flash that launched the team into the air. She threw herself onto the ground and covered her head from the falling debris. The shock wave of the blast subsided, leaving behind a steady ringing in her ears. She jumped up and ran to the team, thankful to see them rolling back and forth on the lawn. She saw Pike pull up to his knees, his backpack with the Kevlar plates skewed off his shoulders. She shook him, shouting, "Are you okay?" He nodded. She counted heads and saw the rest of the team moving, disoriented but alive. They slowly regrouped, checking to ensure they still had all their limbs and that they functioned. She went from man to man, ensuring they didn't have some catastrophic wound hidden by adrenaline. Outside of some cuts and bruises, they seemed to be okay, with Retro's Kevlar backplate cracked from taking a hit of something flying through the explosion. Pike stood and looked at the house, now burning furiously. "Give me an up on weapons. We need to clear out." Jennifer went behind Retro and began swatting his smoldering pack, asking, "What happened? Did the terrorist have a suicide vest?" On his knees, Retro spit out a blob of black phlegm. Decoy simply pointed at Pike. Chapter 54. Slowing to a ragged jog, his breath coming in gasps, Camille heard the explosion and saw a flash of orange light in the distance behind him. He stopped and leaned against a tree, his mind trying to assimilate the disaster. Adnan dead, the explosives gone, and Rafik counting on him. How did this happen? He picked up a fast walk, moving across a small ridgeline in the direction of Budapest. Breaking into a clearing, he saw two vans near the edge of the woodline on a dirt road. He watched for a minute, seeing no movement. Running up to the vans, he tried all the doors, finding them locked. He hammered the door of the last van in frustration, then began a light jog down the dirt road. His mind returned to the debacle. Somehow they had been found out. Draco had been convinced that he and Adnan were out to get him, and had even mentioned him being followed on their first visit, which is something to be explored. He reached the paved highway that had led him to the house and began walking back the way he had driven just 30 minutes ago, still trying to understand, to make the connection. Nothing happened without reason, and something had caused their plan to fall apart. He came up completely empty. The only outside influence had been the pilot and loadmaster, and they'd been under his control the entire time. Except a fact clicked. I've had the loadmaster, but the pilot was left to his own devices, supposedly planning the trip to Montreal. And he remembered something else. The pilot had checked in once a day to ensure that his disgusting partner was okay, and had shown deference on each visit. Until the last one, this morning. The pilot had come in acting extremely nervous, stealing glances at the loadmaster as if he wanted to signal something. Camille hadn't really paid attention, more concerned with preparing for the meeting with Draco, But in hindsight, one instance came back vividly. When he'd come out of the bathroom, he found the pilot right next to the loadmaster, and both had jumped as he came around the corner. He thought nothing of it because Adnan had been in the room, albeit on the computer. But now he wondered. Had the pilot come up with some way of rescuing his partner? Instead of planning travel, had he planned on a way for the police to attack the house while Camille was in it? He saw vehicle headlights coming down a dirt road perpendicular to the paved one he was on. A dirt road, just like he'd taken to find the highway. He began jogging toward the vehicle.
We made it back to the van without any issues, although everyone's bell had been rung. While I moved out, I had noticed 4 bodies strewn around the yard that weren't as lucky as we had been in the explosion. They lay unmoving, either unconscious or dead. Jogging to the wood line, I had heard Retro on the radio. Jesus, that was close. All 4 of these fuckers got the short end of the blast. I had no idea they were so close behind us. A second later, Decoy, bringing up the rear, came on. Pike, they aren't burned, and all have head wounds. Jennifer was right behind me, but she didn't say a word. I caught her eye and knew in an instant what had happened by her expression. She shook her head, not wanting to talk on the open net. Maybe not wanting to talk at all because it would make the killings real. I keyed my radio. Get in the wood line, let's haul ass. They're no threat. Jennifer nodded and gave me a tight smile. Decoy came back on. Pike, someone else could be out here. What did Jennifer see? Did she see what happened? Still moving toward the vans, knowing I was about to have a break in contact as my entire team moved at a snail's pace, looking for the boogeyman while Jennifer and I kept running, I gave Jennifer a little apologetic shrug and said, Coco killed them. Keep moving. Decoy came back. Pike, not trying to be an asshole, but there are 4 bodies out here, 4 dead with headshots, and we didn't get a single radio call? Is she next to you? Is her radio out? Why didn't she call? Make sure. I stopped and looked at Jennifer. For a split second, I saw a flash of indignation. Finally. I clicked back on, giving them my irritation since Jennifer didn't seem to mind the insult. Get your ass moving, goddammit. Yes, she killed all 4. No, she didn't call on the radio. I guess there wasn't a fucking reason, since they were all dead and our assault was protected. You copy? Nobody said a word. Collapsing into the van 8 minutes later, the men all looked at her. They wanted her to talk, to say something that would give them an out for the usual ration of shit they wanted to throw her way. Cloaked compliments of her capability, and a highly selective opening of their world for her to enter. Something that was expected. She refused to say anything. I waited a beat, then gave out rapid orders. Jennifer, you got van 2. Follow us to the hotel. Decoy, do what you can with the key you found. Figure out where it's from. Get the hotel, then get a data dump on where it's at. Retro, collate the biometric profile of the dead Arab and get it to the Taskforce before we forget. I waited until I saw Jennifer's lights come on, then said, Let's roll. I want a location to hit by the time we reach Budapest.
Chapter 55. The loadmaster regained consciousness with a flutter of his eyelids. He cracked them and saw Camille's back at the computer. His hands were still handcuffed to the radiator pipe, and his lap was covered in blood. His shirt clung to his body, soaked in sweat. He saw his pants were still yanked down around his knees, and his thighs had more slices on them than he remembered before he passed out. Camille had come back in a rage, slapping his unprotected face and shouting nonsense about the police. When the loadmaster had no answers, Camille had turned cold and clinical. He'd made multiple small incisions on the loadmaster's thighs, all just splitting the skin. He'd then begun to apply the salt, still asking questions about the police, alternating between Arabic and English. The pain had been incredible. The loadmaster had screamed through the gag in his mouth until his voice had quit. Luckily, Camille hadn't asked about plans for escape, only about the police. Even so, the loadmaster had almost told him about the cell phone, about the pilot's plan. He had come close, very, very close, wanting to say anything to stop the pain. Through superhuman effort, he had kept the secret, knowing letting it go would cause his death. He had passed out before he could utter anything traitorous. Keeping his eyes slitted, he heard Camille talking to the computer. Luckily, because of the connection, both men were speaking. He drew his hand back again, causing her to throw up her arms and shout, "Don't!" The bearded man smiled at her reaction and said, "Tell me." Jennifer dropped her head to her chest and began to cry. In between the sobs racking her body, she said, "It's underneath the front passenger seat." The man turned away without another word, bringing a phone to his ear. "It's Redford. She's done. I've got the package." He listened for a second, then said, "No, it didn't end well. She's sitting here crying like a baby, or like a woman. I told you this whole experiment was stupid. No way is any girl going to be able to do operator shit. I'll be back in 10 minutes. Send someone out for her. The car is pretty fucked up, and I don't think she can drive." Still making sobbing noises, Jennifer watched him circle around to the passenger side, tracking his movement like a predator. She waited until he bent over and disappeared from view before trotting lightly around the car. When she reached the door, she saw him face down in the footwell, craning his neck to see beneath the seat. His right arm down in the well, but his left arm holding onto the seat itself. Right in front of her. As if it were day one of combatives all over again, and her instructor was giving her an easy gift. Chapter 4. Keyshawn Jackson pulled next to the white coupe in the small parking area for substation 117. He stared at the vehicle for a second, making up his mind. The car was not supposed to be there. The substation was supposed to be deserted. For what he needed to do, it had to be deserted. On the other hand, he couldn't come back here a second time. The Baltimore Gas and Electric Company truck he drove had a built-in GPS to facilitate recovery operations after a storm or other disaster. It would register him being here. Once could be explained away, but twice would invite scrutiny. As an ex-con, he was a low-level worker, a cable dog, someone who did the manual labor of getting power back on, supporting the more experienced linemen. Not someone who had any reason to be at substation 117. It dawned on him that he was about to break the law for the first time in over 5 years. He felt no shame. Before his job at BGE, he'd been a gang member and a career petty criminal, in and out of jail for everything from drugs to assault with a deadly weapon. His last stint had been at the infamous Attica prison in New York, where he had found religion. As for many inmates before, God had saved his soul. He had identified what had been wrong with his previous life and found a reason to belong, and a reason to blame. Since then, he'd been on the straight and narrow, a model citizen, waiting to give back something for what his newfound faith had given to him. There were 3 others from his prison prayer group just like him, working in electrical companies in Washington, D.C., Pennsylvania, and Virginia. Making up his mind, he decided to go inside the small concrete block house. He was in his BGE uniform, so he wouldn't be completely out of place. If he saw someone, he'd throw out an excuse and leave. If not, he'd get to work. He dialed the combination on the chain-link gate and passed through, walking underneath the lines heading in and out and ignoring the myriad of transformers. What he wanted was inside the building. Substation 117 was one of a handful that had a server inside that allowed access into the BGE network. They were sprinkled throughout the service area to allow monitoring of the grid without having to travel to a central control node. He scanned the facility inside the fence line but didn't see a soul. Maybe the guy just parked here and went somewhere else, he thought, although the chances of that were unlikely, since the substation was out in the boonies, in a rural area west of Baltimore, Maryland, slowly and distinctly, allowing him to comprehend the Arabic with his basic skills. I don't know how it happened. Maybe it was just a coincidence. The loadmaster knows nothing, and he would have talked. The voice coming out of the Skype connection sounded mechanical. I'm sorry about Adnan, but I'm relieved you have lived. That is the important thing. I'm going to need your help to accomplish our goal. How? How can we continue? We've lost the explosives. Without them, the EFPs might as well be junk steel. No, you're wrong. The EFPs are the technology we need. It's true we've been set back, but there are many ways to get explosives, and we have the patience to wait for another chance. This is a setback, but not failure. What do you want me to do? Come to America. Meet me in Richmond in 2 days. The rest of the men are moving there now. I'll have a meeting with them and decide what to do. It may mean simply waiting for a new opportunity. Our visas are good for 6 months. The loadmaster felt a moment of relief. Maybe these madmen would let them go. There was no need for an aircraft now, and they had nothing else to offer. Camille said, I'll get tickets tomorrow. But first I need to clean up the loose ends here. I have the loadmaster, so that's not a problem. But I'll need to set up a meeting with the pilot. I don't want to bring him back here. This place is going to be messy enough. It took a moment before the meaning of the last sentence sank into the loadmaster's head.
Standing in a courtyard off of Hajos Avenue, I hoped we were in the right place. Like a lot of buildings in the eastern bloc of the old Soviet sphere of influence, this one was an imposing 4-story structure that dripped despair. Nothing but concrete and iron, all circling around the depressing inner courtyard that would never have enough light to grow anything. The bottom level housed what could charitably be called honest businesses, but were more than likely fly-by-night tourist fleece jobs. I only cared about one thing. The courtyard was surrounded by balconies, giving anyone who walked out the ability to see us. The key we had found had a brass plate on it with an engraving of the Budapest Opera House on one side and a room number and, if found, please call phone number on the other side. Doing some quick research on the phone number, we had come up with a broker of apartments in Budapest who rented to travelers looking for a cheap stay. Further research had located a stretch of apartment rooms he maintained 1 block from the fabled Budapest Opera House on Andrássy Street on the Pest side of the Danube. We'd been able to glean photos of the building, along with check-in, check-out procedures, but outside of the engravings on the key, we really had no way of knowing if we were in the right place. The broker might have used the same engraving for all of his keys, regardless of location. It was past midnight, but Andrássy Street was still rocking a block away. Jennifer had dropped us off there, right next to the metro stop, and we'd moved straight to the building we had found from our research. A lot of people were moving around, even here, off of the main thoroughfare. I would never have expected this Eastern European country to be such a hotspot for nightlife, but apparently it was, which would work in our favor. The building, after all, had at least a few apartments rented by tourists, so it wasn't like a stranger would be out of place. And with the traffic coming and going, we'd be just one of many. Even so, a fight in here would be hard to escape from. One way in and one way out, along with the fact that we'd be running down 4 flights of stairs. We couldn't afford a shootout regardless of the fact that we would win, if this was the right place. There was a group of people in the courtyard, clearly drunk, and we matched their attitude when they hollered at us, giving them the impression that we were tourists who'd had too much to drink as well. Besides helping us blend in, it would give us an excuse for any mistakes we made looking for the right door. Moving up the stairs, I saw that there wasn't any surveillance effort here, no cameras at all, which was odd in this day and age, but a strong indicator that we were in the right place. The Arabs wouldn't want that. We found room 406 and staged a fight. Decoy slapped on the radar scope, and we came up negative. I slotted the key, half expecting it to fail, but it slid in easily. I nodded. Right room. I rotated the key and opened the door, leaning back as the team entered, pistols drawn. I followed in after the last man. While they cleared the apartment, I saw the damage. A man handcuffed to a radiator pipe, his eyes half open, his head lolling to the side, his pants down to his knees. The obscene view of his genitals overshadowed by the barbaric damage to his legs. The torrent of blood from his throat puddling around his waist. The room stank of meat, of packed steaks that had lost refrigeration. I waited for the all clear, unable to take my eyes from the body. The blood off of his neck had blackened, and the pool around his waist was still liquid. I turned away, not wanting the image to become a fixture in my head for later dreams, although I knew it was too late. Buckshot returned and gave the all clear, looking at the body. "What the fuck is going on?" he said. "That's the guy from Jennifer's cell phone picture." I said, "We've got little time. The Arab's cleaning house. Search the room and body. Find something we can use, but watch yourself. Don't leave any evidence that can be used against us." The team went to work, wearing latex gloves and moving gingerly around the room. It would suffice for a quick check, but I knew it wouldn't withstand scrutiny if someone really wanted to do an in-depth analysis. Buckshot turned from the body. "I've got a card here. Not sure what it is." He held up a small piece of heavy bonded paper the same size as a plastic hotel key card. It had nothing on it but a red arrow pointing to one end and a magnetic stripe down the side. Decoy said, "It's a locker rental card. I've used them before. You stick that into a slot instead of a key, and your locker opens." I said, Where's it from?" "Doesn't have anything on it," Buckshot said. "Nothing other than the arrow." Decoy said, "Mine was from a train station in Vienna. Probably the same thing here." Retro said, "There's only 3 train stations in Budapest." "We just going to hit all 3? Decoy said, "hoping to luck out?" "Might as well," I said. "We have nothing else to go on." Jennifer dropped Decoy and me off at Kaleti Poo, or Eastern Railway Station. It was our second stop. The first being the western station called Nugati Poo. We found some lockers there, but they used old-fashioned metal keys. No help. Walking up the stairs to the entrance, I didn't have much hope that this card would pan out. After all, for all we knew, every bus station in Budapest had lockers as well. Even that might be irrelevant. Maybe no lockers in this entire city used a computer key card. It was a pretty modern technology compared to the Iron Curtain amenities I'd seen so far. The station itself was huge, with an imposing 19th century Victorian look on the outside. Inside, it was a smoky, confusing mash of Cold War construction grafted onto 100-year-old granite. We were in the main hall, with the train platform straight ahead, and even at this hour, people were coming and going. We went to an information booth on the south end, which was closed, but we could see a man inside. Tapping on the window, I got his attention. He looked at us suspiciously, 2 older Americans asking about lockers in the middle of the night. But he pointed at the large staircase that dominated the entrance, leading to a basement level. His gesture appeared simple enough, but there was a ton of construction going on, with plywood walls everywhere and no signs in English. Eventually, after bumping into dead ends like rats in a maze, we found the lockers. A bank extended 15 feet with an ATM-like digital display in the center, an incongruous bit of modernity housed in the stark surroundings. Decoy slipped in the card, and the screen flashed twice with a number. To our left, one of the upper locker doors popped open. We both remained still for a second, completely surprised by the success, then raced each other to be the first to see what was inside. It was empty except for a cell phone. Turning it on, it had 1 number in the contact menu. Decoy said, "Jackpot." 15 minutes later, Decoy was slapping the van seat in frustration. "What the fuck?" This guy's phone has less capability than the damn jitterbug phone I bought my grandmother last year. I'd given the go-ahead to track the number with our technical capability, figuring it was worth the risk since we were reaching an endgame. But that relied on the target phone having specific capabilities, namely a basic software package and the GPS chip that came with just about every cell phone on Earth. This one, however, was a pathetically cheap version that did something that no other modern cell phone did. It made calls alone. Retro said, "What now? We want to dial it?" I considered the idea. The man in the hotel had been tortured, then killed, which blatantly showed that the Arab was trying to get information that could possibly be used against him. The fact that the cell phone in the locker even existed and hadn't been taken indicated that the dead man was, in fact, doing something outside the Arab's purview. The contact number may be the key, but it would have to be handled carefully. I think we have Jennifer call. A woman on this end might give us an edge before the guy hangs up. Let him know we're friends and that the Arab is dangerous. Maybe we'll get something. Everyone in the van agreed, and we spent a couple of minutes wargaming and rehearsing, going over what we knew. Then Jennifer dialed. She hung up in a few seconds saying, "Straight to voicemail, no answer." Retro threw the water bottle he was holding. I took a deep breath and said, "Track its usage. If it's been turned on at all, it's talked somewhere in this city." Decoy said, "Already working. It's an active number, but it shuts down each night, coming on every morning about 8. All tower registers are inside the city on this side of the Danube, with most popping downtown within 2 miles of us." The timing news actually made me happy, because it didn't force us to jump through our ass tonight. We needed some rest, and this provided the excuse. Okay, let's get to the hotel and grab some rack. Plot its habitual track, and we'll stage there before 8 tomorrow.
Chapter 56. The pilot shivered, telling himself it was the morning chill and not his nerves. He took a sip of his coffee and tried to relax, to appear as calm as the few other patrons around him at the cafe. Camille had called him last night and set up this meeting, but he hadn't said what it was about. Camille also hadn't said why he couldn't return to the apartment. A part of him wanted to believe the meeting was simply to give them the final instructions for their flight to Montreal, but the location raised his suspicions. He felt his phone vibrate in his pocket. Calling to cancel the meeting? Pulling it out, he was puzzled to see nobody on the other end. Then he felt another vibration in his pocket. With a shock, he realized it was the other phone, the special one. He frantically ripped it out before it went to voicemail. He saw the number and immediately hit the connect button, saying hello in Indonesian. A woman's voice came through, telling him it was a wrong number. "Hello? Can you speak English?" But it couldn't be. It was the right number. He hesitated, half wanting to hang up and half wanting to know how this woman had the phone he'd planted for his partner. In the end, his partner won out. However bizarre it appeared, it was a link that he couldn't sever. "Yes, I speak English. Who is this?" "I'm a friend of a friend. He asked me to call." The pilot felt a bump of elation. "He's free? Let me speak to him." "He is free, but he's not with me. He gave me the phone and asked me to warn you." "Warn me? Who is this? Put my friend on the phone or I hang up." He couldn't sever. "Yes, I speak English. Who is this?" "I'm a friend of a friend. He asked me to call." The pilot felt a bump of elation. "He's free? Let me speak to him." "He is free, but he's not with me. He gave me the phone and asked me to warn you." "Warn me? Who is this? Put my friend on the phone or I hang up." The woman began speaking rapid fire, almost overwhelming his grasp of English. "Don't hang up. There's an Arab man that you both know. He's dangerous. Your friend wanted you to stay away from him. He asked us to pick you up." The pilot began to feel lightheaded, unsure of what to believe. He swiveled his head, looking for Camille. The man would be here at any second. He said, "I'm meeting him now at a cafe." The woman became agitated. "Where? Where are you?" The pilot hesitated. He had no idea who this was, After the last few days, his ability to trust anyone he didn't know had evaporated. He needed a cut line, something he could anchor against. He asked a simple question. "What's my friend's name?" He thought he heard whispering in the background and a rustling of paper, then, "I can't pronounce it. It's Indonesian." Can't pronounce it. She's trying to read the name. She hasn't talked to him. Which scared him, but also told him she had something from his partner. And since she wasn't with the Arab, the fact was something to consider. He said, "I'm not going to tell you where I am, but I'll meet you. You tell me where I can see my friend, and we'll do it that way, someplace public." The woman backed off, saying, Okay, we can do that, but you're in danger now. I mean right now. Get out of there." The pilot felt a hand on his shoulder and looked up into the flat eyes of a killer. The same man who had sawed through a crew member's neck with all the emotion of cutting up a chicken for dinner. Thinking fast, the pilot said, No, don't file the flight plan yet. I don't know when I'm departing. Leave the date open," and hung up. Camille placed a hand on his other shoulder, standing behind his chair. He leaned in and whispered into his ear, "Sorry I'm late. Where did you get that cell phone?"
Jennifer put the phone down and said, "We've lost him. The Arab's there." Retro said, "How do you know? What happened?" He started babbling nonsense about flight plans, then hung up. He was trying to cover who he was talking to. I said, "He's got about 6 minutes to live. The Arab gets him into the car and we lose. We know from the tower track this morning he's in a footprint within a half-mile of here. What else do we know? How can we find him? Think, people." Finger raised, Jennifer said, "He's at a cafe. He said that." She was so sure of herself, yet the information was so vague, it hit my funny bone. Jesus, why didn't you say so? I can't be expected to plan without all the information. Are you hiding a Holocaust cloak as well? Jennifer got the reference to The Princess Bride, the single movie we both enjoyed, and rolled her eyes. Decoy said, "Wait, she's actually on to something. The Arab knows as much as we do about Budapest, and he'd want to find a location that would be easy to find. He wouldn't pick some obscure local place where he'd stand out. He'd pick a tourist area." "Yeah," I said, "so what?" "Well, right around the corner is a little promenade that's lined with cafes on both sides. That's where I'd plan a meeting." I looked at him, waiting on an explanation. "Hey, I had a life before the Taskforce. On the teams, we used to call this place Booty Fest." "Huh. Your man-whore days might pay off. Lead the way." Decoy led us to a park called Yokai Square, a promenade full of gardens and statues. Actually, a pretty cool area that I'd like to come back to when I wasn't under the gun to stop a terrorist. It had streets on the north and south sides, but the middle was basically an open grassy area. And just like Decoy said, it had restaurants, nightclubs, and cafes lining the way. We split up left and right, leaving Buckshot as the van driver. I took north with Jennifer. Decoy and Retro took south. This early in the morning, we would have little trouble getting an ID, since each cafe had only a few people in them, and most of the restaurants and nightclubs were closed. We slowly trolled the park, Buckshot shadowing us on a parallel path one road over. We had one false call, which was quickly eliminated when Retro transmitted a cell phone picture of two guys in a cafe. The team was forcing the issue, wanting to be right, but the photo contained what looked like two Cuban guys. I didn't need Jennifer to call bullshit. We reached Andrassy Avenue with nothing. Retro said, "What now?" "I don't know," said Decoy. "That was the only place I can think of. I'm sure there are others. Besides the bridal salons, I didn't do a whole lot of cultural engagement." I felt the clock ticking, knowing we were about to lose our only hope of connecting with the EFPs. The contact on the phone was about to die. Jennifer said, "Why don't we just keep going?" She pointed across Andrassy. "I can see umbrellas over there as well." Decoy looked and said, "Damn, she's right. None of that shit was here in '98. Chapter 57. On the other side of Andrassy Avenue, I could see a large 4-story building with some sort of latticework scaffolding built of old, rough-hewn lumber, like someone had decided to work on the facade, then quit, leaving the scaffolding in place. Directly to the southwest of the building was another promenade, this one fronted by a sculpture of different colored flowers in the shape of a cross on a shield. Past it, several statues sprinkled among the trees competed with the outdoor cafes for the attention of the pedestrians walking around. The promenade itself was much narrower than Yokai Square. "Okay," I said. "This one's a little less open. One street on the right and nothing on the left. We'll stagger by time. Decoy and Retro go first, taking the path straight down the middle and eyeing the left side. We'll give you 2 minutes and follow in your footsteps looking to the right. Both teams be prepared to redirect on the other's call." While Retro and Decoy crossed the street, I contacted Buckshot and told him our position, giving him instructions to shadow us on Terres Boulevard, a block to the northwest. Jennifer and I busied ourselves looking at a statue of some old Hungarian guy to blend in while we waited. When I made some comment about how they could have picked a more attractive subject, she said, "It's Yokai Moore, the Hungarian novelist this square's named after. Do you ever do any research?" "Just enough to get my guy. Although I was thinking about researching those bridal salons Decoy mentioned. Know anything about that?" She glared at me, making me take a step to the right before she could do some damage. The fact that the comment had aggravated her gave me a small bit of optimism that I was making progress reversing the clock past the incident in Egypt. Before she could say anything, our radio squawked. "Pike, Decoy, we have them. Pictures on the way, but it's them." Jennifer pulled out her phone, looked at the images, and nodded her head. "That's the Arab and the Asian man who walked out of the Prague hotel while we were conducting surveillance on the original guy." I clicked back. "Where are you?" "Across from a place called Café Brazil. It's the third cafe on the left side, red and green umbrellas. They're outside sitting at a table. The Asian guy looks like he's scared." "Can you stay?" "Yeah, we're across the way on a park bench. We're good. They can't see us and we can trigger." Crossing the street, I said, "Okay, here's what I want." Decoy cut me off. "They're standing up. They're leaving. Heading away from you. Away from Andrashy." "Shit." I looked at the map on my phone, seeing Buckshot's position. "Buckshot, come down Terres and turn south on the first street you get to. It's a one-way with a big-ass Magyar name that begins with a D." "I got it. I see it." "Stage where it curves away from the park to the southeast. That's where we'll take them. Break. Decoy, leapfrog to the end of the block. Go ahead of them." "Moving. What about the targets?" "We've got the eye. We'll be on them in seconds." We were moving at a fast walk when Jennifer jerked my arm to slow me down. I saw the pair to our left, weaving in and out between the tables and chairs. "We got them. We'll bring up the rear now. I want to hit them before they get a chance to get into the main arteries of the city, while they're still here in the park." We followed behind them for a minute or two, my brain working through options at the speed of light, trying to assess the risks and rewards of taking them down right here in public in daylight. It could be done, I knew from experience. You wouldn't believe the things you can get away with right in front of people. The kicker was making it look natural, plausible. I had no doubt we could take the Asian, but the Arab was a different story. In the back of my mind was the image I had snapped of him with the blackjack before he entered the house last night. Assessing his surroundings like a wolf, looking for the weakness before he continued. He wouldn't go down easy. He had a sense for trouble. Buckshot called. "I'm at the bend, but I can't stay here. It's a one-way road with no parking. I gotta keep going or get police attention." I tapped Jennifer. "Keep eyes on, don't lose them." I returned to the radio. "What about the backup road? Before you went to the square?" "Maybe, but it's going to be close. Pike, this is asking for trouble. I think we can let them go." "Can't. He's going to kill that guy, then disappear. He's not going to bed down tonight. He's already left a blood trail, which means he has a goal in mind." Decoy called. "We're at the end, and there's a cafe here. They'll be walking right by it. It's full of people. We might be able to take one, but not two. Someone's gonna see the action." I wanted to start kicking shit, but remained cool as ice on the radio. "Roger, Buckshot, circle the block and stage on the same road, keeping in between the buildings before it breaks out into the square. Decoy, Retro, Find a spot for takedown right there, in between the buildings before the square. Can you do it there? What's the visibility?" Jennifer said, 2 minutes. They reach the end in 2 minutes. Decoy came back. "Got a spot, but Pike, it's shaky. No visibility from the park, but there's a group of school kids looking at a statue at the entrance. They'll see the hit, if he comes this way. All right, everyone listen. They keep going straight, we let them go. They make the turn to Terrace Boulevard, which I think they will, we take them. I want them alive, no killing. Get them in the van, and we haul ass." Buckshot said, "Roger, I'll be there in 30 seconds. Decoy said, "Pike, the school kids. I can prevent anyone from the cafe from seeing, but I can't do shit about the kids. They have a clean line of sight to me." I saw the street about 70 meters in front of me. The target's about 30 meters closer to the end than I was. I could see the kids, along with the teacher, talking to them. Need a diversion, something to focus their attention away from the left. "Jennifer, break away from me. Go to the right of the school kids and get their attention." "How in the hell am I going to do that?" "Jesus, I don't know. Figure it out. But don't do it until you see the targets commit to Terrace Boulevard. They keep going straight, let them go." In my head, I was tracking about 40 different variables, and knew I was on the ragged edge of causing the entire hit to collapse. Too many things to control with too few people. She glanced at the targets, saw them still moving, and returned to me. "Pike, don't push this. Don't. Do something we'll regret." I had precious seconds to get her on board. I didn't want to lose sight of the targets, but decided to give Jennifer my undivided attention. I stopped and took both of her shoulders in my hands. "Jennifer, we've got about 1 minute to make this work. If it doesn't, I'll let it go. But I need you in place. I know what you're thinking. You don't want to be here, to be responsible for what's about to happen. I know I've put you in situations before you were ready, caused you to do things that made you question who you are, but your feelings need to take a back seat right now." She glanced down the square toward the target. Refusing to meet my eyes, I shook her. "Look at me." She snapped her head back at my tone. "I need you. We need you right now." Something flitted behind her eyes, a brief look of resignation tinged with anger. She broke away from me without a word, headed toward the children across the square. I picked up my pace, closing within 20 feet of the targets. "We're 30 seconds out. You guys set?" Decoy came back. "Yeah, we're set, but those fucking kids are still there. Don't worry about them. The targets turn the corner toward you, the kids will be focused the other way. I'll bring up the rear. We'll double-team the Arab. Who's on him?" Retro said, "Me. Decoy's got the Asian." "Roger all. 30 seconds. I glanced quickly at Jennifer, now on the other side of the school kids, talking to the teacher. Jesus, I hope this works. The targets reached the street and immediately turned left, amping up the adrenaline. "They're going to Terrace. 10 seconds. I turned the corner, saw the targets abreast of our van, and heard a startled yelp behind me. Buckshot in the driver's seat of the van came on. "Target's about 10 feet. Pike, I can see Jennifer. She just went down. Something happened." I came back, now solely focused on the hit. No emotion whatsoever. Execute, execute, execute. I rushed the Arab from the rear, seeing the van door slide open in slow motion. The team deployed from an alcove, pistols drawn. Decoy taking the Asian guy, and Retro focused on the Arab. The Asian froze for a second, then fell to his knees with a wail. Decoy hammered him in the head, cutting off the warbling with a thump, then threw him into the van. The Arab reacted instantly, snarling and whipping a 7-inch fillet knife at Retro's body. He jumped back, holding his pistol close to his body and shouting, Don't! I closed on the Arab's back, tying up his arms and controlling the knife. I kicked the back of his knee, bringing him off balance, and knew we had won. I locked up his knife arm, about to leverage him to the ground, and finished the fight when he whipped his head straight back into my mouth, splitting my lip and causing an explosion of stars. I sluggishly tried to maintain my grip, but the man was like a snake, nothing but lean muscle that writhed and ripped out of my control. He rotated around, facing me, still snarling with spit flying from his mouth. He raised his knife hand for a killing blow, and his head exploded, spraying me with brain matter. He collapsed on my body, giving me a view of Retro standing above, his suppressed Glock still smoking. I shook my head, trying to get my bearings, unable to get rid of the fog, but knowing we needed to leave. Retro grabbed the body off of me and shoved it into the van, then helped me up. I piled in the van, followed by Retro. As we started to roll, I said, "Compromise status." Buckshot, who'd been on lookout in the driver's seat, said, "Nothing concrete. Nobody looking. I think we're good. The school kids are still focused on Jennifer. The teacher's on the phone now." My head clearing, I keyed my mic. "Coco, break out. We're good. Meet us 1 block south." We passed by her, now sitting up with a smile on her face, apparently giving the teacher a story about dehydration, epilepsy, or whatever her imagination could conjure. Either way, whatever she'd come up with had worked flawlessly. I owe her. I took a moment to gather myself, my adrenaline still running amok. We had executed a daylight hit downtown in a vibrant city, and gotten away with it. I surveyed the team and saw all of them still panting. It hadn't sunk in yet, but we'd done the impossible. Decoy kept his hands on the Asian, even though it looked like that guy had become catatonic. Retro glanced at me and shook his head. "You know, when you were operational, everyone used to talk behind your back about the drama you caused. How you always push shit to the breaking point, squeaking out by the skin of your teeth." I pulled out a rag, wiping blood and brain matter from my face. "Yeah? Those same pussies that never get anyone?" Retro laughed and looked at the Asian. "Yeah, those same pussies." Seeing the Arab's body, I said, "Didn't work out like I wanted." Retro became defensive. "Hey, he was about to gut you. I had to." "Stop. I said it didn't work out like I wanted. Not that you did anything wrong. Thanks for saving my ass. It was my fault. I didn't tuck my head. Fucker deserved it. Although we've probably lost our main connection to the attack." I looked at the Asian man. Maybe. I threw the rag down and squatted in front of him. The fear radiated off him like heat from a sauna. His eyes were wide open and wet, like he was about to cry. I patted his knee. "Hello. We just saved your ass today. Now it's time to repay the favor." Chapter 58. When the screen cleared, I could catch movement behind Kurt's head on the video teleconference hookup, making me wonder how much I could say. The screen itself cut in and out, looking like a bootleg video of a celebrity sex tape, but that was to be expected, since we were on a secure satellite connection inside an aircraft flying over the Atlantic. There was only so much technology could do. Kurt said, "Pike, you there?" "Yeah, I got you. How about me?" "You look like you're talking from a fishbowl, but I got you." "Who else is on?" He understood the reference. "Nobody. The link's between you and me. The only other people in the room are Taskforce. Speak freely." We'd gotten out of Budapest without issue, loading up the G4 at the airport within 30 minutes of disposing of the dead Arab's body. We hadn't the time to get a full sit rep, since I'd wanted to get the fuck out of there immediately. All we'd sent was the information we'd gleaned from the pilot and the biometric data of the 2 terrorists. Now I hoped to get something we could sink our teeth into from the Taskforce analysts. I said, "Did you get anything from Montreal?" "Whoa, slow down. We'll get to that. But first, tell me what happened. Did you get out clean, quiet?" "Well, there aren't any fingerprints, but it wasn't quiet." I told him the story of the house and the explosion, followed by the hit in the park. "Holy shit, Pike! You blew up a house? What happened to clandestine? Have you forgotten what that means?" "Hey, ease up. You told me to get the explosives even if it meant compromise. It's good. I promise it's good. There'll be a little bit of news about the explosion, but everyone's dead, and it was a damn Albanian mafia house. There's nothing connecting us, trust me." Kurt scowled. "You're using that phrase a little too much. I didn't mean you get to run amok blowing the shit out of whatever you felt like. We can't afford to stink right now, even if you did get out clean." The story alone's going to piss off the council." The comment poked a sore spot, reminding me of all the bullshit staff officers I had to contend with before I had joined the task force. Fuck that political shit. I did what needed to be done, what I thought was right. You weren't getting shot at, my team was. You used to trust me explicitly. What happened? Where do you stand now? Kurt bristled. "Don't question my trust, goddammit. There's a lot of pressure here you don't understand. Pressure that extends beyond the mission into the heart of the task force. I ask you a question and you answer it, period. Or get your ass home and let someone else take over who can understand the political dimensions of the fight." He paused for a moment, then continued. "I shouldn't have said that. I do trust you, you know that. It's just that not all the enemies are foreign terrorists. You need to be attuned to that. But if you made the call, I trust it." The outburst took me off guard. We'd worked together for years, and he was used to me spouting off, but this time it had hit a nerve. Made me wonder again what was going on above me. He knew I understood the political side of things, even while I hated it. So I took the ass chewing and let it go. "Okay, what about Montreal?" The pilot hadn't really known a great deal. His information consisted of 3 points. 1, he was supposed to fly cargo to Montreal, Canada, but had no idea what the cargo was. 2, he had a number to call once he arrived. 3, the Arabs had shipped something from Prague via DHL. That was it. But it should be enough to get the ball rolling, with Montreal the key. Kurt said, "We got nothing from DHL. We've tracked every single shipment from Prague into Montreal, and we've come up with nothing. If they shipped the EFPs to Canada, they did it in a manner that used a legitimate business. Every shipment checks out." From the pilot's description of the cargo, we were sure that the DHL shipment had been the EFPs. Since the follow-up flight plan terminated in Montreal, apparently to transport the explosives, it stood to reason that the EFPs had been shipped there as well. But it looked like that final bit of deduction was incorrect. "What about the phone number? Did we get anything from that?" "No. Well, not much. It's a track phone that was purchased over a year ago. All phone cards for additional airtime were bought with cash. The phone itself was purchased with a credit card, but the store can't tie a specific card to the purchase. Just the date it was bought. We ran a check of every credit card used at the store that day and came up with one possible. A guy named Abdul Majid Mohammed used his card in the store the same day. He's a radical that's been on the watch list for a while. The Canadians have been keeping an eye on him for his preaching, but it's never been anything big, just the usual anti-American crap." "Well, okay, pull his ass in, see what he knows." "Pike, for one, he's a Canadian citizen. We can't pull his ass in. For another, he hasn't done anything wrong, even if he was in America." "Let me go after him." "It's in Canada, so it's still a foreign country. Task Force authorities still apply." "I'll go ring him out. Bring it to the council and get me Omega authority." Kurt grimaced into the VTC screen, and I knew something wasn't right. He was keeping intelligence from me. "What?" "Sir, he may be the key to the EFPs. I understand it's Slim, but Jesus, Slim's better than none. I won't kill him, I promise. Pike, he's not in Canada. We did get the Canadians to check up on him, and he flew out of the country 2 days ago." "Shit, that's the guy. Send me wherever he went, I'll find him." "He came here. He flew to Baltimore." I didn't say anything for a second, trying to assimilate how pathetic our security apparatus actually was. "Wasn't he on the no-fly list?" "Yes, he was. Trust me, nobody's happy about it. We're working it now." "Are you fucking kidding me? We let a terrorist get on a plane and fly into the United States?" "Pike, calm down. There are thousands of names on the no-fly list, updated every single day. This guy has never done anything overt, just a lot of smoke. He's not a confirmed terrorist. Shit, I'm not going to defend it. It is what it is. The police and FBI have his name and will find him." I was disgusted, but decided not to press the point, at least not yet. "What about the biometric profiles? Anything from them?" "Yeah, both of the dead guys are Algerian, although we knew that from the passports. They have a history of extremist activity with the Algerian authorities. Both have been in and out of jail, but nothing really drastic. Mainly a bunch of conspiracy charges that the Algerians throw around like popcorn. The older one might or might not have traveled to Afghanistan to train in the camps in the late 90s. Hard to prove, but that's a little irrelevant now. They were bad guys and nobody's going to cry over them. Any associations we can use? Any other names connected to them? Nothing that we don't already have. The intel's incomplete. The third guy you were tracking, the guy from the catacombs, still has no name. He's the leader. He's the one we want. All the intel indicators show this is the hit. They line up completely. We have JI, GSPC, and Al-Qaeda, along with the fucking EFPs. All we're missing is the homegrown part of the equation, and that guy in Montreal is the key. I'm sure of it. If we can't find the boss, we need to find his associates. What do we know about Abdul Majid? He runs a mosque, like they all do. Truthfully, we can't even prove he's bad. He just preaches bad shit all the time. We linked him to some shady charities, which put him on the no-fly list, but there's only smoke, no fire. Fat fucking good that no-fly list did. Does he have any contacts in the U.S.? Some with various imams in the Northeast, but they've all checked out as no threat. Pull them all in, put the heat to them. One of them knows something. Kurt let out his breath. Pike, calm down. We don't do domestic operations, and the authorities have everything we can give them. It's in their hands now. I rolled my eyes. I know. We don't live in a police state, blah, blah, blah. But that guy is the key to this whole attack, I'm sure of it. Kurt leaned forward toward the screen. You'd better be kidding about the blah, blah, blah. We don't live in a police state. And I'm not trying to start one, especially with the thin bit of evidence we scraped up. All we have is a track phone number that's close to 2 years old and tied to nobody, along with a credit card purchase in the same store for a guy who might be bad. One of 500 that day. It's not something that'll make anyone start pulling out fingernails, especially since you stopped the attack in Budapest by interdicting the explosives. I backed off. For all of my bluster, I knew he was absolutely right, but it still didn't sit well. It's why I was the guy who went out and thumped heads. I just didn't have it in me to put up with the political bullshit, but I understood it. I asked, You got the support team headed to Ireland? Relieved at the change in subject, Kurt said, Yeah, they may be a little behind you, so you might have to do a layover, but they'll take the target off your hands. We had the pilot bound up in the back of the plane, and I really didn't want to fly into U.S. airspace with him on board. It had been hard enough getting him on the plane without anyone noticing in Budapest. Going through U.S. customs with him in a box was a non-starter, so I'd arranged for a Taskforce support team to meet us in Ireland. Pimp that guy as soon as you get him. He probably doesn't know shit, but maybe there's a clue there. Will do. I asked, How's Knuckles doing? He's getting better by the day. He's talking now, and asked about the team. I smiled in spite of myself. Tell him we started smoking the shit out of the bad guys once we got rid of his dead weight. Kurt laughed. I will. He paused for a moment, then said, Pike, you did some good work over there. Nobody's going to pat you on the back, but let the team know. Those EFPs would be going off right now if you hadn't intervened. It was a half-assed apology for his original outburst, letting me know he still understood what happened when bullets were flying, and that he trusted the man on the ground. I appreciated the sentiment, but thought it was a little early. It was only good if nobody died. Thanks, but this work's not finished. I looked into the eyes of the guy in the tombs. He's not some Johnny Jihad wannabe. He's a killer, and he's not going to quit.
Chapter 59. Rafik looked at the circle of men and wondered if he should tell them the truth, that the explosives had been lost and they were now on hold. Having led men in combat both in Algeria and in Afghanistan, he understood the potential impact of the setback. Sometimes a lie was better than the truth. Sometimes the lie helped earn the victory. He had no idea of the mettle of the men before him, and worried what their reactions might be. He had seen it in untested men before. Out of the 6 in the apartment, 4 were recruits from prison. One was Abdul Majid Mohammed, the Algerian contact from Montreal, and although he professed absolute faith, Rafik was ultimately unsure about him. Only Farouk, his remaining comrade from the original cell, could be trusted. It may be better to simply put them back into sleeper mode, waiting on my call. In the end, he decided to tell them the truth. Whatever the reaction was, Camille would be arriving soon to help shepherd them to victory, although he was growing a little concerned at the lack of contact with his trusted friend. You men were about to begin the final push against our enemies, a strike that would cause untold pain, and perhaps bring about untold rewards. But something has happened that will delay our attack, something I couldn't have predicted. He laid out what had occurred, speaking in generalities, not discussing the technology he still owned. When he finished, he expected to see a look of defeat on the men. Abdul Majid looked relieved. Farouk, having already been told the news, simply sat with a grim face. Out of the 4 ex-convicts in the room, 2 did project defeat, but 2, Kishon, and the man who leased the apartment, Carl, looked thoughtful. Rafik said, "Unless one of you has an idea, I think the best plan now is to simply return to your roles in the workforce. Await my call." Kishon said, "I can't do that. I've already done too much to bring on heat. I have the lease for the warehouse in my name, and I've killed 3 people to keep our secret. We need to push forward now. We can't blunt. Not a whole lot of places to go from here." He punched in the combination on the metal door and entered the concrete structure. It was small, only 2 rooms with a closet. Most of the area was filled with analog equipment and circuit breakers to pull the substation offline in an emergency. He didn't see anyone inside the building, which caused him to let out his breath. He also didn't see the server, which made him wonder if his information had been wrong. He opened the closet door and smiled. Inside on a desk was a normal-looking desktop computer. The screen was off, but he knew it was running by the blinking hard drive light. He looked around once more, then pulled out a thumb drive and stuck it into a USB port. He had no expertise at all in what he was doing, but then again he didn't need any. His contact from the prayer group had told him to simply stick in the thumb drive, and it would do the work. The mass hysteria and multiple news reports of cyber threats and the vulnerability of the U.S. system to hackers had caused a phalanx of firewalls and other security measures to be implemented in the BGE power grid. All were directed outward, at the access points to the Internet, where the threat was supposed to live. Nothing had been done to protect from an attack on the inside, using BGE's own hardware. A lesson they would learn the hard way. Watching the erratic blinking LED on the thumb drive, Kishon was startled by light spilling in from the outside door. Before he could react, he heard, "Hey, what are you doing?" He turned around and saw a smallish man in a coat and tie. Shit, management. Blocking the view of the computer, he said, "Nothing. A buddy of mine did some work here yesterday and thought he'd left his sunglasses. My route was over here today, so he asked if I'd look." The man cocked his head suspiciously. "And he left them inside this building? What's he do?" "He's a cable dog like me. I don't know what he did at this substation. Look, they ain't here anyway, so I'll just go." Kishon could tell the man was still suspicious, but the fact that he worked for BGE seemed to be tipping the scales. He turned to close the closet door, which was a mistake. The man saw the blinking thumb drive. "What the hell is that? What are you doing with the server? Do you know how bad you could screw things up?" Kishon said nothing. He simply reached out and clamped both of his hands around the man's neck, squeezing with all of his might. The man fought back, at first trying to pull Kishon's hands away with brute strength, then resorting to ineffectual hitting. When his face went bright red and his eyes began to bulge, he seemed to realize he was truly in a fight for his life. He began clawing at Kishon's face, scratching gouges on his cheeks. Kishon maintained the pressure until the man passed out. then continued on, kneeling on his chest and squeezing until he was sure the man was dead. Keyshawn slowly let go, looking deeply into the half-closed eyes of the body on the ground for signs of life. He saw none. He smiled and whispered, "Allahu Akbar." Finally, after years of waiting, he had begun his part of the jihad.
Chapter 5. I heard Radford's transmission in disbelief. I just couldn't picture Jennifer completely breaking down. Then again, she had never been placed under so much pressure in so little time, even given her experiences last year. Turbo, the guy in charge of this section, said, "Well, that's it. Let's wrap this up and go get a beer." "Wait a second," I said. "We don't do anything until we get a debrief from Radford. Let it continue." Turbo rolled his eyes and said, "Pike, are you shitting me? You think your chick's gonna come through that door? Radford's right, and you know it. This whole thing was a waste of time and money." Like most of the men inside the task force, Turbo was a He-Man woman-hater. Any thought of a woman encroaching on his meat-eater world...
"Kindly tromp forward for a pinprick," Rafik said. "If you go to jail, you go to jail. It is a sacrifice that must be made for the cause. Bullshit. I'm not going to jail without doing something. If you think Carl cut him off, I know how to get explosives." The comment brought them both up short. He continued, "We only need military-grade explosives. Is that right? Something along the lines of the Semtex you were getting?" Rafik nodded. "Would C4 work?" Rafik knew the EFPs were specifically built with the U.S. plastic explosive composition C4 in mind. He felt a sliver of hope. "Yes, C4 would be perfect." "Can you buy some, secretly?" "No, but just down the road here's a military base called AP Hill. It has a huge ASP that stores all sorts of ammunition for the National Capital Region. All of the military units in D.C. come down here to train." "What's an ASP? And how do you know all of this?" "Ammunition storage point. It's just a large area full of bunkers. It's where units store their ammo for training. They don't bring it with them back and forth. The ammo stays there and they come down and use it. I know about it because I used to work on a cleaning crew that did the janitorial services for the post. The only job I could get right out of prison." "So how are we few men supposed to get it? Attack the post?" "Well, yes, in a way. All we need to do is sneak onto the post after the cleaning crew leaves at 4 p.m., then cut the locks on one of the bunkers. I'll know which one to hit by the signs outside." Rafik wasn't sure what to make of the information. It seemed too good to be true. Keyshawn explained, "Carl did a stint in the Army before prison. His job was ammunition handler. Trust him when he says he knows how this stuff works." Rafik slowly nodded. "Okay. How do you propose we get on the post and deal with the alarms?" Carl said, "The cleaning crew I worked on was a sort of jobs program for handicapped people. Some mentally retarded, others gimped out some other way. I was led on because I was down and out. You didn't work every day, so it's to spread the wealth around. The guards are used to different people coming and going. As for the alarms, every post I worked on had the alarms feeding into the post police station. We need to hit that, then hit the ASP. The alarms won't matter then. They're silent." "Won't the theft cause a large manhunt? We will still need at least 3 days to train each crew and give them their targets, maybe longer." "That'll be done in Baltimore at the warehouse leased by Keyshawn. As he said, the exposure's too great." Keyshawn said, "I think I can help with that. A friend of mine still in prison in New York can help. I can get there and back by tomorrow morning. A little misdirection that will cause the police to chase a ghost." Rafik said, "Why would your friend agree to become a scapegoat? I don't want to involve anyone else." "My friend won't be the scapegoat. Someone else who fucking deserves it will be." Chapter 60. Jennifer watched the DVD playing in the headrest in front of her, but saw nothing on the screen. Her mind was running non-stop through the last few days, wondering if she'd started the corrosive effect on her soul that she'd seen in the men around her, and whether it could be reversed. She noticed a shadow to her right and looked up to see Pike standing there expectantly. He glanced at the screen. The Princess Bride. How appropriate. She pulled off her headphones, but he continued before she could say anything. "Can I sit down, please?" She nodded. He settled into the aisle seat and said, "You okay?" "Yeah, I'm fine. Watching a movie." "I could tell. Except the screen you were seeing was somewhere else." He rotated in the seat to face her. "Look, I'm sorry I snapped at you at the park. I was under the gun and needed you to perform, like I knew you could. We really haven't had a chance to talk about what happened over the last few days, and I want to make sure you're all right. I think I got everything I needed out of the hot wash." As usual, once the team had cleared Hungarian airspace, they had conducted a blistering after-action review. And what was starting to be a trend, Pike had been eviscerated yet again, this time for spiking the explosives while they were still under fire. Continuing with the trend, Pike had sloughed it off as all's well that ends well. But she could tell the men were a little aggravated. As for her, she'd finally been forced to tell how she'd taken down 4 armed men, how she'd decided to start from the back and work forward to prevent them from realizing they were under fire for the longest possible time, how she'd simply placed the red dot over their ears and squeezed, making it sound easy, like flipping a light switch. When she began to tremble from the memory she'd sat on her hands. She didn't discuss the fear of the moment, the paralyzing terror of dying. She also failed to mention the slow, dull ache she'd had ever since she'd committed an unspeakable act, something that would make the next time easier, like a teenager working on his first pack of cigarettes, hacking and hating the first few, but eventually craving the smoke, and that just as the dumb teenager had begun an addictive destruction of his body, she'd begun a destruction of her soul. She still didn't understand how she'd done it, how she'd managed to keep shooting under the stress. But that wasn't part of the hot wash anyway. For their part, the men had said nothing, made no mention of her trembling. They had listened in complete silence, staring at her with new eyes that made her uncomfortable. A group of cigarette smokers proud to have another addict. Pike said, "The hot wash isn't what I'm talking about. I don't mean how you performed. I mean how you're doing inside." She searched his face for something disingenuous and saw true compassion, no artifice. He was worried, and not because she was simply a member of the team. He was worried about her, in a personal way. She said, "I'm all right, I think." She hesitated for a moment, wondering if she should let out her fears, then decided to go ahead. She found herself wanting to talk, needing to talk. "I'm not all right. I don't think I'll ever be all right again." She reached over and stopped the movie. "I can't do this. I can't turn into a killer. I don't want to. I don't want to lose my sense of right and wrong, like those mafia guys." Pike caught the slip and smiled. "You mean like me?" She smiled back, relieved he hadn't lost his temper. "Well, yes, like you and the other guys. You talk about killing as if it's a game. I don't want to be that way. I like my sense of morality. I want to keep it. I've read about Nazi concentration camp guards and how they slowly turned into monsters. Normal family men who ended up twisted monstrosities. I don't want to become that." "You think that's what I am?" He waved his hand around the plane. "What they are?" No, I don't think you are. Yet. But you can't do this without losing your sense of right and wrong. You just can't. You showed that in Cairo. I don't think you're a bad person. You know that. But Jesus, Pike, you were beating that guy to death." And there it was. She'd let it out, ripped off the Tupperware lid, exposing the stench of rotting meat below. She waited to see what Pike would do. He surprised her. "Remember our talk in Cairo? About the dreams? She nodded. Well, I have nightmares every time I close my eyes. Every night. I would take that action back any second, every single second. And that's what makes me different. What makes you different. I don't justify it in my mind because that fucker killed Bull and wounded Knuckles. Because that doesn't make it right. That history doesn't make me more barbaric, it makes me less. Makes me understand how close the loss of my family affects my judgment, allowing me to prevent something like that in the future. He took her hand into his own, a tender gesture that shocked her, something she would never have expected, given the company on the plane. You won't lose your sense of right and wrong. You can't. It's simply there. Those concentration camp guards weren't poor souls that were corrupted. They were sick fucks from the get-go, with an evil streak looking for a way to express itself. I don't buy any of that shit about good men going bad, because I've seen nobility in the worst of situations. It's a fight, no doubt about it, but the man with the strength of character wins. The man without it turns into a monster. Pike, you did turn into a monster. You're saying the same thing I am. I know you're not that way, but the death and destruction has done something to you. Can't you see that? She was playing devil's advocate, and she knew it. She wanted to believe that keeping America safe was inherently good. But those feelings were overshadowed by the fear of losing her moral compass, of beginning to believe that doing evil was doing good, and that killing was just a way to make a living. She wanted Pike to convince her. Pike stared at the floor for a moment, then returned his gaze to her. No, I haven't changed. I still own the difference between right and wrong. He pointed toward the team in the front of the plane. Don't belittle them because they have the courage to do the dirty work. We saved those girls in Prague because you said to. You didn't pull any triggers there, but you did kill the men inside. If it was right to order the assault, it's just as right to participate in it. Killing those men in Budapest doesn't make you a monster. He looked at the ceiling. I wouldn't say this to anyone other than you, but what I did in Cairo scared me a great deal, made me question who I am. So don't think you're all alone on this plane beating yourself up. But in the end, I'm not a monster, and neither are you. Which is why you need to stay. We need people who can see right from wrong, regardless of the situation, who believe in it. We work without oversight, without anyone questioning what we do. We need someone with an internal compass who doesn't need a person looking over their shoulder, ensuring the right thing is done. Someone like you. She didn't know what to say. A part of her clung to his words like a drowning person, his explanation exactly what she wanted to believe. Another part realized they were just words. Pike might believe them, like a child believes in Santa Claus, but it didn't make them true. It may just be his way of coping, of convincing himself that what he does is just. It was something to chew on, though, a potential truth worth further reflection. She felt Pike's eyes on her, waiting on a response, his expression earnest and raw, a vulnerability seeping out that was completely foreign. He had never given a piece of himself to her, never let anyone into his pain. And now he had, emboldening her. She wasn't sure when his walls would clang shut, locking her out again. So she took a chance, leaving the questions of morality, and digging into something she had wanted to explore for a long time. Why do you want me to stay so bad? Am I just some sort of experiment, like NASA experimenting with a new O-ring? Are you just testing out a theory about female operators and you want me to stay because you invested so much effort in convincing everyone to let me do assessment that you'll look like a fool if I leave? He grew rigid, the turn of the conversation throwing him off. Where's that coming from? I've never felt that way. Never? Well, maybe a little bit, but it's always been based on your capabilities, not what I was getting out of it. Just my capabilities? My ability to climb a wall? That's it? That's the only reason you want me to stay? He withdrew his hand from hers, and she could almost hear the walls clanging shut. the portcullis slamming down in front of his emotions, protecting him from harm. What the fuck do you want me to say? Isn't that enough? That I think the world of your capabilities? What do I want him to say? They sat in silence for a moment, him glaring at her, daring her to continue. So she did, getting it out once and for all, talking about the elephant in the room. No, it's not enough. If you weren't in the task force, I would have never joined. I came because you asked me, because I didn't want to let you down, not the task force, you. Truthfully, after Cairo, I'm wondering if that was a mistake, an illusion I held because you saved my life. The task force alone isn't enough for the price you're asking me to pay, and I'm no longer sure if you are either. He sat stunned for a second, then looked away and stood up. When he returned her gaze, he was all business, but she got one last glimpse past the portcullis into the man. She saw a brief flicker of fear, real, true fear, in a man she thought incapable of the emotion. A fear of her leaving. It was enough. He said, "Jennifer, I can't make you do what I want. I can only ask that you hang on until this is over. You know the history of this operation, know the terrorist by sight, and know the team. I don't have any way to prove I'm not a monster, but even if you think I am, stay on to save American lives. This isn't over, and we need you and your capabilities." She pretended to consider the request for a moment, but she already knew her answer. "Okay, Pike," she said, "because you asked. No other reason. But when this is done, we need to talk about the future, about our company and the task force." He nodded and said, "As you wish." He was 10 feet away before the meaning of the quote from The Princess Bride sank in. Chapter 61. Keyshawn sat in the passenger seat, sweating in the heat, Carl behind the wheel, the engine of the old Delta 88 idling roughly on the dirt road facing Highway 301. Crammed around him were 5 other men, all waiting for the cleaning van to pass. Keyshawn rolled down his window to release the stench from the collective body odor of the group. The men had conducted a reconnaissance the day before and confirmed Carl's information while Keyshawn had driven all night to New York City and back again. He'd managed to link up with a mutual friend who had obtained what he wanted from inside Attica. He could see Rafik fidgeting in the rearview mirror and knew he was having second thoughts. He has no qualms about sending a bum to my door for me to butcher, but now acts like a kid about to shoplift. Keyshawn knew it was simply because Rafik was no longer in control, that now he was at the mercy of the men around him. Rafik said, "How sure are you that they'll let us back on base?" Carl answered, "Pretty sure. The van got searched on its way in this morning. We stop it right after it leaves, keep the driver, and go right back through the gate saying we left something. We're only 2 minutes from the gate, and they'll remember the van leaving and probably just wave us through. If they don't, we simply haul ass when they direct us to the search area." "What if they don't let us leave? What if we're stopped and searched right there? They'll see the guns." Carl turned around to face Rafik. "Hey, I know what the fuck I'm talking about. The guards are hired security at a backwater post. They won't—" "There's the van," Keyshawn said. Carl swung around and hit the gas, causing the car to jump out into the 2-lane highway. Keyshawn looked to the rear. "You're clear. No cars coming behind." Carl rode right up on the bumper of the van, flashing his lights and waving his arm out the window. The van tapped its brake lights and slowed, then continued on at the reduced speed. Keyshawn said, "Need to get them to stop before we reach the town of Bowling Green." Carl swung into the left lane and pulled abreast of the driver. Keyshawn leaned out the open window and frantically pointed at the rear of the van, as if something catastrophic was about to occur. He saw the driver, an obese woman of about 50, look wide-eyed at him for a second, then nod with understanding. Get back behind her before she rolls down the window and asks what's wrong." Carl slowed, letting the van continue on. It traveled for about a quarter-mile before pulling into a dirt road threading its way into a swamp. Carl pulled in behind it, blocking any exit back to Highway 301. Keyshawn said, "Everyone take a weapon, but only the two silenced ones can shoot. Understand?" The men, now grim at the coming task, nodded. Rafik started to say something when Keyshawn cut him off. "Let's go." All four doors swung open, the attackers boiling out quickly, 2 on the left and 3 on the right. Keyshawn ran straight to the driver's side door, stopping it before it could open. He dropped any pretense of a charade, pointing his suppressed Ruger Mark II at the driver's head. "Get out of the van. I don't want to hurt you." She threw her hands in the air, stuttering nonsense. "Shut the fuck up or you're dead." She lapsed into silence, her eyes wide and wet. He moved her to the rear of the van and turned her security over to another man. Walking back to the front, he saw 4 men on their knees with their hands behind their back. Looking closer, he saw they were really just boys, none over the age of 20, 3 black and 1 white. 2 of them were looking around with grins on their faces, apparently unaware of what was occurring. Carl said, "Let's get him tied up and into the woods." Keyshawn pulled him out of earshot of the boys, Rafik following close behind. "We can't just tie them up," Keyshawn said. "They're not going home." "Huh? Keyshawn, those 2 are simple. They didn't do anything. We said we'd tie them up and do the robbery. No unnecessary killing." "It's necessary. They've seen our skin. They'll blow our getaway." Carl grew agitated. "These guys are the people we're trying to help. They're not a bunch of rich fat cats. They're the people getting fucked over. The reason we're stealing the explosives in the first place." Keyshawn said, "I don't want to do it either. But your plan is the only way we will succeed now. And the plan is based on the police chasing a ghost. They've seen us. They'll be able to break the deception we want." "I'm sorry." Carl paused for a moment, then said, "I'm not killing a bunch of kids. You want to do it, you do it." Rafik spoke for the first time. "Keyshawn is correct. Sometimes the good must be sacrificed along with the bad. That's just the way of it." His words brought back a memory of Beth, sending a bolt of rage through Keyshawn. He whirled and jabbed his pistol at Rafik, holding it by the barrel. "You keep talking about sacrifice like we don't know what the fuck that is. You're so pure, you fucking killed them." Rafik grew rigid, staring hard at Keyshawn for a moment. He took the pistol and held it in the air. The barrel pointed in between the boys on the ground and Keyshawn himself, as if he were making a decision. Keyshawn felt a trickle of fear, but didn't back down. Abruptly, Rafik turned and walked back to the group, kicking the nearest boy in the back. "Get up. All of you get up. Start walking down the road." Carl remained quiet until the group was out of sight around a bend. "Man, I don't know about this," he said. "This isn't what the chaplain talked about." Keyshawn kept his gaze down the road where the boys had disappeared. "It's exactly what he talked about. I've sacrificed too much already. We're on the path now. No turning back." Chapter 62. Sitting in the back of the van, Rafik felt his adrenaline rise as he saw the approaching gate, feeling exactly like he had at the Alexandria airport only days before. On the short drive to the post, Keyshawn had managed to get the men back under control and back on the mission. Rafik himself had wisely said nothing. He was pleased that his prison recruitment had provided so many unintended benefits, such as the knowledge of A.P. Hill, but he was growing increasingly concerned at their commitment. They had no sense of the history of Islam, no inherent belief in its righteousness, and appeared to be straddling their old world and his new one. Having not grown up in a Muslim society, they were unlike Adnan and other recruits who inherently knew Islam was the path, only needing to be convinced of the merits of jihad. It was a complication he hadn't fully considered before. On top of that, every one of these American dogs had a rebellious streak, as if they were serving at their own pleasure instead of God's. It made him rethink the need to keep everything compartmented, even within this cell. As the van pulled abreast of the gate guard, Rafik lowered himself behind the driver's seat, where it would be hardest for him to be seen, keeping his eyes on Keyshawn in the passenger seat. He heard the guard speak. "What are you doing back?" The driver said, "Hey, Bill, one of my boys left his Nintendo DS at the headquarters building. Can I run back up there? We just left 5 minutes ago." Rafik heard her voice quaver and warble, sounding to him about as disingenuous as possible. He wondered if she was sweating and wide-eyed at the thought of Keyshawn's pistol in her belly. He tensed up, gripping his own pistol in preparation for the coming fight. Instead, he felt the van begin to roll forward, hearing Carl say, "All right, head to the police station." They took their first left and wound up a hill, driving past the headquarters building before stopping in front of a squat one-story brick structure that housed the post police. In a rehearsed move, Carl and Rafik exited the rear of the van, bringing along 2 mop buckets and mops. They entered the building with Carl leading the way. Ahead, Rafik could see a woman manning a central desk. Behind her, he could see a man in the room Carl had described as the JSID alarm monitoring station. Otherwise, the place appeared empty. The woman said, "We've already been cleaned today. You guys can go home." Carl stopped with his bucket while Rafik continued past the desk to the room beyond. "Hey, I said we've already been done today. Stop." Carl reached down into his bucket and pulled out the other Mark II, shooting her in the back of the head, a hollow point .22 long rifle mushrooming in her brain but not exiting the front. She dropped like a stone, the loudest noise from the assault occurring when her equipment belt cracked onto the hard floor. Rafik continued straight ahead, entering the far room. The man inside stood up, saying, "You guys aren't supposed to clean in here. It's a controlled area. Someone should have told you." His words were cut off by Rafik's suppressed pistol spitting out 2 rounds, one cratering the man's nose while the other entered his forehead. Rafik didn't bother checking the body. He locked the door from the inside, leaving the mop bucket, and returning to find Carl moving the woman's body to a closet. "We need to haul ass," Carl said. "Anyone comes in here while we're at the ASP and we'll be in a world of hurt." Rafik helped him fold the body into the closet, saying, "How long?" "No telling. Let's go." Racing back to the van, Carl ordered the woman into the back, taking the wheel himself. Reaching the main road, he took a left instead of a right, driving deeper into AP Hill. Winding through the woods, they came upon an open area, where Rafik saw row after row of what appeared to be enormous dirt mounds covered in grass, the face of each buttressed with large concrete shielding. The bunkers. They drove right up to the front gate, repeating the ruse they had used at the police station, leaving behind another 2 dead bodies. Minutes later, Rafik stood inside one of the enormous concrete structures, marveling at the treasure trove of death around him. Artillery rounds, anti-tank rockets, and case after case of other types of explosives. If we only had something larger. It's not fair to leave this to the infidels. He was brought back to the present when Carl said, "Hey, they got Claymore mines in here. We can use the M57 to command detonate whatever you've got. You want that instead of time fuse?" Having left Farouk, his remaining explosives expert, behind at the apartment, Rafik was unsure how to answer. "What do you mean, command detonate?" "With a time fuse, you set it and wait for the fuse to burn down. The longer the fuse, the more time it takes. It requires a little precision cutting if you need the explosives to go off on a set schedule. With the M57, you set off the cap by electricity, letting you basically press a button for it to go off." "Yes, that would be perfect. Let's load them up as well." "How many?" "Can they be used only once?" "No, over and over again." Rafik paused, knowing that giving the answer would be giving away the number of teams. He decided to lie. "Load 10. He helped the men with the explosives, sweating in the oppressive heat outside the bunker. Minutes later, they were driving away from the ASP, staying clear of the main road by winding through the various camps located within the post. Passing through one such camp, Rafik saw a flash reflect off the windshield. Looking to his rear, he was shocked to see a police car following them, its light bar flashing red and blue. "Shit," Carl said. "Stay cool. I was in a 10-mile-an-hour troop zone. Probably just getting me for going too fast. I forgot how trigger-happy these fuckers are about speeding." He continued on as if he hadn't noticed the police car, pulling over only after he was through the camp and back into a wooded section, out of view. He rolled down the window, asking Keyshawn, "How many in the car?" "Just one," Keyshawn said. "If he comes out with his pistol drawn, we'll know it's not for speeding." They waited, the fight-or-flight response building palpably. The police officer opened his door and began to saunter toward the driver's side, weapon still holstered. Carl leaned out and said, "Is there a problem, officer?" Still walking, the officer said, "You work here long? You know the posted speed limit is 10 miles an hour through our camps?" When he reached the door, Carl said, "You know how stupid that fucking speed limit is, asshole. My van won't even idle that slow." Before the officer could react, Keyshawn leaned over and shot him in the face, the van jerking forward at a high rate of speed as his body folded to the ground. They raced through the woods, avoiding all other camps. Rafik once again relieved that his recruit knew where he was going and what to avoid. They reached the back gate at the northern reach of the post, now chained shut and abandoned because of security procedures following 9/11. Keyshawn exited the van and made short work of the locks with a bolt cutter, then swung open the chain-link gate. Carl drove through, winding along a dirt road until he reached the clean van they had stashed earlier. While the vans were cross-loaded, Keyshawn and Rafik took the woman into the woods, Keyshawn assuring her that they were just going to tie her up like the others. She blubbered and sobbed, but walked in front of him to her death. Rafik could not understand why. He had seen it before when executing prisoners. They went meekly as kittens, preferring to believe the paltry lie they'd been told instead of the truth staring them in the face. It was why Islam would always defeat the infidel. When faced with overwhelming odds, the Kafir simply didn't have the strength of faith to fight back. Keyshawn told the woman to kneel with her hands behind her back. Rafik saw that his eyes were watering, and wondered again about the man's own strength of faith. The woman, only now beginning to realize her fate, began to wail, begging for her life. A hitch in his voice, Keyshawn said, "I'm sorry for the sacrifice you must make. Allahu Akbar." Keyshawn pulled the trigger, the small caliber of the .22 punching a pencil-size hole in the woman's forehead. She toppled over with a look of surprise on her face, as if she still couldn't believe he would kill her.
Chapter 63. Sitting inside the underground parking garage in Clarendon, outside of Washington, D.C., Jennifer and I had to wait until Buckshot successfully badged in through the keycard access on the first door, followed by Retro or Decoy using the retinal scan at the second door, before we could sprint through the double barrier, using their precious seconds of authorization to get inside. It had taken longer than I'd wanted to get back home. Waiting to transfer the captured pilot, we'd been forced to spend a night in Shannon, Ireland, which would ordinarily have been an opportunity to kick back a little, but this time it felt like I was giving the terrorists an edge with every passing second. I was itching to see what Kurt and the Taskforce had learned while we were twiddling our thumbs over a Guinness, which is where this building came in. The parking garage ostensibly serviced a firm called Blaisdell Consulting, but in reality was the headquarters for the Taskforce. A block long and 4 stories tall, it housed the brain trust of all Taskforce activities, from the hackers and analysts we leveraged while conducting operations, to the headquarters of the commander himself. Since I was no longer an active duty member, I technically wasn't allowed inside. But since I also used to be a team leader, we figured I could sneak in without anyone freaking out. At least, that's how I'd convinced the team to bend operating procedures. Stretching it further, I figured Jennifer had heard enough stories about the place that actually seeing it wouldn't be a breach. Jennifer, of course, felt like I had an elastic sense of the rules. Sitting in a Suburban moments before we entered, she said, "Pike, there's a reason I'm not cleared for this. I don't mind staying here." "Fuck that. Come on, you earned it." I saw Buckshot open the first door, allowing Retro inside the second door and the iris scanner. Decoy signaled us. "Let's go. Stick right behind me." Buckshot began a hand countdown, then swiped the card reader again. Hopefully Retro was synchronized inside or we'd be caught. Buckshot opened the outer door, and I dragged Jennifer through, seeing the second door held open by Retro. We made it into the hallway beyond and waited for the three to catch up. Minutes later, we entered the ops center, looking for Kurt. I found him talking to a couple of analysts, or more correctly, he saw me and went ballistic. "What are you doing in here? You can't be associated with this place." "Hey, calm down, sir. The G4 has a history of flying in and out of Dulles. I couldn't simply take it to Charleston as part of my company. We need to figure out a seasoning schedule, and the rest of the team was coming here anyway." My company had nothing to do with Blaisdell Consulting, and thus if anyone was tracking me, I could potentially cause some questions that shouldn't be asked. Since nobody was tracking me, and we had a badass terrorist on the loose inside our borders, I figured the risk was worth it. Kurt shook his head, glaring at the active-duty operators. Decoy said, "Well, we need to unload the kit and get it sorted out. See you, sir." I watched them beat a hasty retreat. Before Kurt could realize Jennifer was standing in the background, I said, "How's Knuckles? Is he up and moving?" Looking like he was going to tear into me again, Kurt was brought up short by the question. "He's getting better each day. He's not out of bed yet, but he doesn't believe it. He refuses to use the bedpans and tries to walk to the bathroom." I let out a breath, realizing I'd been afraid of what I would hear. Thank God. "What's his status? How long's he out of commission?" "Doc's saying 6 weeks no activity, then another 6 months of physical therapy. Should be good as new. Now, you need to get the fuck out of here. In fact, go see him." I will, later. What did you find out about the imam? Did law enforcement locate him?" "No, not yet. We've had an event that overcame the hunt. Someone broke into Fort A.P. Hill and stole a bunch of C4 blasting caps and Claymore mines." "Come on, sir, that's them. I interrupted their transfer of explosives in Europe, so they stole explosives here. The imam is at the heart of this thing. We shouldn't be slacking off. We should be pressing forward. It's not your group. The people who did it had inside knowledge of the post. No way is it a bunch of Arabs from Egypt. The police also found some literature inside the vehicle they used that points toward a white supremacist group inside Attica prison." "Literature? What's that prove?" "It was an underground newspaper for something called the Phoenix Order, run by a guy named Cyrus Mace. The police found 5 examples of the number 88 and 2 examples of the phrase, 'Remember the 14 words encrypted in the text.' No fucking way would an Arab be able to duplicate that. It was genuine." "Why is that genuine? You lost me." 88, as in the 8th letter of the alphabet, H, as in HH, or Heil Hitler. Or the 88 words from Mein Kampf, where Hitler proclaims the master race. Take your pick. The 14 words come from the original terrorist group, the Order. It's basically a statement of racial purity, but it's shortened in communications to simply the 14 words. Trust me, an imam isn't going to know about that. Also, the people who robbed A.P. Hill killed some mentally handicapped and African-American men on a cleaning crew to get inside, which is right up the Order's alley of racial purity." "Well, maybe they were hired. Stranger things have happened. Remember how the PLO hired the Japanese Red Army to kill all those folks at the Israeli airport in the 70s? Maybe they're in partnership with the Arabs now." "Pike, the group's called the Phoenix Order, as in the resurrection of the original terrorist group, the Order. The group went on a killing spree in the 80s trying to overthrow the U.S. government, with a bunch of crazy talk about starting a new society in the northwest of the United States. This group's founder, Cyrus, was just a member of the Aryan Brotherhood until 9/11. Since then, he's gone toxic, spouting the same shit as the original Order, only this time against Muslims. Trust me, he's not in cahoots with any Arabs." I tried to come up with some other valuable reason to focus on foreign terrorists, but simply sputtered. "We need to find the imam. The Arab from Egypt is a killer, and he's here. Our only contact is the imam. Explosives or not, If we don't press, we'll lose them. They'll be safe to regroup. Pike, you interrupted their attack. I agree they're a threat. But the Phoenix Order is just as violent as the Arabs, maybe more so, since they understand America, and they want to overthrow the government. They're a clear and present danger, and they've got everyone on a high state of alert. The police are taking it personally, since they're going to be a primary target. We're not going to get them to shift priorities. I rubbed my face, frustrated. Okay, sir, I get it. Hopefully our actions in Hungary will keep the terrorists from blowing up the Statue of Liberty. Maybe. Maybe not. Kurt stood with his hands outstretched. Not our fight, Pike. We don't do domestic. We have enough going on as it is. He then poked me a little to let me know he wasn't blind. Best course of action is for you to get that woman in the back of the room, who's pretending to be an analyst, out of here. The one who looks remarkably like Jennifer, but I know it's not her, because even you wouldn't be that stupid. Get back to Charleston and let me know your plan for the seasoning of the G4. All right, I lied. We're going. I took Jennifer out of the ops center and gave her directions to the team rooms 1 floor up. I needed a place we could hide out for a few hours, and I figured Kurt wouldn't be traveling up there anytime soon. What are you going to do? I have some questions I want answered. Won't take but a minute. She looked at me like I was keeping something from her, which I was, but she proceeded up the stairs to the 4th floor. I went down the hall from the ops center, stopping at an unmarked door. I entered without knocking, seeing 2 people inside whirl around. The female spoke first. Pike? Pike Logan? Long time no see. Where the hell have you been? You finally going to pay me the 12-pack you owe me? Hey, Holly. I turned to the other person, a man. Hey, Vic. How's the secret cell? The office here housed one of the most sensitive aspects of Taskforce operations, even if it was just purely analytical. Holly had first served as a Maryland state trooper, but ended up as a terrorist analyst in the Washington, D.C. Police Department, before leaving the police for our lucrative pay. She was a 5'5" blonde spitfire dedicated to getting the job done. Vic was retired from the FBI. He'd served as an agent, a legat in an embassy overseas, and a member of their hostage rescue team, which is where I'd met him originally. He'd taken an IED strike in Iraq years ago and was medically retired. Now they both worked for the Taskforce as our pipeline into domestic law enforcement agencies, something that wasn't advertised and wasn't well known even within the Taskforce, given that anything smacking of domestic operations was anathema to us, which is why I jokingly called it the secret cell. Given their experience, together they understood cop talk, and all the myriad worked for the Taskforce as our pipeline into domestic law enforcement agencies, something that wasn't advertised and wasn't well known even within the Taskforce, given that anything smacking of domestic operations was anathema to us, which is why I jokingly called it the secret cell. Given their experience, together they understood cop talk and all the myriad different law enforcement databases in place. Their job was simply collating information, trying to put the pieces together to help us in our mission. They ostensibly worked for some bullshit department in Homeland Security, which allowed them to ask the questions they needed to ask. Because it dovetailed neatly with their primary job of data mining, they were also in charge of our internal biometric database. They were the people who got the data from our biometric scans of the dead Arabs in Prague and Budapest. Vic said, "Going about as well as always. A lot of work for very little payoff." Vic hated being behind a desk, but since he'd lost most of the use of his left leg, he was stuck with his fate. Both were officially retired because Kurt and the president felt it a bridge too far to actually recruit anyone who was active in law enforcement, from the Justice Department on down. Both thought it a travesty to have an officer who was supposed to catch lawbreakers support an activity that subverted the Constitution, the supreme law of the land. Made me feel a little bit like a whore. I said, "Hey, you guys get the word on that imam from Canada? The one on the no-fly list who flew to Baltimore?" Holly gave a short laugh. "Oh yeah, that caused a stink, but everything stopped after the AP Hill attack. I need to find him, in a bad way. Can you guys collate everything that was done before everyone was pulled off?" Sure, that's easy, because it was basically nothing. I decided to push the issue. Well, can you scan everything from the Baltimore area and pull up any arrests or spikes relating to Muslims? Vic spoke up. On whose orders? We've got our plate full with ongoing operations overseas. Holly heard the exchange and tossed her head. I could tell she didn't agree with Vic's pissed-off attitude. She and I got along well, with her constantly flirting with me even when my wife was alive. I threw in my cards, looking at Holly as I spoke. On my orders, nobody else's. I get that some neo-Nazi group is running around with C4, but there's a terrorist cell here, and it's tied to that imam. I'm asking for a favor, please. You only have to stick with Baltimore where he flew in. Just cover the last 4 days. Maybe something will give me a handle on the guy. Vic said, You can't do anything domestically anyway. What's the point? Just do it, please. Nobody else is looking, and you guys have the experience. I understand it'll cost some time for a team overseas, but this is important. I saw both of them look at each other, mulling it over. Holly said, We can give you the rest of the day, but we can't do anything more. Sorry. Vic scowled, saying, Bullshit. You want to do that, you're on your own. I've got enough work. I broke into a grin. Thanks, Holly. All I want to do is get whatever you find into the law enforcement system. You find some links, and they'll do the work. Nobody's looking right now because of A.P. Hill, and that imam's the key to something a hell of a lot worse than a bunch of redneck racists.
Chapter 64. Rafik watched Carl load the dummy EFP with clay and set the blasting cap, then duplicate the sighting procedures exactly as he had been taught by Farouk. His military experience was paying off, since he already knew about the dangers of the blasting cap and how to use the M57 firing device. In fact, Rafik was surprised at how quickly all his prison recruits picked up the theory behind the EFPs. After the A.P. Hill hit, he'd separated the men, sending them to different hotels and bringing them individually to Keyshawn's Baltimore warehouse to be trained. He'd planned 2 full days for the train-up, but Carl was the second recruit through today, and both had taken a quarter of the time he had allocated. He was somewhat taken aback by their calm acceptance of the mission, without any questions on the manner of the attack. There was something different in the Americans that he couldn't pinpoint. He'd spent countless hours training Arab recruits, and invariably they always needed a massive amount of time to fully comprehend what they were trying to do.
It caused a fit. He wanted Jennifer to fail with all of his heart. I used to be just like him, but after she saved my life, I became a believer. I'd convinced her to do this, and wanted her to succeed more than I was willing to admit. Even if it looked like it was going to go Turbo's way, I wasn't doing anything until I spoke to Radford. Another couple of minutes won't hurt. She's only got 8 minutes left anyway, let it ride. Turbo grimaced and stomped away. Knuckles, the man to my right, finally spoke up. You sure you want to continue? You think she can handle the RTL again? Even if she says yes, do you think it's fair to put her through that? I said, She can do this. Pike, I know she did some amazing shit overseas last year, but maybe this is just too much. She came pretty damn close, and that's going to mean something to the boys. Knuckles was somewhat of a woman-hater as well. He had been my second in command before I left the Taskforce, and was now in charge of my old team. He'd gotten mixed up with Jennifer and me in a chase for a terrorist in Bosnia last year, and had seen Jennifer operate a little bit, not as much as me, but he'd seen enough to wonder. If Jennifer made it through this, he'd be a believer too. Even so, Knuckles might have a point. Maybe I was overambitious in asking Jennifer to attempt assessment. She wasn't coming on board as an official operator. She was just a partner in our business, a cover organization designed to support task force activities, not execute them. Given that, she would be the first task force female that came even tangentially close to the sharp end of the spear. We had plenty of female intel analysts and a smattering of case officers, but they all exited stage left when we did an Omega operation. I knew the meat-eaters would need to trust Jennifer, sometimes with their lives. They wouldn't do that unless she earned their respect, and I figured there would be no better way than to make her go through assessment just like the males. All of the Taskforce operators were invited to the unit by word of mouth through the Special Mission Units of the Department of Defense, or the Clandestine Service of the CIA. As such, we didn't need to run a full-on selection process. We let the SMUs handle that, then pick the cream of the crop. Even so, every meat-eater loves a challenge and wants to feel like they did something to earn admittance. So the commander of the task force had invented assessment. It was basically a 7-day gut check, starting out in the RTL, the Resistance Training Laboratory, where the prospective candidate resists interrogation for a couple of sleepless nights. If he succeeds in not giving anything away, the candidate is given a mission that involves obtaining a package from a contact. From there, a scavenger hunt from hell begins, all with a hostile security force trying to capture him or retrieve the package. If he does everything right, he continues. If he screws up, he goes back to the RTL, or the hole, as the guys called it, and starts over. Knuckles was asking if maybe having Jennifer start over was just cruel. I was thinking about my answer when I heard Knuckles say, "I don't fucking believe it." "What?" I said, running around the desk to see the monitor for myself. My face split into a smile. Jennifer had just entered the building.
Inside his office, Colonel Kurt Hale grinned when he heard the radio transmission from North Carolina. As the commander of the task force, he ordinarily didn't pay much attention to any single evolution of assessment, mainly because he'd already hand-selected the men who would try out. He knew they'd do fine, and had only invented the damn thing to give them some bragging rights for leaving their previous units. This assessment, however, was a little different. This one had someone who was really trying out, with a ton of people hoping she would fail. Kurt didn't hold that same hope. 2 years ago, Pike had been one of the best operators the task force had ever seen, until his family had been brutally murdered while he was on an operation. Blaming himself because he'd volunteered for the deployment, he'd fallen apart. Kurt had tried to help him, but Pike had continued self-destruct, as if they were going through the motions but not assimilating why. He had seen students do things with blasting caps that would be catastrophic in an uncontrolled environment, with the men acting nonchalant, firmly believing that Allah would protect them. He believed in Allah as much as anyone he had taught, but it was a trial trying to get the men he trained to understand that Allah wouldn't save them if they made a mistake. It required repetitive instruction until they grasped the concepts, something that didn't seem to be an issue here. Maybe I can speed things up, get the attack going sooner rather than later. He'd scheduled a full day of training per team, but after seeing them in action at AP Hill, he'd gone to 2 a day, with Carl the second one through. Now he was thinking he could train all 4 in a single day and begin the assault tomorrow morning, shaving 3 full days off of their timeline. 3 days that they would need, given the media frenzy surrounding the stolen explosives.
I left the secret cell and went up to the 4th floor to help the guys unload the kit we had used. I should have taken Jennifer and beat feet out of the building, but I needed to give the secret cell some time to find what I wanted. I knew if Kurt discovered us here, he'd blow a gasket. I was under no illusions about which straw I was placing on the camel's back. The inventory was menial work, but necessary. We'd have to ensure we hadn't lost anything, then make sure it all still functioned correctly, so the next team could pull it out of a locker knowing it would work as intended. It was a gray area as to what would happen if the stuff was screwed up or missing, since I had been the team leader, but I was no longer a task force operator. Another complication for an ex-operator running a front company, especially since the ex-operator just ran a bunch of missions with national implications for presidential authority. Kurt or the Oversight Council hadn't thought about it yet due to events, but I had. Sooner or later, our company was going to need its own special oversight to protect both them and us. A mandate that said it was okay for us to do more than the other cover organizations. All they ever did was facilitate the infiltration of an area. They never interfered in the action, leaving that to the operators on the ground. My company was different, with implications I hadn't considered when I'd built it. Jennifer saw me come in and said, "What did you do?" "Nothing. Just trying to get a handle on the Imam, that's all." Decoy said, "Pike, I don't know what you've got in mind, but leave it alone. We don't do domestic operations. There's a reason for that. You ever hear of posse comitatus?" I bristled. "Don't tell me what this task force does or doesn't do. I was taking out terrorists in this organization while you were still sweating through Hell Week." Retro cut in. "Whoa, hang on. What's that about? He's only saying what we all feel, Pike. You know I'd follow you into hell and back. But you've made a few decisions lately which were a little loose." He dropped the case he was inventorying, holding up his hands. "You've done okay so far, but we're back at home now. Back under task force control. It's time to get back to what's right. You know what I mean?" I knew exactly what he meant. I was no longer an operator and thus was no longer in charge. He was telling me to back off and let the real operators take over. It hurt a great deal, exposing another wrinkle related to our little business. Good enough to get the job done under duress, but no longer worth a seat at the table when it was over. "Yeah," I said. "I get it. No issues." Buckshot said, "Pike, it's not—" I cut him off. "I fucking get it. Let's get this done so Jennifer and I can go home." We spent the next 4 hours going through the kit. The atmosphere decidedly strained. Jennifer got the worst of it, because she wasn't sure where she stood. I could tell she wanted to be anywhere but in that room. When we were finally done, Decoy said, "I'll get you guys out." He paused, then said, "Pike, I didn't mean what you think I meant. I know what you've done for this organization, you're a damn legend. It's just that I'm now a nobody. Save the speeches. And we don't need you to show us out. If my feeble memory serves, we don't have to have badges to leave the building." Jennifer looked appalled, like she was seeing a family self-destruct and wanted to stop it. We left without another word, going down the stairwell to the 3rd floor. When I exited there, instead of continuing down, she said, "Where are you going?" "I need to check something out. Just hold fast. I'll be back in a jiffy." "Pike, what are you doing?" "Nothing. Just checking something out." I left her and headed back to the secret cell. When I entered, Vic looked at me with distaste, but Holly smiled. "Well," Vic said, "here you go. Everything with a Muslim angle. Thanks for wasting our time." Jesus, does everyone here hate me? "Did you find anything interesting?" Holly said, "Not really, but see for yourself." She handed me a sheaf 2 inches thick. "Can I take this with me? Is it classified?" "Nope. It's only for official use. But nothing more than you'd get as a police officer. They're all yours." "Thanks. I appreciate it. You guys have a phone number where I can get you?" "I'm probably not coming back in here due to operational constraints, but I may need your help again." Vic looked at me suspiciously, but Holly said, "Sure, here's our internal number. It's good for another 5 days. After that, I don't know what it'll be. You know how the task force changes numbers every 5 seconds. I smiled. "Yeah, I know. Nothing like operational security to impede operational success." Holly smiled back. "You said it. What a pain in the ass." She hesitated a moment, then said, "Look, I'm not trying to be mean, but don't use that number unless it's important. We do have real work going on." So much for my operator mystique. "Yeah, sure. I won't bug you unless it's important." I left them and returned to Jennifer, patiently waiting in the hallway. "Let's get out of here. I've got some stuff I want you to look at. See what you can see." Going down the stairs, she said, "Pike, I think you took all of that upstairs a little hard. They weren't saying anything bad. We're just the cover organization. You said that yourself when you got me to agree." I stopped walking and turned around. "I don't give a shit about any of that. Those damn terrorists are inside the United States and nobody seems to care. Because there's some ridiculous line about domestic operations. Because of it, someone's going to die." I started walking again. She said, "What are you planning to do?" "Nothing as it stands. I have these reports to go through and I'd like you to help me." 30 minutes later, we were inside a hotel room near the courthouse on Clarendon Boulevard, the documents spread out on a table. Jennifer said, "What am I looking for?" "I have no idea. I'm hoping for a Son of Sam moment. We can get something we can use based on a traffic violation. Just see what you can find." I began wading through the reports, all of which pretty much outlined a bunch of bullshit Pakistani taxi drivers ripping off tourists. After 2 hours of going through them, I was about done. I saw nothing of any interest. I attempted to pass the next 5 to Jennifer, only to have her intently reading one of the earlier reports. "What? What do you see?" "It's a missing person report." "The one about the chick who had a mysterious boyfriend? What about?" "There's nothing there about the imam." "Yeah, but something the roommate said caught my eye. She said the boyfriend was in a Muslim cult. Why would she say that?" "Let me see it again." The report was fresh, mainly because the police wouldn't file a missing person request for 48 hours, which meant she'd been gone for close to 4 days. The roommate was hysterical in the report, claiming she knew the boyfriend was bad because he'd never allow himself to be seen. She believed something was strange about him, and when she'd confronted her roommate, she'd been rebuffed. The missing girl's last act was to go to her boyfriend's home and surprise him. The roommate was sure the boyfriend had killed her for some sort of cult purposes, and she had subsequently preserved the missing girl's room for forensic evidence, which the police had obviously done nothing with, given the number of missing person reports they received on a daily basis. She'd screamed about the case for damn near 4 days straight, with little forward progress. On the surface, the document showed nothing. Just another report like all of the other ones in front of me, snagged in the secret cell's search engine because of a tangential relationship to anything with the term Muslim. But Jennifer had caught something. The roommate's statement about a Muslim cult was a distinct turn of a phrase, and the man's actions clearly showed he had something to hide, something that was worth looking into. Chapter 65. I knocked on the door of the ranch-style house, shielding myself from the light drizzle that had begun to fall. Nobody came to answer. It was now 2 in the afternoon, and I had only about 3 hours to work with before the girl and the police report came home. I looked back at Jennifer in our rental car and smiled, wondering if I had lost my mind. I was preparing to knock again when it was opened by a middle-aged woman wearing what looked like a snuggy blanket robe. "Hi, I'm looking for Adam. I'm with J3 Special Operations at the Pentagon." She looked at me like I was an alien from another planet, then turned and hollered, "Pinky, it's for you." I prayed the man who came to the door would recognize me. If he didn't, I was dead in the water. I might be anyway, given what I was trying to convince him to do. Adam was on a biometric team. He was the closest thing the Taskforce had to the CSI element from television. Only his whole purpose was to catalog biometric data, not solve crimes. I'd worked with him a couple of times, but each one was under duress, during the middle of an operation, so we didn't do a lot of talking. I hoped he remembered me because he was the only one I could find who was on military leave, and thus probably at home instead of overseas or at Taskforce headquarters. The man who came to the door was about 5'4", pudgy and round. He pushed his glasses back onto his face and said, "Pike? What are you doing here?" "Woo. Hey, Adam, I've got a little problem and I need your help." 2 hours and 15 minutes later, I was picking the lock of the door from the police report, feeling the press of time. From what she'd said in her interview, the roommate worked until 5 each day at a gift shop, and we were closing in on that hour. It had taken me way longer than I'd liked to convince Adam to come with me, and then he'd needed to go to Taskforce headquarters to get his equipment, followed by the drive to Baltimore. I'd prayed he wouldn't encounter anyone from the team or Kurt while he was inside the Taskforce, knowing he'd come running back out with a security force to arrest me. Luckily, that hadn't happened. But Adam was decidedly antsy, clearly wondering if my bullshit story was true, which of course it wasn't. Getting to the apartment, I had given Jennifer a dual mission of early warning and Adam control, then had gone to work on the lock. It popped easily, making me think of Bull for a split second. Then we were inside. I went into the bedroom first, using an old Polaroid camera to get a plethora of pictures, taping each one at the position it was taken, so Adam could replace everything exactly like it was before we had entered. We were probably the only organization on the planet that used the dated technology, having to get our film from a nostalgia site on the web. When I was done, I let Adam go to work, scrubbing everything for any biometric elements he could find. We were out in 30 minutes, with a bunch of fingerprints and bags of several different hair samples for DNA. Nothing more, but enough. I dropped Adam off at Taskforce headquarters saying, "Process that stuff and get it to Holly. Have her run it. I need an answer by tomorrow morning." His face scrunched in confusion, because he thought I was going to drop him back at his house and his warm little snuggy blanket, probably wondering how his decision to take 2 weeks of leave at home instead of Disneyland had gone so badly for him. I held our handshake a little longer than was comfortable for him. "Don't fuck me on this. Get it done and I'll buy you a beer. Or a milkshake, whatever you want." He nodded and walked into the building, in what looked like a daze. I called Holly. "Hey, Adam's coming up. Look for him. He's got some biometric stuff he's going to process. Then I need you to run it against everything you've got." "What the hell are you talking about? From where?" "Don't worry about it. Just do it as a favor to me, please. There's a chance the stuff will ping in our database or some police one. You can access the imam's fingerprints, right? Didn't he get arrested in Canada?" "Pike, it's close to 6 o'clock right now. It'll take him at least 4 hours to process before I get it, and that's just the fingerprints. You're talking about an all-nighter." "Holly, it's important. You get a hit, and you'll finally get that 12-pack I owe you. One more thing. Don't tell Kurt you're doing it." "Damn it, Pike. You're going to owe me more than a 12-pack.
Rafik watched Keyshawn test the circuit on the M57, then simulate initiating the explosively formed penetrator. He was impressed with Keyshawn's attention to detail, and mulled over the decision he had to make. Since the loss of Adnan in Budapest, he'd been debating the makeup of the teams, feeling the need to wait for Camille to arrive before initiating the attack, so that each prison recruit would have at least one trusted Arab with him. But both Keyshawn's and Carl's actions had begun to convince him that they could travel alone, that they could be trusted to accomplish the mission, with Farouk and the Imam going with the other 2 men. Keyshawn rolled up the wire to the M57 and walked to Rafik, the faltering sunlight streaming through the garage windows becoming overshadowed by the flicker of the harsh fluorescent bulbs overhead. "How many more men still need to train?" Rafik considered lying, but told the truth. "None. We finished today." Keyshawn's face flashed surprise. "You've given the men their targets, like you did me, and they have their explosives?" "Yes." "So when do we strike?" "If everyone makes it back home okay and goes to work tomorrow as a normal day. Then perhaps tomorrow. If we have any issues with returning to work, we wait a day. The key is to conduct the attacks simultaneously. That is imperative." "Why are you so fired up about returning to work? We have the targets. Shit, in most cases I'm hitting the same substations you had me sketch, so it's not like I can't find them. I can't speak for the other teams or their companies, but in my case, BGE will have a GPS on my truck. Seems like a stupid risk. The Americans always want to question, to fight decisions. Perhaps I'm wrong about letting him go as an individual. After the first few attacks, the authorities will react. I cannot predict how, but they will try to stop us. Your company truck, along with the trucks maintained by the companies the other teams work for, will be the subterfuge that allows success. It may be the only edge we get. That's bullshit. If they figure out what's going on, it'll be no effort at all to track us down. Shit, we'll be helping them. Keyshawn, you have proven to be dedicated. But listen to me, please. If not because you trust me, then at least based on my experience. The chances of them penetrating our cell are much less than them extrapolating what we're after. They can't possibly protect every substation, but we might be unlucky enough to run into one that is protected after we start. Your truck will allow you to bypass." Keyshawn said nothing. Rafik considered his next words, toying with confirming that he himself would be Keyshawn's partner, and that the attack would have to wait until Camille arrived to be Carl's partner. But he was afraid that the time delay would cause discovery of the Trojan horse virus that Keyshawn and the others had embedded in the power company systems. After obtaining the explosives, he'd ordered it activated, and now it was only a matter of time before it was found. Without it, they would fail, since the grid would be able to automatically detect fluctuations and reallocate power at the speed of a computer. The virus would take that out of the equation, leaving the process manually done, at the speed of a human trying to blindly assess how to staunch the bleeding. He broached the subject gently. "I'm thinking of sending Carl by himself. Do you think he could do that, without any guidance from my men?" Keyshawn considered for a moment, then nodded. "Yeah, he's ready. With his military background, he won't have any problems." "What about his commitment? You mean because of what happened at AP Hill? I wouldn't worry about that. He was in jail for robbing a liquor store. They only got him on the robbery because of some sort of screw-up with the prosecution. But he killed 3 people in cold blood in a getaway. He developed a sense of justice based on your own chaplain's teachings. But it won't interfere. He'll do what needs to be done." Rafik nodded. "And what about you? Can you get it done as well?" Keyshawn stared at him, the implication sinking in. "I thought you were my partner on this. I'm going alone? If you think you can, tell me if that's not the case." Keyshawn grinned, the thought of doing something to justify Beth's sacrifice hitting him at his core. "I can do it. In fact, I work better alone. Go home and get a good night's rest. If I'm contacted by all teams tonight, tomorrow will be a glorious day." Gazing out of the window, thinking of Beth, Keyshawn whispered, "Judgment Day."
Chapter 66. I awoke, groggy, unsure what the ringing was, but sure of one thing. It was annoying the hell out of me. The clock told me it was 6:30 in the morning. Way too early to be awake now that I was no longer in the military. I sat up in time to see Jennifer snatch my cell phone off of the table between our double beds. Yeah, he's right here." She handed it to me with a quizzical look, saying, "Some woman named Holly?" I grabbed the phone. "You got a hit? The prince ended up being the imam?" "No, Pike, they didn't, which is why I'm calling to wake you up to share some of the pain. The prince came up in an AFIS database in New York as belonging to an ex-con. Thanks for keeping me up all night." Shit, nothing. Well, why did he spike as a Muslim? No idea. Probably because the roommate's crazy. The ex-con's been out on parole for 3 years. He was in for gang violence. Accessory to murder for a couple of thugs that deserved to die anyway. He's a black guy, not Arabic. Done his time in Attica and has apparently done okay because his rap sheet's clean since his release. Sorry. Attica? Something about the prison gave me pause, but I couldn't put my finger on it. Hey, don't we have some terrorists in prison up at Attica? Why does that jail ring a bell with me? Yeah, we've got some terrorists up there, all right, but the Christian kind. That's where that asshole Cyrus Mace is being held. The guy who allegedly masterminded the theft of C4 at AP Hill. I bolted upright. Way too much of a coincidence. Holly, I need you to stay there. I'm on my way. Pike, screw that. I've wasted enough time on your wild goose chases. I'm going home and going to bed. It'll be hard enough explaining my absence today without telling everyone I was freelancing for you. Holly, please, give me an hour. 1 hour. After that, you can go. I'll buy you a case of that local brew you like so much, the expensive shit. I heard nothing for a moment then. 1 hour. And it's starting right fucking now. I hung up and immediately dialed Retro at his hotel, waking him up as well. Hello? He was definitely annoyed. He was supposed to be on downtime after the deployment, and itching to get back home to his family in North Carolina, only waiting on final debriefings and other paperwork before he was released. Oh well, dive right in. It's Pike, I need a favor. Shit, what now? It's not even 7 in the damn morning. I need to get into the Force headquarters again, right now. 58 minutes later, I was sitting inside the secret cell with everyone but Jennifer oozing venom. Retro had to pull in buckshot to get me access, and neither was very happy at the loss of rack time. For her part, Holly was packing her bags, getting ready to leave. Holly, come on, 10 more minutes. We can't talk to anyone at the prison until 8. You leave now and the whole thing is wasted. I need your undercover brother cop connections. An hour? Sorry, I'm out of here. Retro spoke up. Holly, I'm the last guy who would defend Pike's stupid antics, but he did get us out of bed this morning. Make it worth our while. When it ends up being nothing, we can all beat him to death. Holly, eyes red and hair greasy, looked at him, then at me. She threw her hands up. All right, one phone call. She pointed her finger at me. But you now owe me dinner at the restaurant of my choice. You got it, I said. We waited until the clock struck 8, then she dialed. Before anyone answered, I said, we need to get a handle on this guy. Find out what he was doing at the prison. See if anything's strange, anything at all. She held up her hand. Shut up. Put it on speaker? She did. She spent a couple of minutes verifying her credentials, going through the cop talk lingo until the man on the other end was comfortable with the conversation. Eventually, she worked her way around to the ex-con, but the guy had no idea about him. He pulled the convict's records, which didn't tell us anything at all, except that he'd been a troublemaker when he arrived, but settled down into a rhythm, where he became a model inmate, earning parole. I whispered, we need someone who worked with him, someone who knows him personally. Holly glared but made the request. The man on the phone said, if he was released 3 years ago, I'm not sure anyone will remember. We do have quite a few inmates, you know. I heard him shuffling papers on his desk. Then he said, well, Bobby was on his block during that time, and he's still here. Want to talk to him? Holly stared daggers at me, letting me know that we were now wasting the time of people in a different state. Please, if you don't mind. A few minutes later, a deep baritone came on. This is Bobby. How can I help you? Holly went through her descriptions again, and waited to be told this was a waste of time. Bobby said, oh yeah, I remember him. A real badass when he showed up. It calmed right down. He ended up being a pretty good guy. I know everyone wants to bitch about Muslims nowadays, but we got a chaplain here who calmed down a whole crew of killers like him. I'll tell you, I'm all for that religion if it keeps the peace in here. Unlike that fucker Cyrus, spouting all his hate and stirring things up. I felt an electric jolt. So did everyone else in the room. Holly continued, no longer pissed. What do you mean? He was in a prayer group? Yeah, him and about 20 others. A group of them, 4 or 5, really took it seriously. We had to get special permission for the chaplain to come more than he was scheduled for those guys. It was a no-brainer, since racial violence was subsiding no matter how much Cyrus tried to stir it up. Who's the chaplain? Is he still there? Can we talk to him? Unfortunately, no. He was a volunteer and quit coming about a month ago. Too bad, really. Violence is back up now. This is it. I cut in. Bobby, how many of that small group are still in prison? Just one. The rest were paroled because of good behavior. Last one about a year ago. I wrote down on a piece of paper, get the records of the parolees. All 4. Holly nodded, getting switched back over to the administrator. In 15 minutes, we split up the list, calling each parole officer in 4 separate states. All 4 ex-cons were now model citizens, with each parole officer gushing the praises of their wards. All 4 worked for the main power company in the state where they resided. They're going to hit the grid. I said, collate that information into a single sheet, names, addresses, supervisors, and anything else we can use to pin them down. Holly went to work. Retro said, "What are you going to do?" "Find Kurt. Get this out right now. We may already be too late." "Kurt's at the Oversight Council, trying to get Omega authority for an asshole in Oman." Damn it. Another place I wasn't allowed anymore. More bureaucracy to fight through. The good news was that everyone who was anyone in the U.S. government would be there. Well, they're about to shift gears. That guy in Oman is nowhere near the threat we're facing now.
Chapter 67. Keyshawn drove down the deserted dirt road and pulled the truck alongside his beat-up Honda Civic. He got out and began to transfer the loaded EFPs and other equipment. He'd decided to ignore Rafiq's orders about using the BGE vehicle, feeling more secure in his own car. He had been pleased when he was told he was on his own, because he thought driving the company truck with an Arabic imposter wearing a BGE uniform was absolute stupidity. Others might blindly follow Rafiq's orders, but Keyshawn refused to do so. The transfer complete, he continued down the road to his first target, a substation in the middle of nowhere, one that he'd sketched a month ago. He pulled the car around the back, hiding it in the wood line, then broke out the aiming tripod, his first EFP, and the M57 firing device from the trunk. He found the same line of sight he had sketched before, and aimed the EFP through the chain-link fence to the extremely high-voltage transformer within. He attached the two wires from the blasting cap to the M57, then tested the circuit. He got a green light. Placing the cap in the well for the EFP, he spooled the wire out to its maximum extension, having no idea how big the explosion would be. He crouched behind a large pine tree and took 3 deep breaths, looking at the M57 clacker in his hand. Here we go. He placed it between both hands and rapidly began to click the handle. On the third stroke, the air was split by an explosion, but there was little debris thrown his way. He turned and looked around the tree. The tripod lay on the ground, with the EFP tray vaporized. A small cloud of dust lingering in the air is the only reminder that it had existed. He walked out, searching the giant transformer for damage. He saw a hole in the chain-link fence and a large tear in the metal sheath of the EHVT. Nothing else. He wondered if he'd screwed up, if maybe he'd failed to set up the EFP correctly. Then he noticed a silence for the first time. He'd thought it was because of the deafening noise of the explosion, but he could hear birds chirping in the distance. What he couldn't hear was the hum of electricity flowing into the substation. He smiled. One down.
Chapter 68. I impatiently waited at the gate to the west wing of the White House, trying to get inside the parking area of the old executive office building, where the Oversight Council had convened. As expected, it had turned into an enormous pain in the ass, with me getting pissed off enough to want to start ripping heads. Jennifer, who'd come along, kept me calm while sweet-talking the guard there so I wasn't arrested. Eventually, we were cleared for entrance. As I pulled into a parking space, I saw Kurt come out the side door of the building. He didn't look happy. "What the hell are you doing, Pike? I told you to go home. Why are you still here? We're in a very delicate phase in Oman, and with the election shenanigans, your bullshit might cost us Omega authority with the Council." I jumped out of the car. "Sir, I know what the terrorists are up to. It's not Cyrus Mace, and it's not a bunch of skinheads. It's the terrorists from Egypt, and they're about to try to destroy our electrical grid." The comment brought him up short. He looked at me for a second, trying to decide if I was nuts or worth the risk to bring into the hallowed hall of the Oversight Council. He shook his head. "I'm going to regret this. Follow me." We entered the conference room, and even I was a little awed by the talent around the table, starting with President Warren at the head. All were looking at me expectantly, except Brookings, the Secretary of State. He was glowering like he wanted to castrate me. President Warren said, "Hello, Pike. I understand you have something you urgently want to tell us." I wasted no time spilling out everything I had found. The information caused a ripple in the room. Nobody said a word for a minute, all trying to assimilate the intel. I ended with, "You need to let my team loose. Let us go get them." That caused Brookings to come out of his coma. "Bullshit. No way is Project Prometheus doing anything domestically. We have law enforcement for this. They're already tracking the Cyrus Mace angle, with a manhunt for the explosives underway. All we have to do is redirect them." I went from him to the president to Kurt. "No offense, but it took me damn near an hour to just get inside here. There's no way you can get the correct information into the system in time to stop this." "Stop what?" Brookings said. "We have no indication you're right. Just your say-so. Even if it's true, the attack may be days away. We have plenty of time to stop it." President Warren raised his hand, causing everyone to shut up. "First, let's get this information out. Right now." He pointed at Alexander Palmer, the National Security Officer. "Track these guys and see what they find." Palmer started to leave the room when I held out the document Holly had created, saying, "Sir, here. This is law enforcement speak." President Warren said, "Kurt, what do you think?" Kurt said, "We need to get an assessment of our vulnerabilities. Figure out what they're actually going to hit. The grid's a big fucking thing. We need to neck it down instead of randomly guessing what they're planning to hit." President Warren nodded, turning to the director of the CIA. "Get that egghead you had briefed me a year ago on infrastructure vulnerabilities. The guy from the National Academy of Sciences. VTC him in here." We waited while the video teleconferencing bridge was established, me pacing back and forth while we wasted time. Eventually, the Tandberg Secure VTC came to life, with the guy on the other end looking exactly like the stereotypical absent-minded professor. Wild hair, Coke bottle glasses, and a twitchy demeanor. All he was missing was a white lab coat and a pocket protector. He said, "Hello, sir. To what do I owe the pleasure of this call?" President Warren got right to the point. "You gave me a briefing on our critical vulnerabilities last year, but I need some specifics on the power grid. If a terrorist group was going to attack that, how could they do the most damage?" "Well, that depends on what they bring to the table. I mean, if they had an airplane, they could fly it into a nuclear plant, or if they had car bombs, they could—" Warren cut him off. "We don't have time for this. Say they have multiple small teams with explosive packets and the means to penetrate any security. What would they hit?" The egghead looked nonplussed for a moment, clearly wanting to pontificate for a while, but brought up short by the urgency in the president's voice. "Well, the best thing to hit would be our extremely high-voltage transformers. You knock those out, and certain areas would be out of power for a while. But there's no way to systematically bring down the entire grid. After 2003, we started going to smart grid technology. They could do some damage, but the grid's fairly self-healing." President Warren said, "What about our nuclear facilities? Seems like that would be the logical place to hit." "Yes, sir, in a perfect world, but every nuclear plant has an enormous amount of security, and not just from someone who intentionally means harm. We built those things to withstand hurricanes, earthquakes, and anything else that can be thrown against them. In fact, the sites themselves do have to withstand a certain level of plane crash. The biggest problem with hitting a nuclear facility is our own government. After the Japanese tsunami and the troubles they had with their 2 plants, any attack, no matter how small, will cause the NRC's Nuclear Security and Incident Response Office to shut down the reactor until we can be sure it is safe. The event would bring about some economic damage, but recoverable fairly quickly. Trust me, they can't harm a nuclear plant." President Warren said, Fairly quickly is a worthless phrase, especially in today's economy. They poke enough nuclear plants, and the impact would be catastrophic even if every attack was a failure. The egghead continued. I wouldn't worry about a nuclear facility if you really want to know what's going to hurt. As I said, the EHVTs are the way to go. President Warren said, Why? It's just a piece of equipment. Why is that so bad? Because we don't have any spares. What do you mean? EHVTs are enormous things made one at a time, with most being made for a specific power system. They aren't built all the same, sort of like a carburetor in a car. You can't go to the Napa auto store and say, give me a carburetor. You have to give the make and model of the car. EHVTs are the same, except there aren't any Napas to buy them at, and they take 6 months to build. We don't do that in America anymore. All EHVTs are made overseas with a backlog for 6 months. Most U.S. energy companies keep a couple on hand, but if you took out more than we had to spare, you'd permanently alter our ability to provide power to an area. President Warren said, So that's what they'd hit, the EHVTs? That would be my guess, but even then, it's small potatoes. Taking them out individually would cause local power outages, but what you'd really want is a shutdown of the entire grid, with the EHVTs being the linchpin. That can't happen anymore. Why? Because, like I said, we've made the grid smart. When the scientist saw he wasn't convincing anyone, he began speaking to us like we were children. Look, the country is split into 3 zones, the Eastern, Western, and Texas interchanges. It should be neat, but it's really not. Even between these zones, there are interchanges. And in fact, as we saw in 2003, our system impacts other countries, such as Canada. The problem with all of this is that electricity is an instant demand. We don't store it like oil. It's produced and used instantly. The demand is constantly fluctuating, with the grid providing the response. If you interrupt that flow, you cause a ripple effect. If one substation that's used to distribute power is taken offline, then the burden is switched to another substation. If you take out that substation as well, you overpower the next substation tasked with taking on the additional burden, and it takes itself offline before it does damage to itself. When that happens, the entire flow is shifted to another station, with exponential effects. Eventually, every single substation shuts down because it can't handle the flow, like what happened in 2003. I spoke up. You keep mentioning 2003. Forgive me, but I was out of the country for most of that year. What do you mean? The egghead focused on me like I was a simpleton and said, The blackout of 2003? You don't remember that? I wasn't here, and had other things to worry about, like getting shot at. Well, I was getting to it anyway, because it's why we don't really have to worry about an attack against the grid anymore. Believe it or not, in 2003, a tree branch caused one high-voltage power line to short out. Then, what I just described happened. The northeastern seaboard, along with sections of Canada, went without power for 3 days at an estimated cost of $10 billion, along with a lot of deaths. I said, Why don't we need to worry about that now? Because we learned from that experience and developed solutions. The old system simply shunted all power to the next available substation, which eventually became overpowered. Now we have a smart grid, wherein the system itself tests where best to put the load, then does so. No single substation is overpowered. I said, So even if you took out the EHVTs, you wouldn't cause a blackout? Oh, you'd cause a blackout, but not nationwide. It would be restricted to the area that was serviced. Still bad, but nothing like 2003. I said, Just say they could do it. That they could overcome your smart grid. What are we looking at? Well, they can't. So it's like asking what would happen if dinosaurs were to attack your house. I was starting to lose my temper, and my tone betrayed that. The President of the United States is asking, what would happen? He snapped back at my sharpness, along with everyone else in the room. He paused for a moment, then said truculently, "Well, if by some black magic they could cause a blackout, it would be catastrophic. If they attacked the Eastern Exchange and brought the EHVTs offline and managed to shunt the power linearly, it would shut down the entire eastern seaboard for months. Extrapolating from the 3-day blackout, you'd be looking at losses in the hundreds of billions of dollars and a huge loss of life, from simple traffic accidents to hospital deaths. But I'm telling you, that can't happen." I looked at Kurt. The terrorists would know that. They wouldn't put this much time and effort into an attack without ensuring success. They spent years recruiting American prisoners, then placing them inside power companies. The theft of EFPs was very well thought out and geared toward this attack. We're missing something. You need to turn my team loose. We're the only ones who know what we're up against. The only ones who believe. The egghead on the screen heard me and became shrill. "Mr. Whoever you are, I'm sure you believe there's a threat. But from where I'm at, I can tap into the power flow of the entire country. I can reach any interchange with the touch of a keyboard. We've put an enormous amount of effort into fixing the system. It's ad hoc, but still better than anywhere else in the world. Doomsday just isn't going to happen. Not unless the terrorists have found a way to go back in time 10 years. Kurt began to say something, and the lights went out.
Chapter 69. Rafik paid his $5 and pulled around into a small parking lot adjacent to a pond, seeing a trail wind into the forest across a wooden walkway. It had taken him close to 2 hours to reach the Calvert Cliffs State Park from downtown Baltimore, and during that time his pay-as-you-go track phone had vibrated 4 times. 4 text messages stating success. 4 in 2 hours. Much faster than he had anticipated. If they kept up this pace, the grid would reach critical mass within 6 hours. He had planned on 10, assuming he would lose one team eventually. In truth, in the back of his mind, he had planned on failure. Maybe coming to this park won't end up necessary after all. He was surprised at the number of people in the park and wondered why they weren't at work or school. Couples leaving to hike the trails with day packs, families with picnic baskets, and lone fossil hunters with trowels, buckets, and brushes headed to the shore of the Chesapeake Bay, 2 miles away. He had done the research on the park on the internet, convinced the place would be deserted, and now wondered about his ability to stay for the duration of the attack. Looking at it logically, he decided there wasn't a threat. Lots of cars were parked around him, and probably would be until the park closed at sunset. The only implication was that he wouldn't be able to sit inside his vehicle without drawing attention to himself. No matter, you need to conduct a reconnaissance anyway. He slung a day pack over his shoulder, the water bottles inside, making it sag awkwardly, and walked to a map tacked inside a display case. He saw that the trail he was parked in front of led straight east, to the shore and the fossil cliffs. That wouldn't do. He needed one that went north to his target. He located 3 other trails, all longer, that went north, then wound back to the east, starting at another lot farther into the park. He debated walking, but then decided that he didn't want to traverse the entire parking area loaded down with explosives if he was forced to execute this plan until he posed a detriment to the very existence of the Taskforce. A classified organization operating outside the bounds of U.S. law, it couldn't risk having a loose cannon as an operator. At Pike's request, Kurt had cut him free. A year later, after Pike had averted a terrorist threat, Kurt asked him to return to the Taskforce, but he had refused. Instead, he had broached a crazy scheme of starting a business with Jennifer as a partner. A business that the Taskforce would use to facilitate their operations. It would be just another cover organization, like the myriad of other ones the Taskforce used on a daily basis, from corporate air charters to shell boating companies, but with a distinct difference. This one would be run by operators. Kurt had thought the idea of a cover organization with a full-on operator at the helm had merit, and had agreed. Once that happened, Pike had sprung the assessment request. Kurt had drawn the line at that, but Pike was relentless. Kurt had finally given in, and Pike had spent the better part of a year teaching Jennifer a host of skills to get her ready. At first, the men had all just grumbled. When Pike finagled her into the same hostile environment tradecraft course that the men attended, the grumbling got louder. Teaching her some hand-to-hand was one thing. Pushing people out of the way so she could do HETC was something else. When he began to teach her to shoot, it grew into a howl. If she makes it through the next 10 minutes, people are going to scream like a baby. Kurt smiled at the thought, glancing up as a man entered his office. "What's going on, Mike?" Kurt knew Mike was tracking the assessment just like he was, probably down to the second. "You tell me, sir. Where's Pike's protégé?" "She made it to the House of Pain, the last hurdle." Jesus, Pike must have swayed it in her favor. When Mike saw Kurt scowl, he backpedaled. "Just kidding. I know it's legit. You got a call on the unclassified military line in the Ops Center." "Who is it?" "Some colonel from the embassy in Cambodia. Want me to transfer it?" "Yeah, go ahead." Kurt picked up the phone, wondering who on earth would be calling him from Cambodia. The line was rerouted from the Pentagon, so whoever was calling was dialing Kurt's cover job as a staff weenie in the J3 Special Operations Division of the Joint Staff. It could be anybody with a Pentagon phone book. He identified himself and asked how he could be of assistance. After the first sentence, he forgot all about assessment. Chapter 6. Jennifer stopped in the doorway to let her eyes adjust to the gloom of the sleazy roadside saloon. It wasn't that impressive. Just a large open area with a smattering of chipped tables and the overpowering smell of stale beer. To her front was a cheap pine bar that ran down the length of the room, dead-ending into the wall. The ceiling had no tiles, just open rafters made of 2x4s. The wall behind the bar didn't even extend to the top, looking like it had been made as an afterthought, with a 4-foot gap between it, the roof, and the room beyond. Not counting the bartender, there were 5 other people in the bar, all men, and all staring at her. One of these guys should be the contact. She waited for a pregnant second, hoping someone would approach. She really didn't want to use her vetting phrase on a stranger. When nobody looked up, she went up to the bartender and got his attention. He looked at her like he'd just wiped something off his shoe, but came over. "You lost?" I don't think so. I'm looking for someone." The bartender simply stood mute. One of the men ambled over and took a seat next to her. "Shit. I'm going to have to say it. Stupid Taskforce humor." She glanced at the man on the bar stool, then back at the bartender. Swallowing hard, she said, "Maybe you can help. I'm looking for an inbred redneck with shit for brains." She ran. Better to get as close as possible. He returned to the car and wound through the park, passing shelters and picnic tables, all overloaded with people. He found the area he wanted, right next to a gravel access road labeled for emergency vehicles only. There were no parking spots available, but he noticed that others had taken to parking wherever there was space, with an apparent disregard for marked spots, which would work better for him. He pulled right into a grassy area at the trailhead, parking in the shade of a stand of hardwoods, and killed the engine. He debated for a few seconds about taking his sidearm, then decided against it, sliding it under the driver's seat. If he was stopped, the pistol would only confirm suspicions. The minute he fired a shot, the mission would be over. Better for him to talk his way out of trouble. As he entered the trailhead, he compared himself to the other visitors and was pleased to see he blended in fine. Some were carrying larger rucksacks, which he would have to do to carry the EFP toward his target, should his primary plan fail, a contingency that was looking more and more remote. He walked up the access road alongside 3 couples headed the same way. Feeling self-conscious, he tried to act interested in the flora and fauna, using a cheap digital camera as a prop. Eventually, the couples split off onto the shorter trails, with him sticking to the longest because it continued north toward his target. When it began to traverse to the east, he split off, marking the point on his GPS. He continued straight through the forest, hiking on the bearing he had set in his GPS earlier. He felt his phone vibrate inside the pack and rapidly pulled it out, anxious to see which of the 4 had managed to conduct a second attack so soon. He pushed the button for text messaging and stared at the phone in disbelief. It was the Imam's team in Pennsylvania, and they weren't texting success. Chapter 70. Inside the conference room, the cacophony of voices shouting in the dim light of the emergency illumination was giving President Warren a headache. He rubbed his forehead, then ordered everyone to be quiet until the generator could kick in. 3 minutes later it did, with the fluorescent bulbs flickering back to life. The cacophony grew again, as one by one the members of the council began to raise their voices to be heard. "Quiet," he said again. When everyone was still, he said, "Okay, one at a time. Quit shouting over each other." While the council members waited to be called on, Pike took the opportunity to start. "Sir, they're at it now. You need to let me go. Turn my team loose. There's no way the police are going to be able to react in time. They don't have the assets of the Taskforce, and we don't have the time to waste." Secretary Brookings said, "You aren't even a member of this council. I demand you remain silent unless asked to speak." President Warren spoke to the director of the CIA. "Get that egghead back online. We need to assess what's happening." Brookings continued, "Sir, you can't consider using Project Prometheus domestically. That was the one sacrosanct thing on which we all agreed, no matter what the consequences. That cure is worse than the disease. I'm not considering anything at this point. I need more information." The Tandberg came to life, with the mad scientist now looking like he was going to throw up. President Warren said, "Well, what's going on with the grid?" It's being hit all over the Northeast. We've got multiple substations down, with others falling fairly rapidly due to the shifting of the load." "What the fuck happened to your smart grid?" "I don't know. They're checking now. Early assessments are a Trojan horse virus. It definitely knocked out our early warning and looks like it's affected a majority of our real-time automated shunting." "Speak English. What's that mean?" "It means the power's being shifted linearly, like the old days, directly from one substation to another. We're trying to manually redirect the flow, but without the alarm system, we're simply guessing. We're doing our best to mitigate, but if we keep losing substations, we're going to have a massive fault in the grid." He shifted his feet back and forth, waiting to be dismissed. President Warren said, "What do you mean by fault? How massive?" We're going to lose the entire Eastern Exchange. The largest blackout in history." It grew so quiet the president could hear the drone of the lights. Pike grabbed the remote, muting the VTC screen to prevent the scientist from hearing what he said. "For Christ's sake, sir," he said, "let me go. Just me. I won't take a team, and I'll protect you. I'll take the fall. Nobody has to find out about the Taskforce. I'm a private citizen. I won't say a word, and you can put me in jail when it's done. I don't care. But don't let this happen by doing nothing." Alexander Palmer entered the room, saying, "We got one. The guy working for Pennsylvania Power and Light tracked his GPS and pulled him over like a routine traffic stop." President Warren said, "Are we sure they're terrorists?" Palmer smiled. "Oh, yeah. Guess who was with him? The disappearing Imam from Canada, Abdul Majid Mohammed, along with a trunk full of some kind of specialized explosives." Brookings said, "There, see? Law enforcement's doing fine." Pike said, "Bullshit. That's one fucking team. We have no idea how many are out there, and the only way to find out is to catch the leader, the killer from Egypt. He'll have a plan for failure, and he sure as shit doesn't have a GPS on his car." Palmer saw the intercom on the table blinking and held up his finger. I told them to patch in any updates. Hang on for a second. He pressed the button and said, "This is Palmer. Go ahead." A tinny voice came through. "We tracked the GPS of the guy working at Baltimore Gas and Electric. His truck was parked down a deserted dirt road, empty. The guy working for Pepco here in D.C. doesn't have a GPS on his truck, but the supervisor's trying to locate him. In some good news, the guy who works for Dominion Power is being tracked right now. He's outside of Richmond, in a rural area. We have men posted at the only substation along his route with an EHVT. Can you patch their radio in here?" "Yeah, stand by." 30 seconds later, they could hear the Virginia State Trooper talking to his dispatch. "I got a Dominion truck headed my way. I can see it down the hill." "Roger. Be advised. The suspects are considered armed and dangerous." "Roger. Don't worry. I've handled skinheads before." Pike said, "What's he talking about? He's confused. He thinks he's still tracking the Phoenix order." Palmer held up his hand, getting Pike quiet so they could monitor the radio traffic. "He turned on the access road. Must be the guy. He's seen me and stopped. I'm sending Billy down to him. Stand by." Everyone in the conference room held their breath, waiting. Finally, the trooper came back on. "False alarm. This guy's black. He's not a skinhead." A muted crack came through the speaker, followed by random static. Then the trooper came back on, screaming, "Officer down! Officer down! I need—" Nothing more came out. Pike broke the silence. "They have no idea what they're up against, sir. Manhunting is what I do, and I'm fucking good at it. Turn me loose." President Warren sat in silence, feeling the weight of the decision. Wondering if he crossed the line, could he ever go back? He considered what Pike had said earlier, realizing that Pike thought the only thing riding on the decision was the fear of Taskforce discovery, and the subsequent fallout to everyone in the room. He didn't seem to grasp the peril of an organization like the Taskforce operating on U.S. soil. He returned Pike's expectant gaze. "A good man, but a predator, a menace to our way of life. A menace I created." The scientist on the VTC spoke up. "Substation 416 outside of Richmond just went offline, causing a string of shutdowns. We're at 70%. We lose 7 more by attack, and it's unrecoverable." Pike said, "Sir." President Warren watched the scientist fidget on the screen for a moment, then looked Pike in the eye. "Go." Brookings' mouth fell open in disbelief. Nobody in the room said a word, the implications of the decision speaking for itself. President Warren watched Pike scramble to get out the door, a predator now free to slaughter by any means he chose. A predator I might have to put down. He put his head in his hands, hating the decision he had just made.
Chapter 71. Jennifer and I crawled our way back to Taskforce headquarters. The gridlock caused by the lack of stoplights, turning a 10-minute trip into 30. I got sick of waiting and swung onto the sidewalk, blasting my horn at the pedestrians in front of me. Jennifer threw her hand up to the roof and stomped down on the imaginary brake pedal. "Jesus, Pike, what are you doing?" "Getting us to headquarters. Call Retro. Have him standing by to get us in." She pulled out her phone, slapping the dash at every close call I had. After she hung up, she said, "I'm coming with you." I considered the offer. I could definitely use the help, but I knew there was little chance we could do this clean. If she came, odds were she'd be prosecuted right along with me, because there was no doubt I was going to break the law. "No, you're not, Jennifer. I'm going way, way out on this. Trust me. You don't want to be a part of it." "Yes, I do. I heard what's going on. I was in the room." "No, you don't. I'm probably going to do some things that make Cairo seem mild. You don't have the stomach for it." We were stopped by a throng of people exiting a metro station, forcing us to inch along, with them flowing behind the truck. And that's okay. The world needs more of you than they do of me. But right now, as much as you hate it, I'm the solution. She gave me a funny look, then turned to the window, watching the people wandering around with dazed expressions, all apparently wondering what they were going to do without the metro. "I don't know what I was before I met you, but I know what I am now, and it's not that. I used to be like them, safe and happy, while someone else kept me that way. Her next words caused my jaw to drop. You called me a meat-eater in Cairo after I killed the Chinese agent, and I hated you for it. Hated you for holding up the mirror. I didn't want to believe it. But that doesn't make it untrue. Those guys need to be stopped, and I'm the solution as well. She saw my disbelief and broke into a grin. What? I am what I am. You're the man to blame. I wasn't sure if she honestly accepted what her statement meant, and there was still the problem of prosecution when this was done. There's no reason for both of us to go to jail. We made it through the crowd, and I swerved to avoid a moped that had hopped the sidewalk as well, forcing him to crash into a couple of plastic garbage cans. She slapped the dash again, saying, Nobody said we were going to jail for sure, but without me, you'll be charged with vehicular manslaughter. She smiled. Besides, I'm not in the government either, and I'm tied to you by our company. Whatever you do will impact that, and I need to protect the investment. Jennifer. She cut me off, growing serious again. Pike, remember that story you told me about sacrifice? How you always thought it was strange that plenty of men in the army would be willing to jump on a grenade and sacrifice their lives, but not so many would stand up for what's right if it meant sacrificing their career? This is the same thing. It's my choice. Wow, that's dirty, Poole, using my own words against me. Something had definitely shifted within her. I saw the determination on her face and gave up. As you wish. The words startled her for a split second. Then her face split into a grin. Damn right, as I wish. Pulling into the underground garage, I was surprised to see Decoy waiting outside the door. He smiled and gave us a thumbs up. Seconds later, I met him and Retro in the stairwell. Taking the steps two at a time, I said, What are you doing here? Helping you get a terrorist. Retro said, Me too. Buckshot's also waiting in ops. I exited on the second floor, moving straight to the communications cell. No, you're not going with me. Because you don't have the authority to operate domestically. Only I can do that. Retro said, What the hell are you talking about? I entered the communications cell, moving straight past the myriad of radios and telephone equipment to a back room lined with row after row of computer servers. I barked at the first person I saw. I need you to hack into the GPS tracking systems of the Dominion Power Company, and I need it done yesterday. The man at the computer stuttered for a second, then said, I can't do that. I'm not authorized to do anything to American networks. The President of the United States just authorized it, and if that's not good enough, I'm going to break every fucking finger on both of your hands until you're forced to hunt and peck with a permanent splint. His eyes wide, he nodded. I handed him the information on the Dominion truck, saying, I want a real-time fix on this transmitted to my phone within the next 5 minutes. I left without another word, moving up 2 flights to the team rooms and the weapons lockup. Retro and Decoy hot on my heels. 5 minutes later, I'd robbed one of the lockups of a full-size Glock 21, some handheld radios, and a Glock 30 subcompact, along with plenty of loaded magazines for both. When I handed Jennifer the subcompact on the way back down the stairs, Retro and Decoy about lost their mind. What the hell? She's coming with you? But you won't take us? I couldn't resist. She's coming because she trusts me. You two can wait on a real operator for your next mission. Decoy said, Come on, Pike, that's not fair. You take things too hard. You have to admit you leaned way, way out over the edge in Europe. We want to help. I stopped outside the door of the commo cell, seeing Buckshot coming down the hall. Look, here's the truth. Jennifer and I have made a deal with the devil. We'll go get this guy, but if any stink comes out of it, we get blamed. The president wasn't willing to use an official Taskforce team domestically. We're both civilians and easy to throw away. You guys aren't. You get rolled up in this, and you're going to be hung out to dry. Buckshot heard the tail end of the conversation and said, Maybe I'm okay with that. I'm from New York. Maybe I'll get to have a word with that asshole Cyrus Mace and his little white supremacist thing. I'm not sure traitors get put in state institutions, and that's what you'll be. I can't protect you. And I can guarantee I'm going to break quite a few laws to get these guys. I've already started." All three stood for a second before Decoy said, "We're in." I was surprised. "You guys haven't seen Leaning Over the Edge yet. You ready for that?" "No issues." I nodded. "Get your kit. Bring down the keys for 2 Suburbans from the Ops Center. Buckshot, you're going to stay here to make sure these techies break the law when I tell them to." "Why don't you leave Jennifer here for that?" He looked at her. "No offense." I opened the door, seeing a room full of techies all staring at me. "Because I'm going to need you to do things she's not capable of." Chapter 72. The 2 Suburbans chewed up the ground toward Richmond, going as fast as possible in the congestion of Interstate 95, spending most of the time throwing gravel on the shoulder to get around the traffic. Jennifer was driving, while I got a data dump from the scientist at the Oversight Council. It wasn't good. 4 more substations with EHVTs had been taken out, and we had at least 2 attackers on the loose without a way to find them. We've got to get a handle on the leader. Some way to track. The only thing we had going for us was that the cop killer was still driving his Dominion power truck. His track showed up less than 12 miles ahead, now outside of Spotsylvania, near the National Military Park. We exited at Highway 208 near Fredericksburg and began to hunt. We took a right on County Road 613 and passed through the park. Getting to the far side, I saw the truck ahead of us. "Retro, I've got him. We're going to take him out. Follow behind. When he's stopped, get out and smoke him." "You sure that's him? You want me to confirm?" "No. I just heard him kill 2 cops in cold blood. Don't waste your time trying to play Joe Friday. Kill him." "What about questioning?" "He won't respond to questions, and we don't have time to apply force. Get his phone. That will answer everything." I heard nothing back and added, "Retro, trust me. Put a bullet in that guy's head before he can do the same to you." "Roger." Jennifer heard the conversation and squinted at me, knowing I just ordered the extrajudicial execution of an American citizen. "What? We only have 2 or 3 substations left. This is how it's going to be. You want out? Say the word." She said, "What do you want me to do?" "Pit him. Just like happened to you at assessment. Bring his ass down." She pressed the gas, closing in on the truck. She brought the Suburban right behind his bumper, close enough for me to recognize an African American in the driver's seat. That's him. She flipped the blinker and began to pass. When she came abreast of his left rear tire, she swerved into it, slamming into the large truck with all the force the Suburban could muster. We became engaged in a battle of steel, his truck refusing to break contact with the road surface, and our Suburban grinding into it, trying to overcome gravity. "Push, damn it! Give it gas!" She floored the Suburban, and I saw the truck begin to move. We continued racing down the roadway locked together, with the back end of the truck moving in slow motion. We reached the crossover point, and the back end began to slide. Jennifer expertly controlled the wheel, forcing the rear end to swing around. Seconds later, we were shooting past the truck, spinning out of control. Jennifer slammed on the brakes, and I jumped out, running to the vehicle 70 meters behind. Retro had pinned the truck with his own Suburban and leapt out, Decoy right behind. The driver fiddled with something in the front seat, then exited with a yell, firing a pistol ineffectually at their advance. Retro and Decoy both pulled the trigger at the same time, splitting his head open. By the time I reached the vehicle, he was down, and absolutely dead. "Find his phone, get the numbers." I called Kurt. "We got one. Going to track the others with the numbers off his phone." Kurt said, "What do you mean, we?" "I've got Jennifer with me." I lied. "Tell the Virginia troopers they can collect the carcass that killed their men." I gave him our location and hung up. Decoy came up with the phone. "It's a pay-as-you-go. Only one number in it. What do you want to do?" I called Buckshot. "Put a techie on the line." I heard a faltering voice. "Hello?" I need a geolocation of a phone, and I need it in real time. Okay. Yeah, give me the number. I passed it to him. He came back on. This is a Conus number? I can't do anything with the domestic telephony. I'm sorry, it's illegal. Jesus Christ. Put on buckshot. He said, yeah. Hit him. What? Hit him in the face right now, then give him the phone. I heard a smack, then screaming. When the techie came back on, he was crying. Okay, now you're under duress. It isn't your fault. You were forced to track the phones. You understand? Yes, I understand. Get me the phone tracks right fucking now, or I'm going to have buckshot rip off your head. I hung up and began ripping through the power truck, looking for anything to give us a handle on the other two terrorists. Inside was a laptop computer displaying a news page on the blackout, enjoying his last 15 minutes of fame. There was nothing else. Retro called from the back. Found the EFPs. He's got 3 in here. So we stopped at least that many attacks. That's good, but not good enough. We need some way to track those guys. We only have 1 number, and at least 2 terrorists running around without GPS on their vehicles. Jennifer began going through the computer, looking for anything that might help us. She brought up the internet history, clicking on recent pages. As I watched the screen slowly load, the web page itself caused a flash of realization. It's talking to the internet, out here in the middle of nowhere. Jennifer, how's that computer? Began going through the computer, looking for anything that might help us. She brought up the internet history, clicking on recent pages. As I watched the screen slowly load, the web page itself caused a flash of realization. It's talking to the internet, out here in the middle of nowhere. Jennifer, how's that computer online? What's it using? She played with the keys for a second. Looks like an AT&T 3G connection. My phone rang. I interrupted the techie before he had a chance to say anything. Can you geolocate a company computer using the cell network to access the internet? Well, sure. Basically, it's dialing in just like a cell phone. What service? This one's AT&T, but I don't know about the one I need tracked. Well, AT&T is a GSM network, so all I need is the IMEI number from the device. What's an IMEI? Just a standardized number that identifies the device over the network? Every GSM cell phone has one. How do I find it? I can't explain it over the phone. I need to see the computer. Would there be records of that sort of thing at the company? Is that something a company would keep if they issued a bunch of laptops with this service? Yeah, someone would have the number in case the computer was stolen. They'd want to turn off the service. Put Buckshot on the line. When he came on, I told him to put a fire under the analysts, finding out if Pepco had computer hookups like Dominion, and if they did, to find an IMEI of the computer the ex-con had in his truck. I knew he'd have it on, doing the same thing as the man we'd just killed, enjoying the destruction he was unleashing. He clicked off, turning the phone back to the techie. What do you have on the phone number I gave you? I asked. He gave me a grid way out in the Maryland countryside, at a place called Calvert Cliffs. What the hell? Put on the intel analyst. A guy came on immediately, sounding scared. I could imagine Buckshot standing behind him with a tire iron. I need a search of Calvert Cliffs, Maryland. I gave him the cell phone track. What's there? Why would one of these phones show up there? He tapped on the computer for a few seconds, then said, Nothing's out there but wilderness. It's known for its fossil remnants in the cliffs, that's about it. Bullshit. Something's out there. What about power, electricity? Jesus, do I need to do this myself? He came back immediately. Sorry, I didn't know the search terms. Right north of the fossil park is the Calvert Cliffs nuclear power plant. 2 reactors butting up to the park right on the Chesapeake Bay.
Chapter 73. Rafik broke out onto another gravel road, breathing hard and sweating. He had begun to worry about running out of water, the trip taking him much, much longer than he thought it would, with the forest thicker than he thought possible. He was supposed to be on high ground, according to his research, but most of the movement had been in swamps. He yanked his sleeve out of a thorn bush, causing him to lose his balance and stumble back. Steadying himself on a small sapling, he took stock of his surroundings. The road, really just a rutted path suitable for four-wheel drive vehicles, wound in front of him, first perpendicular to his line of march, then going the same direction he was headed. It had a 6-foot chain-link gate across it, blocking the trail alone, with the wood line doing the job to the left and right. The only thing preventing his advance was a line of signs proclaiming a warning. Crossing the road, he read, "No trespassing. This area is under constant surveillance and subject to routine patrols." The prohibition was repeated in Spanish and staked out every 30 feet. He smiled. Getting close. He continued on, paralleling the gravel road until it wound out to the east and the coast. He continued straight north, finally heading uphill until he broke out onto a spit of a ridge line jutting into the Chesapeake Bay. Spread below him was the Calvert Cliffs nuclear plant, housing 2 nuclear reactors that had been in operation since the 1970s. The plant space itself was massive, but the 2 unique concrete domes designed to protect the reactors stood out prominently. The nearest one about 120 meters away, down in the low ground of the valley. Just beyond them, to the west, was the immense electrical transfer point for the energy being produced here and his planned target. He studied the myriad of components, looking for the EHVTs used, based on his historical research of nuclear facilities. He became painfully aware of the distance between his location and them. It was close to 300 meters away, and the transformers at this distance looked like 9-volt batteries. Too hard to hit, even if the EFP will work that far. His Google Earth research had failed. There was no way to strike from this location. But I can't get any closer. He could see the chain-link electrified fence of the facility just down the ridge. Moving west toward the EHVTs meant moving into the security perimeter. He scanned the compound again, being drawn to the 2 concrete domes that housed the reactors themselves. The closest was within striking distance. He knew there was little chance his single EFP would penetrate the concrete sheath, since its sole purpose was to contain any radiation leaks in the event of a catastrophe. But the protection is built to withstand a sloppy emergency, like an earthquake or plane crash. Not designed to protect against a weapon built from the ground up to defeat the best armor on Earth. The strike would definitely cause damage, and if the EFP even fractured the concrete a little bit, they'd be forced to pull both reactors offline while they did a structural analysis, especially after the Japanese tsunami catastrophe a year ago. The United States would be on edge because of that tragedy. Not nearly the impact I wanted, but maybe all that's left. He'd gotten a call from Carl saying that police officers had been waiting for him at the substation, which meant it was either blind luck or they had specifically tracked Carl. He was leaning toward blind luck, because the police had been taken by surprise and killed. Even so, Rafik had lost his earlier confidence. He was now unsure of reaching critical mass in the Eastern Exchange, and had begun to resign himself to this final act. He thought about the dome and realized he was simply wishing for success. 1 EFP shot had little chance of doing any serious damage. But what about 2 or 4? He began to formulate a germ of an idea. What if I fired 4 EFPs at the same spot, pounding the same fracture over and over? They're specifically designed to defeat this very thing, only made of steel. Surely repeated strikes would penetrate simple concrete. The silos weren't armored, just very thick traditional concrete. He didn't know the exact makeup of the EFPs in his control, but he had seen the damage done by ones made much more crudely, and the damage was impressive indeed. If he could penetrate the concrete, with 1 or 2 EFP shots actually going inside the dome, he might cause serious havoc. He had done enough research to know that even if he got through the outer barrier, the inner reactor was protected as well, and aiming blindly outside would almost ensure a miss. But he also knew the reactor process was a delicate one. If he managed to destroy some of the mechanisms controlling the cooling of the nuclear rods, they'd melt down, causing a catastrophic fault. And perhaps a release of radioactive waste through the fault I create, just as happened in Japan. He began walking rapidly back toward the GPS waypoint he'd set where he left the trail, marking the path to his car. He toyed with calling one of the teams right now, telling them to meet him in the park, perhaps Carl. Given his military experience, he would be the best choice to make the multiple strike work. He reached the trailhead 20 minutes later and felt his phone vibrate. He pulled it out and saw that Carl wouldn't be helping anything on the attack anymore.
Chapter 74. Closing in on Washington, D.C., just outside of Springfield. My phone vibrated. Opening it up, I saw a blinking icon with the label Pepco IMEI, north of Fort Belvoir. Buckshot had found the other team, only 5 miles to our east. Decision time. We were hightailing it to the Calvert Cliffs State Park to take out the ringleader. But now we had a target of opportunity that we could destroy right here. I'd already called Kurt and given him an update on the threat to the nuclear facility, sending him and the Oversight Council into a frenzy of coordination for a police response. That would undoubtedly take precious time. I was sure I could beat that response to Calvert Cliffs. But bypassing the terrorists nearby might mean reaching critical mass on the power grid. It was a Solomon's choice. I toyed with having Kurt triangulate the police to the grid here as well, although I knew in my gut they wouldn't make it before the strike. There was just too much bureaucracy. The assholes might be lining up on a substation right now. Retro called. "You seeing what I'm seeing?" "Yeah, what do you think?" "Bird in hand, man. That's what I think." That was enough to push me over the edge. I gave Jennifer instructions, and we began the hunt for the third team. We wound around surface streets north of Fort Belvoir, crossing Telegraph Road and continuing to the east. Eventually, we ended up on a small service road for a substation, sandwiched in between two older, established neighborhoods. Driving up it, I saw a large field of knee-high grass in front of the substation, along with a Pepco truck. We stopped short, huddling around my Suburban. Decoy and Retro began checking their kit, getting ready for the fight. Seeing the armament being loaded, Jennifer began doing the same. I said, "Okay, they're here, and setting up for a strike. Decoy and Retro go left. Jennifer and I will go right. Follow the fence line until we meet up. No doubt they'll be setting up somewhere on the perimeter." Decoy said, "Rules of engagement? Smoke them. No questions. Shoot first." I felt Jennifer's eyes on me, and when I glanced her way, she stared at me for a long pause, then flicked her eyes at Retro and Decoy. I got the hint. I told them, "Get your shit together. We leave in 1 minute." After they'd returned to their Suburban and out of earshot, strapping on magazines and checking weapons, Jennifer said, "Why are we shooting first? We're not in a car. We can surprise them. Maybe they have information we can use." I should have realized that when she'd said she was part of the solution, she didn't understand what that meant. I should scratch her right here. Even after her experiences in Europe, she was living in the land of the civilized. "Jennifer, we aren't cops, and this isn't an arrest. It's combat. Look, I get we're in the United States and it doesn't feel right, but that's what it is. We kill whoever we find, just like Normandy. Pretend they're Nazis or something. But don't let me down. Shoot first. Can you do that?" She gazed off into the tree line for a few seconds, making me wonder again about taking her along. She turned back and checked her weapon, saying, "Yeah, I can do that. If they're bad, they're dead. But this had better be worth it. We kill a crew of innocent power company guys." With a little embarrassment and a lot of relief, I realized I had completely missed the reason for her reticence. She had no qualms about killing the terrorists. Well, maybe some. But she was more worried about killing innocents, something I completely understood. After she trailed off, I said, "That won't happen. This is their vehicle. Look, I see where you're going, but Retro and Decoy will automatically discriminate, and it'll be pretty damn clear if they're bad. Don't worry. We aren't going to kill anyone that's not a threat. But we're also not going to give them a fair chance. If they're bad, they're dead. I signaled Decoy and Retro, then began running down the right side fence line, Jennifer behind me. We circled the perimeter, scanning for a target. We got about halfway around before an explosion cracked through the site, on Retro's side of the perimeter. Shit, the EFP. I continued on, making sure Jennifer was keeping up. She doggedly followed, running with the Glock in a two-handed grip, the sights bobbing and weaving with her astride, exactly like she'd been taught. I heard the crack of gunfire, a quick snapping, then nothing. I rounded the corner of the fence line and saw Retro standing over the body of a man, with Decoy searching him. Then Retro's chest exploded, followed by the rapid fire of someone emptying a magazine. Decoy turned to the threat and was hit in the shoulder, spinning down next to the dead terrorist. The bullets began to come my way. I dove to the ground and rolled behind a log as rounds cracked into the earth around me. I popped my head up, trying to locate the shooter. I saw him 50 meters away in the wood line, spraying his pistol all over the place. The weapon locked on an empty magazine, and he took off running deeper into the trees. I rose on a knee for a shot, knowing the odds of me hitting him were very small. He pulled out a cell phone and began hitting keys. Then his head exploded in a fine red mist. He snapped to the left like he was hooked to a bungee cord, as two more rounds slapped him in the chest. I trained my weapon on the source of the fire, seeing Jennifer break out of the wood line. She reached the body and kicked his gun away. She caught my eye, then bent down and began searching him. I sprinted to Retro and Decoy, starting to triage the damage. Jennifer arrived as I was peeling back Retro's shirt. She saw the wound and said, "Oh, God. Pike."
Chapter 75. Rafik was unloading the trunk when his cell phone went off again. He hoped he'd see success, but dreaded what he would find. It was Keyshawn sending that he'd accomplished another attack. The news brought a sense of calm. "We're close, very close." He packed the large rucksack with the two remaining EFP trays and pulled out the tripods necessary to aim them. He leaned them against the car, wondering how he was going to take them into the trail network without someone questioning him. He glanced around to see if anyone was paying attention. All he needed to do was get into the wood line 50 meters away. But there were many, many people coming and going in the parking lot, and he would most likely be walking with other strangers, just like before. He saw a man walking with a tripod and a camera, going the other way, toward the shore and the cliffs. The sight gave him courage to dive right in. He shouldered the rucksack, then picked up the tripods, heading rapidly toward the trailhead leading back to the nuclear plant. He made it into the woods without any undue scrutiny, and began rapidly climbing back the way he had come, wanting to get the EFPs established as soon as possible. 40 minutes into the trek, he reached the waypoint to leave the trail. He walked north for 30 meters when his phone vibrated again. He took a pause on the side of the trail, breathing hard, praying for good news. It was a simple text from Farouk saying, "Done." It was the prearranged code word for a catastrophic event, the loss of the team. It was the third time he'd received it today. The text made him weak, wanting to sit down. "Farouk is dead. I've lost my last trusted man. Allah the Merciful help me on this path." He gained control of his emotions, clinically analyzing what had transpired. Someone knows the makeup of the teams. He had no idea how, but knew this wasn't simply bad luck. Someone had deciphered his plan, dissected his organization. Some predator was now hunting them, someone with skill. Time to go to the final option. He dialed Keyshawn, the last remaining man. "Why are you calling? You said only use text for security, in case someone's listening." Get out of your truck, right now. Someone knows our plans. Rafik waited for a moment, hearing only breathing. Then, what do you mean? Keyshawn, don't question me. Just do it. Then come to my location with your remaining devices. I've already done it. I never took the truck. Rafik was initially incensed at his protege ignoring his orders, but quickly tamped down the emotion. In this case, the rebellious streak may have worked in their favor. I need you to bring the remaining devices to me for a final attack. He gave Keyshawn instructions, telling him where he was and how to locate the shooting position. As he hung up the phone, he saw a Park Service ranger coming down the trail, looking at him strangely. For the first time, he remembered he'd left his pistol in the car and felt a bolt of fear. Allah, why have you forsaken me? Hey, where are you headed? Remembering the man he had seen before, Rafik said, I'm going to take pictures of the cliffs. I want to get a shot down the coast. The ranger cocked his head, saying, Well, you're going the wrong way. This trail goes to the cliffs, but it's the long one. Why are you going into the woods? Rafik rapidly walked back to the trail, looking left and right to make sure they were alone. I can't tell which trail goes where. The signs aren't that great. The ranger looked at his tripods and relaxed, laughing. Yeah, we need to fix them. The paint's pretty much gone, huh? Rafik closed up to him. Yes, which way should I go? Just follow this trail the way you were going, but if I were you, I'd head back to the parking lot and take the red trail. It's the shortest and probably safer. Why is it safer? Because it's shorter? Yeah, that's it. Rafik dropped his tripods and brought out a knife, whipping it straight into the man's chest. He bowed out, his face a caricature of shock, mouth in an O and eyes wide. Before he could realize what had happened, Rafik pulled out the knife and raked it across his throat, splitting it wide open. As the man fell, Rafik grabbed his body and dragged it through the underbrush to a fallen log, hiding the remains from view of the trail. He retrieved his tripods and sprinted into the forest, wanting to get out of sight of anyone who might be coming. He thought about the man's response, about the danger. It didn't make sense to say that to someone walking in the park, especially since he'd seen plenty of families using this trail earlier in the day. The Americans were petrified of anyone getting hurt in public places. They know someone's here. I'm running out of time.
Chapter 76. Jennifer sprinted back to the Suburban for a medical kit, while I began conducting initial treatment of Retro. Decoy held a wad of his shirt against his shoulder wound, doing what he could to help. How'd they get the drop on you? I asked. What happened? There was only one guy checking out the EFP damage. We smoked him, then this guy came out of the wood line blazing away. We fucked up. We both thought there would only be one. Like the guy in the truck. You drill his ass? Jennifer did. 2 in the chest, 1 in the head. He raised his eyebrows, letting that sink in, then said, How's Retro? He's hit, but he's going to make it. Just needs to get to a hospital like you. I hoped I wasn't lying, because it was bad. Retro had a neat hole in his chest and a ragged exit wound on his back. Jennifer returned with the med kit and threw it on the ground between us, and we both went to work. Jennifer packed the entrance and exit wounds with Curlex, capping it off with a special rubber bandage for sucking chest wounds that incorporated a flutter valve to release air. I prepped an IV and got it going, hoping to increase the fluids in his systems to mitigate the loss of blood. His pallor was gray, his lips going blue. Jennifer said, His pulse is thready, he's going into shock, and he's lost a lot of blood. He doesn't get to a trauma center soon and he's dead. I said, Help out Decoy. He's got an in and out to his shoulder. I dialed Kurt and filled him in on what had occurred, saying, I need a medevac right now or Retro's going to die. A helicopter. I don't think I can get him to a hospital soon enough. Like the good commander he was, he completely ignored the fact that 2 active-duty Taskforce members were out hunting terrorists with me, getting right to the heart of the issue. Pike, I'll do what I can, but the emergency response system is overloaded. I'm not sure I'll be able to get you a rotary wing any quicker than driving. You need to make a hard call. You stay there, he might bleed out because I can't get anything. What about the fucking president? Can't he get something done?
He immediately knew neither was the contact when both of their eyes went wide. No recognition of the bona fides at all. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to say that. It just popped out. The man on the bar stool stood up. You think that's fucking funny, cunt? No, Jennifer said, her mind racing to spit out an excuse. I was told I was playing a prank by a guy outside. He said you'd laugh. I'll go get... Before she could finish her sentence, the man punched her hard above the right temple, snapping her head back and causing an explosion of light. He clamped both hands onto her neck and began to squeeze, bending her over backward. The strike rattled her for a split second, long enough to feel her windpipe start to crush. She felt a sliver of panic and uselessly tried to pry his hands away. She began thrashing violently, the fear growing until it blotted out any logical thought. Realizing she was about to pass out, she forced the panic away and focused on what she needed to do. Rotating to the right, she raised her arm and brought it straight down against his elbow joints, breaking the stiff arm. Sliding forward, she used her weight to fold his arms, getting within striking range of her attacker. She began to see sparks of light, the man's grip relentless. She raised her right leg, lodging her foot against the top of the patella on his left knee. She shoved outward with all of her might, praying it would crack the hold. The strike broke the support of the man's knee, triggering it to buckle and causing him to blessedly let go of her neck as he fell off balance to the floor. Jennifer fell with him, scrambling to wrap up his wounded knee in a leg lock. She grabbed his ankle and brought it to her chest while extending his leg. Rotating her legs over his body, she leaned backward, thrusting forward with her hips against his knee while twisting the ankle, desperately trying to damage him enough so that he couldn't catch her when she ran. If done right, she knew he wouldn't be catching anything without help for the rest of his life, but she was out of position. She couldn't get the leverage to break something and was about to be in a stalemate, unable to let go but also unable to hurt him. She heard him yelling from the pain and slapping the ground over and over, the noise finally penetrating her survival instincts. Oh, my God, he's tapping out. He's Taskforce. She let go and warily rose. The man slid backward, remaining on the ground. She backed up a step, then turned to run out of the bar, only to be confronted by the remaining 5 men, all advancing toward her.
In the room next door, I lost control when Jennifer got whacked in the temple, jumping up and yelling at Turbo. What the hell is that? You know the rules. No head strikes to the candidate. What's he doing? Turbo backed up, recognizing that I'd kick his ass all over the room in the next few seconds. No question of whether I could or not. Whoa. Wait, I know. Cleary just gets emotional. He's a little pissed to be supporting this. You know headshots happen every single evolution. I advanced on him, my fists balled up. Not on the first fucking punch. Maybe in the heat of rolling around, but he deliberately hit her. Knuckles yelled from behind me. Let it go, Pike. Don't stop the evolution. She's doing okay. Still glaring at Turbo, I said, What do you mean? He tapped out. Turbo and I both said, What? And ran over to the monitor. I saw the remaining 5 men advancing on her and went ballistic again. What the fuck are they doing? Jesus Christ! The House of Pain was the final hurdle to assessment. A beatdown where a candidate had to fight 6 people and win. Not 6 at a single time, though. The candidate was supposed to take on 1, then 2, then the final 3. Of course, after the week of hell he had been through, there was no way he could defeat 6 operators just as good, if not better than him. We didn't expect him to. As long as he kept fighting, kept plugging away, he'd eventually win. It was a little secret only exposed after he was through, and then only if he supported assessment in the future, when he got his instructions as cadre. Make no mistake, though, it wasn't a gimme. The candidate had... You want the president to choose one life over another? He won't do that. If there's a helo available, it's headed your way. But if not, it means it's on another medevac. No, I don't want him to choose one life over another. I mean, that guy owns helicopters. Send me Marine One. This LZ is big enough. I heard nothing for a split second, then, "That's genius, stand by." I waited, the phone mute, then heard Kurt say, "It's launching right now with the White House dock. Give me a grid." I relayed the grid to the open area in front of the substation. Then Jennifer and I moved Decoy down to the makeshift LC, getting him as comfortable as possible. I said, "Decoy, can you handle Exville?" "Yeah, no issues." "It's all yours. Helo's probably 10 minutes out." I smiled. "Don't forget to lock the Suburban when you leave." He didn't smile back, and I knew he was still beating himself up. "Pike?" I held up my hand. "I don't want to hear it. Get Retro to a hospital. That's your mission now." He nodded. Jennifer bent over him, tightening the bandage on his shoulder. He caught her arm, causing her to stop. "Hey, that was some good shooting. Thanks." She wiped his blood off her hands, looking physically ill. All she said was, "I had a good teacher." I said, "You ready for round 3? She checked her Glock, reflexively ensuring that there was a round in the chamber, then opened the driver's door to the Suburban, her face devoid of any emotion. She fired up the engine. Decoy said, "Looks ready to me." I wasn't so sure. We took the Beltway to Pennsylvania Avenue, weaving across lanes and using the shoulder whenever we got bogged down. Crossing into Maryland, we continued southeast down the peninsula into a rural area and away from the D.C. traffic, allowing us to pick up speed. Jennifer continued driving on the ragged edge of losing control, barreling down Highway 4 toward the nuclear plant. Pulling up the moving map display on my cell phone, I could see the target phone was still in the park. In fact, it didn't look like it had moved much at all since we'd first locked onto it. I called the techies to make sure my data track was functioning. I got some bad news. "Pike, the phone's GPS is disabled. He turned it off. We're only tracking it by triangulating its signal through the cell towers. It's not that precise. You're going to have a plus or minus of over 400 meters out in that park. Sorry." "So he's in the park, but no telling where?" "Yeah, that's about it." I thought through the ramifications, then called Kurt to let him know our status. "We're still about 30 minutes out. Put the Calvert Cliffs nuclear plant on high alert. I don't see how he could get through their tight-ass security and get close enough to use the EFPs against the reactors. But there's nothing else near the geolocation of the phone. We're headed there now, but it's going to take some time." He said, "Pike, we've done a range analysis on a facility map. He can fire the EFP and hit the reactor dome from outside the fence line." "How? It's still just an EFP, even if it's a powerful one. He'll be shooting from over 100 meters away, outside of the envelope the congressman gave me. It won't have the power to penetrate the dome. A test version was used on a covert action in Sudan. I just found out it exceeded all parameters. He fires it, and not only will it hit, but it will penetrate." Jesus Christ. I shouldn't have wasted effort on the other team. I said, "I'm not going to get there in time. Where are we on the police response? Flood the damn place, get enough in there, and they'll get it done, whether they know what they're looking for or not. All jurisdictions are swamped with the power outage. It's turning into chaos on the streets, looting and other bullshit. There are no police. We're trying to break some free, and getting 1s and 2s from individual jurisdictions. It's not going to be coordinated, and it sure as shit won't be quick. They're coming from all over. They certainly won't beat you there. What about the CAT team? Get their ass in the air. They're trained for that sort of thing. Pike, the threat against the National Command Authority is too great. The Secret Service isn't going to release the counter-assault team to go offensive. Their job is to protect the president, and believe me, they're taking that job seriously. This place is turning into an armed camp. I get that. But what about the guys off duty? Get them moving. All hands on deck. The Cat's got at least 4 full teams, and they aren't all manning a wall." Kurt paused for a moment, then said, Yes, that's true, and they've been mobilized. The only men available went with Marine 1 to extract retro and decoy. Shit. That hit just keeps on giving. I threw out one final idea, knowing I was sending in children to fight a grizzly. Get the fucking Forest Service guys that work the park to start looking. That's where he's at. Find some high ground with a clear line of sight to the reactors. That's where he'll be. It's nothing different from counter-sniper work. I ran out of stupid suggestions and waited on his response. Kurt said, "Pike, bottom line is you're it." He let that sink in, then said, "Stop him, you hear me? All bets off. Stop that son of a bitch. I don't care what it takes. Pull the rabbit out of the hat like you used to do." With a sense of failure building in my gut, I said, "No issue, sir. I'll get it done," and hung up. There was one bright point that Kurt hadn't considered. I had Jennifer with me, and we kicked ass as a team when under pressure. Shit, especially under pressure. As much as any man I had ever served with, even Knuckles. It was something subliminal, something that couldn't be taught or measured, but it was there, and I would need every single bit of it. Unfortunately, right now I was unclear of her mental state. The choices boiled down to two: split up or stick together. Splitting up was the better option because we could cover more terrain, but I didn't want Jennifer to get hurt if she got caught off guard. I was having doubts that she could pull the trigger, unless she was in a completely defensive, life-threatening situation, and that might cost her dearly. I mulled it over for the rest of the ride, getting pulled out of my thoughts when Jennifer said, "This is it." We drove up to a yellow shack and paid $5 to a man-boy to get in the park. I couldn't tell if the uniform he was wearing was an official Park Service one, or from a Boy Scout troop. Yeah, these guys have the attack under control. Winding around the parking lot, I saw some sort of playground structure made out of old tires, looking like something from Mad Max, with kids happily climbing all over the used rubber. I said, "Get to the farthest point north you can. That's where he'll have entered." She parked on a spit of grass, and we exited, looking at a map of the trail network. I saw 3 that sprouted from the trailhead and went generally parallel to each other. Splitting up really was the best option, because I had no idea which trail he might have taken. 2 out of 3 were better odds than 1 out of 3. "Jennifer, you sure you're good going by yourself?" "Yeah, Pike, I told you I could. Why do you keep questioning me?" I handed her a radio that looked like an ordinary Garmin Rhino. Instead of the pathetic distance the Rhino achieved on its family radio frequency, though, these would work over much greater range. "You see the blip on your screen? That's me. I can see you on my screen. If you find the terrorist, I want you to simply press the alert button. I'll get an alarm and haul ass straight at you, okay?" She nodded once. "All right. You take the shorter trail on the right. I'll take the one on the left. When you reach the point where the trail begins to curve back south, mark it on the Rhino and continue north. If you don't find them on the trail, they're in the woods. Keep going until you bump into the nuke plant, then loop back to the trail. We'll cloverleaf back and forth until we find them." She started to move to the trail when I caught her arm. "Jennifer, when you leave the trail and the people, you pull that Glock out and have it at the ready. If you alert, I'll close in as fast as I can, but you need to be prepared to shoot and shoot first. These guys are not going to fuck around." She tucked the Glock into the waistband of her jeans, hiding the butt with her shirt to prevent other hikers from seeing it. She said, "Pike, I'll be able to kill what I need to kill." She pulled away and entered the trail network.
Chapter 77. Rafik helped Keyshawn line up the final 2 EFPs, keeping them separated by a great enough distance so the explosion of one wouldn't destroy the aim of the other. All 4 were targeted at the base of the nearest reactor dome, the hope being that the 3rd or 4th would penetrate and damage some critical component. Their primary problem was that there were only 2 of them, and only 2 M57 firing devices. Thus, there would be a volley of 2 EFPs with a significant gap. They would need to fire the first volley, then prepare the blasting caps, and connect the M57s to the second set. It would take time, and Rafik was worried about the possible response of the facility. He'd been unable to find information on United States nuclear security on the web, and imagined it was something robust and incredibly responsive. He finished aiming and moved back to his original EFP, picking up the M57 clacker in his hand. Unspooling the wire, his actions were mirrored by Keyshawn. They entered the small stand of woods on top of the ridge and placed their backs against a tree. Rafik held his hands out from his body, the clacker clasped between them. He looked over at Keyshawn and could see a bead of sweat rolling down his face as the man tested the circuit of the detonation system. Rafik squeezed his eyes for a split second, his hands shaking slightly, and gave a silent prayer for success. When he opened them again, he steeled himself, testing the spring tension of the clacker. His face grim, he looked one more time at his partner. Keyshawn gave him a thumbs up. They locked eyes, then nodded together in a simple rhythm. Once, twice, then Rafik saw movement over Keyshawn's shoulder. He dropped the clacker and stood, Keyshawn whirling around. He heard Keyshawn say, "Stop right there." Then, "What the fuck else can go wrong?" He ran over and saw Keyshawn aiming his pistol at an attractive woman and small boy of about 8. The woman said, "We're lost. We don't mean any trouble. We saw the sign saying no trespassing, and we're just looking for help." "They think we work for the nuclear plant." Keyshawn said, "What do you want to do?" "I'll handle it." He took Keyshawn's pistol and aimed it at the pair, motioning for them to begin walking back the way they had come. The woman began to cry. "Be quiet. Nobody's going to hurt you." The woman nodded her head, holding the small boy's hands. "Like every other infidel sheep, walking to slaughter." Rafik considered his problem. He couldn't use the gun, because the noise might alert whatever magical security the nuclear plant possessed. He would have to use a knife, which meant he would need to tie them up to prevent one from running while he killed the other. He pulled out a length of rope from his pack and cut it into quarters 2 feet long. He turned to Keyshawn. "Give me 5 minutes, then initiate. I'll be back to help with the second 2. He pushed the female forward, forcing her and the boy back down the trail. Chapter 78. Keyshawn watched until the group was lost in the foliage. He pulled his M57 over to the tree Rafik had used for cover, unspooling additional wire to make it reach. Sitting down with his back against the trunk, he consciously avoided looking at his watch, feeling the seconds crawl by. He thought he heard movement in the woods, away from the direction Rafik had gone. He strained to pick up something besides the birds chirping. He heard nothing else, but the phantom noise put him on edge. Rafik had taken his pistol, leaving him feeling exposed should he be discovered. He glanced at his watch against his will and was aggravated to discover that only 2 minutes had elapsed. "Why am I waiting 5 minutes? What's the point?" He picked up both clackers, one in each hand, testing if he could fire them simultaneously. He found the spring tension to be too strong. He might be able to do one, but both together was asking for a mistake. He looked out into the valley, in the direction the 2 EFPs were aimed, and decided to fire his first. He glanced at his watch again, taking in the molasses drip of the seconds as they went past 3 minutes and 30 seconds. He made up his mind. Picking up his clacker, he pressed himself against the tree, exhaled, and rapidly began to squeeze. Between the second and third stroke, the air around him cracked like a living thing, spiking into his ears, the pressure wave from the explosive charge slapping the tree he was hiding behind. Without even turning to survey the damage, he grabbed Rafik's clacker and began to squeeze. After the second blast, Keyshawn rolled out from behind the tree to survey the damage. Running through the dust cloud raised by the EFPs, he scanned the dome the weapons had been directed against. He saw nothing. He began a methodical search and caught a darkness near the base about a third of the way up. He ran to Rafik's pack and ripped through it until he found a mini 8-power monocular. He trained it on the small stain spread against the whiteness of the concrete, bringing the scope into focus. The stain crystallized into 2 fractures about 5 feet apart, with a spider web of cracks flowing out in myriad different directions, connecting the 2 together. His face split into a grin. Then he remembered what he had just struck. He swept the monocular around the compound looking for a response. He saw none. But it won't be long. Need to fire the other 2. He was sure the next 2 EFPs would penetrate the concrete and cause havoc within. He ran to the next EFP and wired the blasting cap onto the clacker, then tried to insert it into the well of the 3rd weapon, his hands shaking so much he had trouble getting it seated. Where the hell is Rafik? We're running out of time. He managed to arm the EFP after the 3rd attempt. He grabbed Rafik's clacker and ran to prepare the 4th and final EFP. He began to wire the blasting cap to it when he heard a crashing in the woods from the same direction as before, away from the direction Rafik had gone. Chapter 79. Rafik pushed the woman and the child forward until the EFP site was hidden by the forest, then said, "Stop." The woman turned around, tears running freely. "Sit down." They did so. He threw the rope he'd taken from his pack at the feet of the woman, saying, "Tie up the boy, then tie your own feet. I'll tie your hands." The woman began to blubber. Pathetic. "Shh, I'm not going to hurt you, I promise. There's sensitive equipment on site, and you interrupted a test. This is for your own protection." The woman nodded and tied up the hands and feet of the boy. Rafik was amazed again at how these soft Kaffirs wanted to believe they would live when death's noose was slowly circling their necks. Finished with the boy, the woman hesitated. Rafik said, "Don't make me arrest you. You promise you're not going to do anything to us? We're just lost. We didn't do anything wrong." He smiled and handed her a section of rope. "I promise. As soon as the test is done, you'll be free to go." She wiped the tears from her eyes and bent down to tie her ankles. She flicked the rope out, circling Rafik's legs, and jerked upright, ripping him off of his feet. He hammered the ground hard, the brunt taken by his upper back and head. He felt his weapon kicked out of his hands, and he rolled onto his knees. The woman leapt onto his back, wrapping her legs around his waist and the rope against his neck. She looped it completely around, then jerked out, cinching the rope into his throat. He lashed out with both elbows, connecting solidly over and over again, but the woman refused to move. The rope cut into his flesh, his windpipe crushing like an aluminum beer can. He began to rasp for air, and he knew he was going to die, at the hands of a Kaffir. He staggered to his feet, the woman locked relentlessly on his back. He slammed her against a tree, attempting to scrape her off, but all she did was grunt. He heard the boom of an EFP and renewed his efforts. "Victory, so close. I will not be killed by a Kaffir." He tried to claw her face, wildly swinging his arms at something he couldn't see. He could feel the woman's spittle on his neck as she cranked the rope tighter and tighter. In his last breaths, it dawned on him that he had been tricked. He had been led down a path, believing the woman was subdued. She had never trusted him, and he had fallen for her tears. The injustice was staggering. Defeated by a woman.
I went as fast as I dared through the woods, trying to strike a balance between speed and security, the Glock tracking everything to my front. Jennifer's GPS signal from her alarm transmission showed her only 400 meters from my location. I had been running for about 2 minutes when I heard an explosion ahead of me. Knowing what that meant, Jesus, I saw a clearing to my front and slowed, my subconscious screaming at me to simply plow ahead. I scanned quickly, then broke into the clearing, immediately seeing 2 large EFPs on tripods, both aimed at the nuclear facility. One had an M57 attached, ready to fire. I rapidly did a 360, seeing no threat, but also seeing the destroyed tripods of 2 expended EFPs. What the hell? I heard no gunfire, which was an ominous sign, given Jennifer's alarm, but clearly something had stopped the attack. Where's Jennifer? A flash of yellow caught my eye. I jogged to it and saw Jennifer's radio on the ground. Shit. I was reaching down to retrieve it when a blinding flash of pain sliced through my left shoulder. I collapsed to the ground, feeling something broken grind against itself. I rolled over and saw a giant black man standing above me, holding what looked like the steel posts used on the warning signs I had passed. He swung again like he was aiming at a golf ball, and my hand holding the Glock was hammered, sending the gun sailing 15 feet away. Before he could recover from the swing, I snapped out with a leg sweep and brought him to the ground, then scrambled to maintain the initiative. My left arm was numb, refusing to move, but I still had use of my right, although my right hand felt like wood. I fell on top of him and popped him twice in the face, my fist refusing to close completely, the blows ineffectual. He flung me onto my back and straddled my waist, raising the bar again. I snaked my legs around his neck, my body now resting on my shoulders with him above me. I used my one good arm to help achieve a triangle choke with my thighs, winding my left foot under my right leg. I began to squeeze, causing his eyes to bulge. He began huffing like a bull, but didn't drop. Jesus, this guy's strong. He swam a hand in between my left thigh and his neck, achieving some relief. He began to work the hand through, creating a larger and larger gap. His other hand punched my left shoulder in light jabs that at any other time would have been a joke. Today it felt like he was working a welding torch against my flesh, each blow causing my broken bones to grind into themselves. The punishment caused me to flinch, giving him a bigger gap between my lock and his neck. He's going to escape, and I'm going to die. He hit me again and my vision blurred. If he kept at it, I was going to black out. Need to end this right now. I squeezed with all my might, giving him something else to focus on besides hitting me. When he reached up to fight the hold, I completely released, causing him to flail about to keep his balance. I mule-kicked his chest, launching him in the air backward. I leapt up and began running in the direction of the Glock. As expected, he leapt up as well, only he was closer. When his eyes left me and focused on the weapon running full out, I changed direction and ran to the armed EFP. I rotated it on the tripod until it was aimed directly at him. He came up with the weapon, charging toward me and firing. I dropped to the ground and scrambled down the wire to the M57 firing device, the rounds popping the dirt around me. As I reached the M57, I felt a bullet tear into my thigh. I rolled over, holding the M57 in my one good hand, seeing him standing directly in front of the EFP 15 feet away, drawing a slow bead on my head. I frantically squeezed the clacker, and the world ripped apart. I gradually came back to the present, unsure how long I had been out, feeling like I was in a dream but partially awake. My head slowly cleared, but not my hearing. I saw my attacker on the ground, still alive and struggling to move. His entire midsection was gone, with the exception of 6 inches of flesh connecting his upper body with his lower. His mouth worked like a fish out of water for a moment. Then he lay still. I caught movement out of the corner of my eye and recognized Jennifer shouting something I couldn't hear. Incongruously, next to her was a small child of 8 or 9. I'm hallucinating. I'm hurt bad. The Jennifer vision ran to me and began checking my wounds. I could feel the pressure of her touch, confusing me further. The ringing in my ears began to subside, and I could feel Jennifer speaking as if through a long tube, reciting the litany of things wrong with me. She went about the triage expertly, just like I trained her. I began to believe it was real. I croaked, The Arab. He's dead. His phone? I got it. Shut up and let me finish. Who's the kid? She stopped what she was doing, giving me a look of exasperation. He's just a lost boy. I found him on the trail. We need to take him to his mother. The comment was so crazy, yet so completely in character, I laughed out loud, sending a sharp pain through my shoulder. She said, "What's so funny?" "Still saving the lost puppies." She finished with my thigh and said, "It's the other way around. If he hadn't been there, the Arab would have just carved me up. Because there were two people, he decided to tie us first, which gave me an edge." "How come I didn't hear any gunfire?" Well, I had to keep the Glock hidden because of the boy. I didn't get a chance to draw it." She saw me grin and cinched the sling on my left arm, causing a wince. "What's funny now?" "He saved your life by being there. But if he wasn't there, you could have used the pistol. Your lost puppies always seem to just barely break even." She finished and stood up. "Not all of them. I'm still working on you."
Chapter 80. Kurt felt his phone vibrate and moved as unobtrusively as possible to a corner of the conference room. Even with the cacophony of voices, the president noticed him move away and watched him like a hawk. Since Pike had been released to go on his safari, the Oversight Council meeting had turned into a makeshift war room, with anyone who had any ability to help stop the attacks now plugged in with a laptop. As often happened in crisis situations, this little room had become the epicenter of the storm, regardless of the million-dollar suites specifically made to command and control just this type of contingency. Top advisors from across the political, law enforcement, and defense spectrum were crowded into the small space, all vying for the president's attention with information that positively, absolutely needed to be heard right now. Kurt turned into the wall away from any ears. "Give me some good news." He paused for a second, then said, "Jennifer, is that you?" He quit talking as she began to give him a situation report. He listened for close to 4 minutes, hearing Jennifer end with a summary of Pike's condition and what she was doing about it. He said, "Don't take him to a hospital. Get him to the Taskforce. If what you say is true, and it's really a through-and-through wound, our physician's assistant can handle it." Kurt listened for a second, then interrupted. "Jennifer, Pike's welfare is what I am thinking about. Don't take him to a hospital. There'll be too many questions with a gunshot wound. Let the PA take a look. If he says he can't treat it, then go to a hospital." He hung up the phone, seeing President Warren still eyeballing him. He gave a small nod and saw President Warren visibly relax. Kurt sat back down and waited on the official version of events at the nuclear plant to wind its way through the system. 10 minutes later, a call came in from the emergency response team at the Calvert Cliffs nuclear plant. "We had an attack, but it was unsuccessful. They hit one of the domes, but then screwed up the daisy chain for the repeat attack to penetrate the concrete." Phil Spauldings, the team leader deployed from the Department of Energy's Nuclear Emergency Support Team, took the call. "What happened? How sure are you that there's no second attack?" "Very sure. It wasn't a diversion, unless these guys are way, way more dedicated than we think." Spaulding said, "Assume they are, damn it. Don't let down your guard. We don't know the extent of the attacks. There could be others." The tone of the man on the phone caused Kurt to smile. Like soldiers throughout history, he was on the ground, but being questioned by a pinhead miles away. The man remained professional, but the sarcasm crept out. "They had a misfire. One of the devices blew up, cutting a guy in half. The rest of the devices are here, now rendered safe. I suppose they could have planned to kill him in a spectacular manner so we'd let down our guard, but in my professional opinion, the attack failed." The men and women around the conference table collectively let out their breath. Spauldings paused for a minute, apparently trying to think of something heroic to say, settling with, "Good work. Keep us in the loop." President Warren spoke to the scientist still on the VTC. "What's the status of the grid?" "We're okay for now. We got one spike and we're in trouble, but right now it's contained." "What's the assessment of the damage?" "Well, it'll take a few days to really sort out, but off the cuff, I'd say we're looking at rolling blackouts in 4 states until we can replace the EHVTs. That, coupled with the loss of the Calvert Cliffs reactor until it can be certified as safe, will put a severe strain on production. But we can manage, unless we get something else during that time, like damage from a natural occurrence." "We can handle the load, but not if anything, and I mean anything, interferes." "Well, then make sure that doesn't happen. I'm counting on you." The scientist looked at the president in confusion, wondering how on earth he'd be able to prevent a lightning strike. He was about to say something to that effect when he realized he'd been dismissed. President Warren spoke to the room at large. "Well, looks like we dodged a bullet here. Good work, everyone. Keep up a full-court press. Make sure we don't have anyone else out there." The director of the FBI said, "You got it. I'll let you know if anything else spikes." President Warren nodded and said, "If you're not directly involved in this event, if you're not law enforcement or with the power companies, clear out. Give the people who have real work to do some room." As the people directed to leave stood up, President Warren stopped Palmer, the National Security Advisor, and said something to him. Kurt watched Palmer thread his way through the people exiting and stopped several, whispering in their ears. "He's rounding up the Oversight Council." Kurt waited, and eventually Palmer got around to him. "Head to the conference room down the hall. The president would like a word." Kurt trailed the cattle call of men and women out the door, then went left instead of right, following a much smaller group. When the door closed, the president said, "Let's hear it." Kurt relayed what he knew, including the fact that Pike and Jennifer had found the leader's cell phone, and that the owners of all the numbers within it were either dead or captured. The information caused everyone to visibly relax. President Warren said, "Okay, that's great news. What's the damage to the task force? Where did we go from here?" Kurt said, "No damage that I can see. It's contained. No need to throw Pike to the wolves." Secretary Brookings' jaw dropped. "What? How can you say that? It's a debacle. We've got 3 task force members in the hospital, and Pike broke just about every privacy law on the books, not to mention the murder of U.S. citizens. It's going to get out. We need to burn him." When Brookings' words sank in, Kurt snapped forward against the table, leaning over it until he was close enough for the secretary to feel the spittle off of his words. "Murder? You sanctimonious little fuck." He backed off, realizing he wasn't going to win by rage. Pike broke some laws, that's true. But if he hadn't, the entire eastern seaboard would be roasting hot dogs in their fireplaces. He stopped the damn attack. There's no reason to crucify him. Nobody knows about the task force involvement. Nobody can connect the dots. Brookings said, "Are you out of your mind? We commandeered the presidential helicopter to save 2 task force members. You don't think that's going to make the news? You just told us about a fucking 8-year-old kid who saw the final action at the nuclear plant. You think he's going to remain quiet?" Kurt turned cold. "What are you saying? You want me to smoke the kid?" Brookings looked like he'd been punched in the gut. Before it could turn more contentious, President Warren held up his hands. "Stop it. This isn't helping." He looked at Kurt. "Tony has a point. How are we going to prevent task force disclosure given what's occurred? I don't want to burn Pike any more than you do, but we need something." Kurt said, "You sent Marine 1 with CAT guys, didn't you?" President Warren's eyebrows furrowed, seeing where he was going. "Yeah, there was no way the doctor would go without protection, and the counter-assault team was all that was available." "Well, there you go. Those guys are trained for this very thing. I mean, they're trained for counter-assault against a direct threat to your life, but it's not a stretch to say they went out to capture some terrorists that may have been hell-bent on killing you. And they're Secret Service. You control them. You can write the story, like Kennedy and Marilyn Monroe, only for a good reason." Kurt watched the president consider and knew he was close. Nobody knows anyone was injured out there. We can write the press release any way we want. Give the credit to the CAT guys and the Secret Service. They took down the terrorists. Kurt saw Brookings look from the president to him and knew he realized he was losing the argument. They both understood that the Secret Service story would look like the president himself had directly averted disaster with his own team, and would be something very appealing. Brookings said, "Sir, there's no way you can contain this. It isn't 1962. We live in a world of transparency, with internet bloggers and instant news. There'll be a History Channel special on these attacks in 4 months, and it'll be down to the minute. They'll know everything there is to know, and broadcast it every hour for a month." Kurt snarled, "Bullshit. I've seen the History Channel crap. Watch the one on the capture of Saddam Hussein, and you're left believing it was a 4th Infantry Division operation all the way." "We can contain this." Brookings spat back. "This isn't a war zone, Colonel. It's America. You don't get to control the news here. Shit, we couldn't keep anything secret when we killed bin Laden. The entire operation was on the news in hours, and this will be no different. The truth of the matter is that Pike needs to be put down. He's a fucking menace. He's done whatever he thinks is right, regardless of what we say. He's exactly why I didn't want to start this organization. Exactly the reason why it will go wrong. One man who thinks he knows better than anyone else. We need to make an example of him to other Taskforce operators." The tirade sank into Kurt's head, and he lost control. He leapt out of his chair, crossing the table and snatching Brookings up by his hair, using his momentum to slam Brookings into the wall. He locked up Brookings' elbow and leaned into his ear. "You fucking miserable piece of shit. Pike saved your life last year. Your life. Does that mean nothing to you? He just averted a national tragedy using skills that we gave him, and authority that we blessed. He's a man doing what's best for the country because we asked him to." President Warren said, "Kurt, stop. Right now." Kurt looked at the president, then at Brookings' trembling face. He raised his voice so that everyone could hear. "Okay, sir. You want to burn Pike, so be it. But I want Mr. Secretary here to know that if Pike goes down, I'm going to put him in the hospital. You can arrest me later." He cranked Brookings' arm, eliciting a squeal. "You get that, Mr. Sanctimonious? Pike goes to jail for whatever reason, and I'm hunting you down. Make sure your fucking health insurance is up to date." He released Brookings, panting a little from the adrenaline rush. The secretary sank onto the floor, rubbing his arm, looking for sympathy. President Warren ignored him. "I get the point. Calm down." Kurt returned to his chair. President Warren said, "Look, we can make the substation hit work. I agree with that. But what about the kid? There's no way we can cloak that." Kurt said, "I know. Jennifer said she'd convinced him not to say anything, but he's been through a traumatic event. He's going to talk. The question is whether anyone will believe him, and if they do, if it will reach the media." President Warren waited, then said, "So, that's it?" "It's a risk, but some things are worth the risk. Pike is one of them."
Chapter 81. I woke up a little disoriented, confused for a second about where I was. The drive from the nuclear plant was a splintered dream. Jennifer spending her time weaving across lanes as she talked on the phone and tended to me. I was now in a bed, swathed in bandages, and it clicked that Jennifer had managed to get me inside the Taskforce, to the little medical department we kept for injuries that couldn't go to a hospital. I heard the door open, hoping it was Jennifer, but seeing Kurt instead. Then I remembered that Jennifer wasn't allowed in here. Great. Probably won't see her until the arraignment. "How are you feeling?" "I'll live." Kurt smiled. "You're a hard man to kill, I'll give you that. Broken clavicle seems to be the worst of it." I didn't return the smile. "So what's my status?" "Don't know yet. The politicians are monitoring the press. I got the president to hold off on anything hasty. If something pops, they'll decide whether to throw you under the bus." I nodded. "That's fine. I'm ready for whatever. I only ask 2 things." "What's that?" "Number 1, you let Jennifer go. There's no reason for 2 folks to go to jail. I'm enough. Can you make that happen?" Kurt paused a second, considering, then said, "Yeah, I can get that done. What's number 2? The president comes in here before I go to jail and gives me a fucking thank you." I don't know about that one. You might have to settle for me." I laughed, then grimaced at the pain in my shoulder. "I know. A man can hope, though." Kurt said, "It's not as bad as you think. We've got a pretty good plan in place." He told me the cover story involving the Secret Service CAT team and the misfire at the nuclear plant, which was good. Then the fact that nobody could predict the actions of the boy, which was bad. It's holding up so far, though, so maybe it'll be okay. Before I could answer, Holly entered the room with a bunch of balloons and flowers, like I was 12 and just had my tonsils out. She was followed by a nurse who went straight to the machines monitoring my status. "What the hell is this shit?" I said. "Are you kidding me?" Holly said, "Cut the crap, it's a girl thing. We're just happy you're alive." She put the balloons next to the bed, a DVD on my lap, turned to Kurt and said, "Sir, I've got something a little urgent to show you. Sorry to interrupt." Kurt said, "No problem, we were just bullshitting anyway. Pike, I think you'll be good. You mentioned a thank you, and you're on to something. The president's a good man. Now remember what you did. I'll make sure of it." I rolled my eyes, letting him know what I thought of that little bit of hope. He smiled and left the room, followed by Holly. She paused at the door for a second, waiting until Kurt was in the hallway, then turned to me and stage whispered, "You owe me more than dinner now." What the hell is she talking about? I looked at the balloons next to the bed, thinking she'd lost her mind if she believed I was going to owe her something for bringing me that crap. I picked up the DVD and turned it over. The Princess Bride. The nurse spoke, and I realized what the payback was for. "Still trying to piss off the boss, huh?" Jennifer was smiling, and looked very, very good. I smiled back. "How'd you get in here?" "Holly and I are best friends now. She helped me break in, along with telling me some stories about you that probably should be kept hidden." "Really? Breaking the rules? What's that about?" She came around the bed and took my hand. "Well, someone told me that the rules only applied if you let them. I thought I'd check out that theory." "Sounds like a genius. How's it working for you?" She gave me a crooked grin that cut straight to my core. "Pretty good so far. I'll let you know in a couple of weeks." "Don't worry about that. I'm the only one in danger now." I told her about my conversation with Kurt, then noticed the baseball cap she was wearing. It had Romans 3:8 stitched on the back, the Bible quote we used as an inside joke. "Where'd you get the hat?" She turned her head left and right, showing it off. "You like it? Turbo gave it to me." "Turbo? Are you kidding me? After all of his crying about assessment?" She blushed slightly. "Nope. I went to see how Decoy and Retro were doing, and a bunch of guys were already there. Word spread about stopping the attack. You guys suck at keeping secrets, by the way. Anyway, Decoy thanked me for saving his life, which isn't true, of course, but they all seemed to believe it, and Turbo gave me the hat. Probably just because he was afraid you were going to kick his ass again. But it's still pretty cool, huh?" "Very cool. If they gave it to you, they meant it. Don't blame me for your mistakes. How's Retro doing anyway?" "He looks terrible, but they say he's going to be fine." She snapped her fingers. "Oh, I saw Knuckles. He's doing much better and asked about you." "Well, about us and our situation with the president. They all think it's a crock." "Glad to hear he's coming around. Maybe I'll visit his sorry ass as well." I paused, then said, "What is our situation? You still planning on leaving?" Going back to being a professor of anthropsychology or whatever the hell it is? She cocked her head, apparently considering how to respond. Let's not worry about that right now. Let's figure out if I'm going to be mailing you a file inside your birthday cake in prison. She leaned forward and kissed my forehead. I've got to get out of here before Kurt comes back. They said you're healthy enough to leave here today. I'll see you this afternoon. Chapter 82. 5 days later, I glanced reflexively at the cleared list for Delta Airlines. I had a confirmed seat on the same flight tomorrow, but Kurt had called this morning and said the president had decided I was free to go. Not wanting to see if he would change his mind, I'd hauled ass straight to Reagan National Airport to try my hand at a standby flight. Well, hauled ass was a relative term, since I needed to use a cane and my left arm was strapped to my chest to prevent movement. I'd left the Taskforce medical facility the same day I talked to Kurt and Jennifer, and had gone to the same hotel as Jennifer. Since then, other than visiting Knuckles, Decoy, and Retro in the hospital, I'd simply sat around, watching Breaking News to use every skill he possessed to survive, with the cadre pushing him to the limits. In this case, I didn't think the men were going to let Jennifer do that. They were going to end this right now, teach her a lesson, 5-on-1. I started toward the door that led into the bar area, intent on stopping the fight. Knuckles grabbed my arm. Don't do it. You don't know what's going to happen. You stop it now and it's over. Let her go. They aren't going to permanently hurt her, and we both know Turbo's team screwed with the conditions. I glared at Turbo for a second, then sat back down. Yeah, well, I screwed with the conditions as well. What's that mean? I picked this place for a reason. It favors Jennifer. She has something those guys don't. What's that? She's a damn monkey. All of the training I had given Jennifer was for one reason, to give her an edge to escape if she found herself in trouble. The Taskforce guys all groaned at the shooting and hand-to-hand, but they missed the point entirely. She was learning the skills to survive, not to replace them. Last year, I had seen firsthand how someone could get wrapped up in a dangerous situation, no matter what the reason for being there. If Jennifer had had the skills then that she did now, a lot fewer people would have died. Here in the bar, she didn't need to beat all 6 men like a male candidate. She just had to get away from them. I knew she'd figure out how, if she had enough time. I watched Jennifer throw a chair at the group of men and race to the door leading outside, a thermos on a sling bouncing against her back. I knew the door was locked. They closed in on her as she violently ratcheted the knob. At the last second, she ran to the other end of the room, the men right behind her. She reached the wall and sprang up, planting one foot and pushing off. She clawed the air for a rafter but came up short, landing on the other side of the men. That a girl. She's found a way out. She'll be here shortly. What are you talking about? All she's doing is running in circles. They'll catch her sooner or later. I pointed to the gap between the roof and the wall, the bar on the other side. She'll be coming through that hole in about a minute. Jennifer hit the ground running, putting a table between her and the men. They slowly circled around. When she had 2 on each side and 1 in the middle, she leapt up on the table and split the gap, jumping full force into the single man. They hit the ground together, with her springing to her feet and running to the bar. We watched her leap onto the bar and race to the end, where she repeated her wall jump maneuver. This time, she was high enough to snag a rafter. She began going hand over hand toward the gap. The men saw what she was doing and tried to block her, one jumping up on the bar himself and swatting at her legs. Without breaking speed, she flipped underneath the rafter, swinging her legs up and over it, until she was crouched on top. She moved with astonishing speed on the 2-inch beam, scuttling right to the gap. I saw her poke her head through the hole, then fall to the ground on our side of the wall. She advanced to the table warily, recognizing me and Knuckles, but unsure if that was good or bad. Our faces were stoic. She didn't sit down. Without fanfare, she said, "I'm looking for some inbred rednecks with shit for brains." I replied, "I can understand why. They can be quite handsome. The correct answer caused her to visibly sag. She pulled the strap over her head, set the thermos in front of me, and collapsed into a chair, her head coming to rest on the table. I leaned over and rubbed her shoulder. Congratulations, you're done. I was beginning to worry about our trip to Angkor Wat. Looks like you get to go after all. She looked up but said nothing, the exhaustion on her face giving me a pang of guilt, and a little pride. How'd you get past Radford? I asked. She smiled, the blood between her teeth and gums making her look feral. He slapped the hell out of me, just about knocked me out. I started faking crying and blubbering, and that chauvinistic son of a bitch actually turned his back on me and walked away. I glared at Turbo, who was studiously studying a computer monitor. She smiled. Stories, praying some junior Woodward and Bernstein wasn't looking for a scoop. But so far the Secret Service story, along with the misfire at the nuclear plant, seemed to be holding up. One thing that was definitely working in my favor was that the entire nation was fixated on the attacks. It had naturally become the center of attention, and the successful resolution had pretty much guaranteed the president's re-election. Originally elected on a platform of national security, President Warren had been getting hammered lately because of the economy, and it was looking like a pretty good bet that he'd be a one-term president. Now the campaign had become dominated by national security, with the president looking like a savior, and there was little chance that would change so close to the election, which is what Kurt had meant in my hospital room. Without saying a word, I knew President Warren understood who he had to thank, and it also meant at least another 4 years of Taskforce operations, if something else didn't come along to shine a light on the president's little secret. For her part, Jennifer had left without giving me an answer to where she stood both with the task force and with our company. I'd broached the subject again as she packed to go back to South Carolina, afraid that she'd already made up her mind, and just didn't want to voice it out loud because it would be a double kick to my balls if I went to jail. I was certain she was upset at my call to shoot Americans first and ask questions later. Certain she couldn't see the necessity of the action and was holding it against me, regardless of what she told me in the car prior to the killings. I had tried to defend my decisions. Jennifer, we didn't do anything wrong. Everyone we killed deserved it. I don't want you thinking that you did something immoral. Those men dug their own graves by their actions. There's no such thing as reading a terrorist his rights when he's in the middle of an attack, even if it's inside the United States. Jennifer had stopped packing and sat down on the bed, searching my face for something. What would make you think I was upset about that? I was upset about the damn blood and the fact that Retro was dying, but not what we did. Sorry, I guess I'm not a hardened commando yet. I plowed ahead, not even listening to what she had said. It wasn't murder. Even if it was in the United States, people don't follow the rules just because they're here, and sometimes you have to play on the field that they've built. Had we waited, it would have been a larger attack than 9/11. We did the right thing. Her eyes flashed anger, and I'd realized I'd overstepped. Misjudged her again. I know, she said. Jesus, is that what you think of me? She saw my embarrassment and said, That is it, isn't it? Because I got upset with what you did in Cairo, you think I'm some kind of peace freak, don't you? That's why you kept questioning me, asking if I had it in me to get the job done. She stopped, wringing a shirt in her hand as if she were trying to squeeze out poison. You, of all people, know better than that. I may not like running around shooting everything that moves like you guys, but I understand it's sometimes necessary. I've learned a little bit about real-world justice. I mean, really. I killed a man with a rope. She threw the shirt into the suitcase. I also understand that just because it's done under the umbrella of the United States, it's not necessarily right. I can see the difference between right and wrong. I'm not so sure about you. The comment hit me like a slap. Jennifer, we talked about Cairo. Her expression told me she'd regretted what had just slipped out of her mouth. I know. I'm not saying you don't consciously wish you could take that back, but you've got some sort of prehistoric subconscious thing going on that doesn't care about the distinction between right and wrong. It's like... I waited on her to finish, but she said, "Never mind." I said, "Never mind? You can't leave that out there hanging. Consciously wish you could take that back, but you've got some sort of prehistoric subconscious thing going on that doesn't care about the distinction between right and wrong. It's like..." I waited on her to finish, but she said, "Never mind." I said, "Never mind? You can't leave that out there hanging. What were you going to say?" She cocked her head, searching my face again. "You know, I spent a lot of time trying to figure you out, and I have a theory." Oh boy, psychobabble time. Everyone operates on some scale of morality. Most people live on the positive side of things. Some operate way, way above and can do heroic acts as normal events that others wouldn't attempt. Some people like Hitler or serial killers operate way, way down on the scale, probably never reaching the positive side at all. Whatever it is, your range on the scale is pretty much firm. A serial killer will never do anything heroic, and a truly heroic person has some built-in stopgap that keeps him from doing vile things. She paused. I saw where this was going. She thinks I'm evil because of Cairo, and it's permanent. I suddenly felt nauseous. She was going to leave the company. Leave me. You, however, are an anomaly. You can and often do act very heroically. You have a capacity that very few people on Earth possess, but it works both ways on the scale. I think the death of your family destroyed whatever stopgap you had, and now you have just as large a capacity for evil as you do for good. She touched my face. And you need to find that stopgap again. Her words sank in, and I felt an enormous sense of relief. I sat on the bed next to her. So, if I contain myself, we're good? If I don't kill anyone who doesn't deserve it? If I prove I'm really on the positive side of the scale, you'll stay? She smiled and patted my hand. We'll talk about that later. It'll take more than just you saying it. I'm not sure what I'm going to do. And like I said at the Taskforce, it may be moot anyway. Although I do sort of like this hero stuff. That had been 4 days ago. And now that I wasn't worried about going to jail, I was surprised at the level of anxiety I felt flying home to Charleston. To the answer. I saw my name scroll on the screen. I'd made the flight. I went down the gangway feeling as nervous as a kid on his first date.
Jennifer went through the office with a dust mop one more time. Pike would be home any minute, and she wanted the place to look perfect. He'd called earlier in the morning from inside the airplane of his connecting flight in Atlanta, letting her know he'd managed to snag a standby seat. She'd felt a little thrill just hearing his voice, and it had sunk in for the first time that the feeling was genuine. His absence the last 4 days had solidified something. It wasn't about anything he had done for her in the past. The thrill wasn't misplaced gratitude to him for saving her life. It was what it was, an attraction to the man himself. She still hadn't made a decision on what she was going to do about the company. She'd thought of little else since her last conversation with Pike and had realized that it was really up to him. She knew in her heart she couldn't stay if he didn't find a way to control the blackness he held. She'd end up hating him, and she would leave first to prevent that. She went into their office bathroom, checking one more time to see if something nasty had magically appeared in the toilet in the last 10 minutes. She heard the front door open and someone shout, "Hello?" Her face split into a smile, and she ran out shouting, "Pike!" Standing in the doorway was her ex-husband Chase, all 6 feet 4 inches, oozing false charm. "Hello, baby. How's it going? I told you I'd be coming by." She felt the terror seize her, and circled the desk, putting it between them. She sat down so he wouldn't notice her trembling. "What do you want? I told you not to come here." "I just want a little help. Is that too much to ask?" He clapped his hands, causing her to jump. He smiled at her reaction, making her feel weak and cowardly. "You're not the same girl. You are not the same girl." He kept his hands clasped, pretending to survey the office. "You're doing pretty well for yourself, I see." The door opened behind her, and Pike entered the office, awkwardly walking on a cane. Jennifer saw his smile melt into confusion. "Oh, no. This just got bad." "And you must be the partner," Chase said. "Really good to meet you." Pike shook his hand, saying, "And you are?" Jennifer said, "Pike, this is Chase, my ex-husband." She saw Pike's face harden, and knew that Chase was now in serious danger. Jennifer had told Pike everything her ex-husband had done, a sort of therapy to excise the fears she still held because of the beating she had taken at his hand. It had been a mistake. Pike had become enraged, wanting to fly to Texas and confront her ex. She had stopped him, but she feared what he would do now. He might kill Chase, literally. Pike said, "Why don't you just get the fuck out of here while you can still walk?" Jennifer shouted, "Pike, this isn't your business. Go, please." Chase said, "Yeah, you ought to listen to her. I don't really give a shit about your injuries. I'm just here for what's rightfully mine. You say anything else to me and you'll have both arms in a sling." Like a child poking an alligator lying in the sun, Chase had no idea of the danger he was in. Jennifer knew Pike could kill him easily, even with only one good arm. She saw Pike begin to close the distance and shouted again, "Pike, stop, now." He did, although she could tell it was taking all of his self-control. "Please leave," she said. "I can handle this." Pike's glare remained fixed on Chase. "You sure?" "Yes." With what looked like superhuman effort, he slowly turned toward the door. She could sense the pain he felt at the act. But he's doing it. She felt a sliver of relief, then realized what had just happened. He was leaving because she'd asked. No other reason. He wanted to beat Chase within an inch of his life, probably wanted to punish him more than anything else on earth, and he was leaving. I'm his stopgap. For reasons she couldn't explain, the fear left her. He had his hand on the knob when Chase said, "That's a smart decision. This isn't your business anyway." Jennifer said, "Pike?" "Yes?" She tried to remain serious, but couldn't prevent a smile from leaking out. "I've changed my mind. I think I could use a little help here, to keep the fight fair." The pain on Pike's face drained away, replaced by a smile that matched her own. Instead of turning the knob, he locked it. "As you wish."
The end. You've been listening to All Necessary Force by Brad Taylor, narrated by Henry Strozier, with Rich Orlow as the voice of Pike Logan, and directed by Shane O'Connell. If you've enjoyed this book and this performance, Recorded Books recommends Full Black by Brad Thor. Born in the shadows and kept from heads of state, there are some missions so deadly, so sensitive, that they simply don't exist. When one such mission goes horribly wrong, a wave of dramatic terrorist attacks is set in motion. Their goal? The complete and total collapse of the United States. Author Brad Thor brings readers this dark and intriguing thriller, a terrifying story of espionage and betrayal, brilliantly paced with superb non-stop action. Recorded Books offers a wide selection of bestsellers, mysteries, classics, histories, and more, so visit us at recordedbooks.com to learn about our latest releases and special offers. And thank you for being a Recorded Books reader.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.
The blood between her teeth and gums making her look feral. He slapped the hell out of me, just about knocked me out. I started faking crying and blubbering, and that chauvinistic son of a bitch actually turned his back on me and walked away. I glared at Turbo, who was studiously studying a computer monitor. "Where's Radford now?" "Unconscious in the rental car. You might want to get a medevac to him. His arm's out of socket. That's one I won't have to deal with. Turbo came over and shook her hand, which must have pained him, but not as much as the pain I was going to bring him in the next few minutes. Jennifer, why don't you go clean up, I said. There's a trailer out back. I'll come get you in a minute. When she was gone, I said, Turbo, go into the bar and line up your team. I'd like to talk to them about following instructions. Turbo looked at the door, then back at me. I can handle that. No, I don't think you can. If they'd like to put on protective gear, I don't care, although they didn't give Jennifer the same chance. He looked a little incredulous. You think that piece of ass is worth taking on my whole team by yourself? Out of the corner of my eye, I saw Knuckles scowl at the verbal slight, then slowly rise like a wraith. That's gotta look scary. He said, I want the asshole that hit her first.
Chapter 7. Hassan Rafiq booted up his Skype account and clicked the call button for a cell phone in Montreal. When a man answered, all Rafiq said was, "Call me back on your computer." 5 minutes later, he was hooked up via voice-over Internet protocol through his laptop. It was completely unsecured, but with the enormous amount of digital traffic on the Internet, it might as well have been encrypted by the NSA. There was no way the Great Satan would be able to randomly pluck this call out of cyberspace, even if they were already listening to Rafiq's cell phone. Discovery would have to be luck, because Rafiq changed locations, and thus his IP address, every time he called. He had the contact do the same. It was like having a cell phone that changed numbers every time he dialed, thwarting the ability to monitor it. The contact gave Rafiq good news. All of the cells had managed to penetrate their respective electric companies' security and plant the virus. It had not gone without incident, however. He relayed what had happened to Keyshawn. Rafiq frowned. Yet you said all were successful. How did he prevent the discovery from getting out? The contact paused for a minute, then said, He killed him. Don't worry, though. Keyshawn knew what to do with the body. He's experienced in law enforcement techniques. It'll look like a robbery in a poor section of Baltimore. One near another substation that the man had visited earlier in the day. So it fits. Rafiq grinned. He felt like shouting in triumph. Al-Qaeda had been trying for years to recruit members that didn't look, talk, or act Arabic. Men who could easily pass into the lands of the far enemy and wreak havoc. All that had gotten them so far was a couple of fat Americans who created a lot of press but couldn't fight their way out of a baby's crib. Rafiq had taken a different tack. Instead of trying to get non-Arabs to come to Al-Qaeda, he went to them. The idea came to him when he learned that Richard Reed, the so-called shoe bomber, and Jose Padilla, the so-called dirty bomber, had both converted to Islam in prison. Planting a Muslim chaplain in the New York prison system, he began to recruit in earnest, using America's own freedom of religion against it. The prison had turned out to be the perfect recruiting ground. All of his converts could blend in anywhere precisely because they were Americans born and raised. The recruits also had no compunction about breaking the law, and were used to using violence to obtain their goals. Finally, they came to his chaplain already despising their country's authority. There wasn't a lot of quibbling over innocence. At the core, they were all looking for someone to blame for their own failings, something to identify with that would provide them honor and a reason to exist. It was no different from a Palestinian living in squalor in a refugee camp. Rafiq had gladly provided that something, first through the pacifist teachings of Islam, then, when he had culled out the potential mujahideen through the concepts of jihad in a smaller prayer group. No one in the prison system monitored his chaplain's preachings. His idea wasn't just to convert as many as he could to the jihad, but to build a cohesive fighting cell for a spectacular attack. It had taken years, but now it was paying off in unexpected ways. No infiltrated transplant could have averted discovery as Keyshawn had done. The mission would have been over. The contact asked, "When will we insert the real virus? Like I said before, we should have done that initially, instead of this test case." "That is the real virus," Rafik said. "We won't be risking a second insertion. You can initiate it remotely, right?" The contact's voice became agitated. "Yes, of course. But that virus will only disrupt their early warning software. It won't do anything to the system itself. What good is that? Was I supposed to give the men a different one?" "Calm down. You did what I asked. Computer attacks can be fixed in hours. Worst case, they go without power for a day or two. We need to physically destroy parts of the system to cause a long-term effect." "That's the same problem. They'll just put in repair parts. That'll take less time than cleaning out a virus. Why on earth would you risk such a complicated plan? I can do the same thing using my computer." "There are some components that don't have spares. Some critical components." The contact persisted. "If it's so critical, it will be heavily protected." "You'd think so," Rafik said. "But the Americans don't do anything until after an attack. I found the components in their own vulnerability assessments." "How will you attack them?" "I'm working on that now. It's why I'm in Egypt. Just be prepared to receive an airplane in the next couple of weeks. I'll give you the details when you need them." Rafik could hear the disbelief in his contact's answer. "We have worked together for a long time, but now I fear you're misleading me. I won't continue like this. You have never kept things from me before. It's for your own safety. You live inside the far enemy. If you get captured, I want to be able to continue. Maybe not immediately, but soon enough. It's bad enough that you know all the names of the cell. Trust me, I have found an Achilles' heel. Just leave it at that." Kurt paced outside the Oval Office, hoping to catch 5 seconds of the president's time. He'd never done anything like this before, only coming to the White House when summoned. The phone call from Cambodia had changed that. He knew it was incredibly frowned upon to attempt to ambush the president, but he really didn't have a choice. He was about to divert the next Taskforce mission for personal reasons, and he needed the president's approval. He also needed a little of the president's big stick to cut through some army bureaucracy. "You sure he's coming back here before his meeting with the Finance Committee?" Sally, the president's secretary, smiled. "Yes, he always comes back here before heading out again. Gives him a breather without interruption." Kurt inwardly winced. "I won't be long, I promise." "What I can't figure out is how you got past the Chief of Staff in the first place. Nobody else gets to ambush the president. Nobody else runs an organization that can bring down his entire administration with one mistake. I don't know. Just lucky, I guess." Sally was rolling her eyes when President Peyton Warren entered the reception area, talking with a scrum of people bringing him up to speed for his budget meeting. He did a double-take when he saw Kurt. Without waiting for Kurt to speak, he said, "Okay, everyone have a seat out here. I'll be back in," Kurt said, 5 minutes tops. After closing the door and shaking hands, President Warren said, "This must be bad news. Did Jennifer get sent to the hospital or something?" When Kurt had agreed to let Jennifer attempt assessment, the biggest obstacle had been that she was a civilian. They could camouflage the death or injury of any military or CIA member simply by claiming a training accident. But a civilian would be exponentially harder. Friends and family would have to buy the story, something that would be very, very difficult to control. "No, nothing like that, believe it or not. She passed with flying colors." President Warren smiled. "Good for her. I'll bet that's caused a little barking." "Yeah, it has, but they'll get over it. In the end, they all respect ability, and she has it. Actually, she is part of the reason I'm here." "Okay, what do you have?" Well, Pike's taking her along with Knuckles' team on a cover development trip to Cambodia in 2 days. Get the business ready for operations. I need to divert them. And you came to me? Sounds like Oversight Council business. President Warren was referring to the council that supervised Taskforce activities. Made up of 13 people, including the president, they were the only ones who knew of the Taskforce's existence, and they approved every mission as a single body. All the council members were either in the executive branch of government or private citizens. None came from the legislative branch. It's personal and not worth the council's time. I got a call from the defense attaché at the embassy in Cambodia. He's a friend of mine. Kurt paused a second, then continued. Apparently, someone turned in some artifacts that belonged to my father. It may lead to his body. Because of the task force bond, the president was as close to Kurt as to any of his advisors. In some ways, closer, since Kurt wasn't part of the political machine. The president could relax around him, be himself without being on stage as the head of the most powerful country on the planet, or worrying about leaks for political gain. After getting used to being in the president's presence, Kurt had relaxed as well. One night, late after an Oversight Council update, Kurt had told him the story of his father becoming MIA on a secret mission during the Vietnam War. The Army had recovered the remains of the entire team minus Chris Hale, the team leader. No one knew why he wasn't among the others in the wreckage of the helicopter. Kurt had been 10 years old at the time. It had eaten at his soul every day since. He knew the president would understand. "Well, that's great news, isn't it?" President Warren said. "What did they find?" "It's not great news yet, just good news. They found a rucksack pretty much destroyed by the elements. Inside was a Nikon SLR camera, a recon journal, some rotting Army T-shirts, and other odds and ends. The Nikon and the journal were packed in a waterproof rubber sack. They were the only things marginally serviceable." "What makes you think they were your father's?" "They were able to make out his name written in one of the T-shirts." The president nodded. "Okay, sounds like it might be real. What do you need Pike's team for?" "Sir, I'd like to send him to the embassy to get the stuff. I know it's breaking the rules, getting his team involved with a defense attaché who has nothing to do with his cover. But he's headed there tomorrow, and JPAC is going to take forever. The equipment won't help them find my father. Whoever turned it in will do that. I really want that camera and journal before it ends up lost in bureaucratic limbo." Kurt knew that the Joint POW MIA Accounting Command would do everything they could to recover his father, as they did for all investigations into MIAs from America's wars overseas. He also knew that they were understaffed, and that for every person's remains recovered by the command, there were probably 300 bogus stories to investigate. Chris Hale was now at the bottom of that heap, with the camera and journal, the only thing left of Kurt's father, tied up waiting its turn. President Warren said, "That's End and Control South, the element responsible for Cambodia," and was accompanying Hale's team as an orientation before assuming 1-1 duties of his own on another team. Hale had forgotten he was there. He motioned Cummings over. Speaking in a whisper, he told the 2 men what he'd found. As expected, they were skeptical, which aggravated him. How was he going to convince the boss at CCS if his own team doubted him? "I got fucking pictures. I'm telling you, there's a headshed meeting going on between the NVA and a bunch of foreign advisors." Thomas grabbed Hale's arm as his voice began to rise. "Shh! Jesus! Remember where we are!" Hale abruptly became quiet, with the entire team straining to hear anything out of the ordinary in the jungle growth. His team was on day 4 of a 5-day mission, and the strain of working alone deep inside enemy territory was wearing them down, with last night bringing them to the breaking point. They had pulled up into the RON just as the sun began to set. After the darkness had descended, a black curtain that was claustrophobic in its intensity, they had noticed fires all around them, winking like fireflies and extending off into the distance. Cooking fires for a large number of people. Somehow they had managed to penetrate inside the perimeter of a large enemy base camp without either them or the enemy realizing it. As the 1-0, or team leader, Hale had made the call to use the RON, instead of trying to thread their way back out in the darkness, then thread their way back in during daylight for the recon. The night had been sleepless, but the decision had paid off big time. All they had to do now was live to talk about it. Hale whispered, "Let's get the hell out of here, before some idiot out to take a shit stumbles over us. We've still got a day's walk before we exfil." Thomas grimaced at the thought of walking all the way back to target area Lima 7, but understood why. Lately it seemed as if the NVA knew the SOG recon teams were coming. Even if they managed to insert across the border, the NVA found them within hours, forcing a running gun battle for survival. Several teams had vanished without a trace. The last contact by radio simply saying they were okay, then nothing. The rumor going around was that there was a mole somewhere within higher headquarters, a plant that was feeding information to the enemy. This, coupled with the importance of Team Anvil's mission, led their commander to use a little misdirection, hiding the team's true objective. The operations plan was fake, detailing the team moving northeast into target area Lima 7 after infill. Instead, they had walked southwest into Kilo 8 for their real objective. But due to the sensitivity of this undeclared front, they would need to return to Lima 7 for pickup. Hale waited for the team to ruck up, then gave the signal to move. They had gone no more than 70 meters when the point man signaled enemy to his front. Shortly, Hale heard the sounds of movement from their left flank. A lot of movement. He felt his adrenaline spike, the blood flooding into his muscles in preparation for the fight. He looked at Thomas with an unspoken command. Thomas prepared to call the forward air controller flying somewhere nearby to let him know the situation, as seconds would be precious. Hale waited until he could clearly see the first 5 men of the platoon-size patrol before he opened up with his Car-15. Immediately, the rest of the team began firing, killing man after man, as the surprised NVA tried to understand how they were being attacked in their own backyard. Hale gave the order to break contact, and the team began an intricate dance to the rear, with half firing while the other half moved. Hale could hear Thomas trying to remain calm on the radio. Covey, this is Anvil. Contact. I say again, contact. Anvil, this is Covey. I copy. What's your location?" While still on the move, Hale pulled out his signal mirror and sighted into the sky. Changing magazines, Thomas said, "Using a shiny. Do you see it? You just want Pike to swing by the embassy while he's in country?" Well, no. My buddy can't release the gear to Pike. There's a huge trail of custody that has to be followed. Eventually it ends at me. But I was hoping you could make some calls and cut through the red tape." The president smiled. "That's easy. I'd be glad to do it. But I think you're a little paranoid. Nobody's going to give a shit about a camera from 1970. Chapter 8. The man testifying before the House Foreign Affairs Subcommittee on Terrorism, Non-Proliferation, and Trade droned on and on about some obscure prohibition against a technology transfer that was destroying the GDP of some obscure country, of which apparently the United States had some obscure but important reason to remain engaged. It was all Congressman Richard Ellis could do to even pretend to care. He had much more important things on his mind, at least important to him. He was thankful that this hearing was taking place in the Rayburn House office building, where his workplace was located, instead of the secure, compartmented information facility buried underneath the Capitol Visitor Center, where the House Intelligence Committee met, his other committee obligation. It meant he could steal away to his office on the breaks. A large, jovial man, he had a classic patrician's face. He looked like a politician should, at least from the left. The profile on the right was marred by a 3-inch birthmark that rose from his right eye and ran up into his hairline, like he'd smeared lipstick on his brow. He did his best to cover it with hair, and was always particular about camera angles. Ellis was well liked on both sides of the aisle, but this conference was testing even his patience. He must be breathing from his ears. Finally, the man shut up, allowing Ellis time to whisper some nothings into the chairman's ear and bolt. As he arrived at his office, his secretary handed him a list of calls he had missed. He thumbed through them until he found one that simply said Oak Park Industries, with a number. The number was new, as expected. Every time he called Oak Park, he would dial a new number. Those were his rules, not theirs. Rules learned from a lifetime of practice. It was why he was still around. He told his secretary to hold all calls and closed the door. Pulling open a drawer, he withdrew a brand-new pay-as-you-go cell phone. His number would be new as well. After this call, the phone would go in the trash. Ellis knew that the only way anyone was listening to phone calls, either from him or from Oak Park, was through a court order, which would dictate in no uncertain terms the number to be monitored. There was no way they could monitor a new phone every time he dialed the company. Well, they could, but nobody would let them. Call it a business expense. A man answered on the third ring. Ellis wasted no time on pleasantries, not wanting to remain on the line any longer than necessary. "Did you get the cargo?" "Yeah, we got it. No issues." "Is it properly packaged, like you were instructed?" "Yes, I told you. No issues. Nobody will be able to tell what it is. We broke all the kits down into separate components, then lumped the like parts together. It looks like a bunch of metal plates and plastic containers, just like the bill of lading says." Ellis relaxed a little bit. He'd facilitated the game many times, but this would be the first time he was a player. "What about the landing on the far end, for the transfer? Is the coordination complete?" "Hey, come on, we're leaving tomorrow. Do you think I'd fly if I didn't have it squared away?" "Yes, for the money you're getting, I think you would." Ellis wished the man on the other end knew he was dealing with a United States congressman, but a little impertinence was worth the security. "Last time we spoke, you had mentioned complications. Have they been resolved?" "We're good. It wasn't a complication. It was just a matter of finding the right guy. We've got the airport to ourselves for 3 hours. Plenty of time. It's not in Cairo, but it's close enough." Ellis couldn't believe the man had just said a location. He wanted to scream into the phone, but he knew that would only attract attention to the mistake, should anyone be listening. He let it ride. "All right, go ahead and stage. When I contact you, you need to be on the ground in the following 48 hours. Don't get boozed up on European beer with my per diem." Rafik left his hotel room and exited into the crowded streets of Alexandria, Egypt. It was hot here, but the breeze off the ocean made it much more bearable than the heat around Cairo. He walked north along the shore, passing a coffee shop just off El Geish Road, and entered the Rushdie food court. He cared little about eating at one of the great Satan's hegemonic restaurants, but the food court allowed him to watch the cafe unimpeded, looking for threats before his meeting. Taking a seat in a Kentucky Fried Chicken, he grimaced at all of the Egyptians waiting to scarf down the infidels' recipes. He turned toward the window facing the cafe, disgusted. Already crowded, the coffee shop had several small round tables underneath an awning, all holding men smoking the ubiquitous shisha water pipe. His contact was a member of the Egyptian Muslim Brotherhood. Once an underground organization that had been hunted relentlessly by the Mubarak regime, it was now the strongest political party in Egypt, torn between an old core responsive to its radical roots and a new egalitarian base. Even as the party struggled to decide its vision of the future, the radical elements continued. They cherished their heritage as the umbrella group that had spawned and connected just about every Islamic terrorist organization in the world, including Rafik's own organization, Al-Qaeda, in the Islamic Maghreb. Originally called the Salafist Group for Preaching and Combat, or GSPC, Al-Qaeda in the Maghreb was formed during the civil war in Algeria, a particularly brutal conflict. Rafik had decided to join the GSPC at the young age of 14, when he and his parents had been ripped off the streets by Algerian authorities in a random cordon and search. He was tortured unmercifully for 4 days, then released. He never saw his parents again. Consumed by rage, all he wanted was revenge. The GSPC provided that outlet. As he grew older, he proved himself for higher training. In 2001, he was sent to Afghanistan, where he met the Sheikh himself, Osama bin Laden. He was there for the glorious strike on September 11th, and also there for the fire that followed. Rounded up by the Northern Alliance and the Special Forces team with them, he was on his way to Guantanamo Bay when the prison he was in outside of Mazar-i-Sharif, called Kalai Jangi, erupted in a riot. While most of the prisoners satisfied themselves by cowardly beating a CIA man to death and generally running around like lunatics, Rafik escaped, knowing how the riot would finish. He found out later that most of his brethren had died in the massive retaliation of U.S. firepower that followed. Returning to Algeria, he was a different man. The Sheikh had shown him that their fight was global. He now saw that the near enemy, like the government in Algeria, existed at the pleasure of the far enemies of the West. That's who needed to be destroyed. They were the ones crushing Islam all over the world. Even now, with the shifting landscape of change sweeping the Middle East, the far enemy continually thwarted any attempts to return to the one true faith, instead championing a system of debauchery cloaked as democracy. Try as he might, he couldn't convince the GSPC leadership. By 2006, he had at least convinced them to pledge loyalty to Al-Qaeda and change their name. He knew they did it for the publicity and that they had no desire to enter the global fight. They preferred pinprick strikes against the government of Algeria to any strategic global attack in the name of Islam. He had set out on his own, bringing with him a select number of trusted men. He'd worked nearly 5 years, patiently building his plan, while Al-Qaeda in the Maghreb remained somewhat of a joke in the fight for Islam. During that time, the Sheikh himself, Osama bin Laden, had been martyred, and Al-Qaeda in the Arabian Peninsula had become the prominent group. That was okay by him. In less than 2 weeks, he would make sure that Al-Qaeda in the Maghreb would cause more damage to the far enemy than all other attacks combined.
Chapter 9. Jennifer came into the office as I was digging through a scattered pile of outdoor gear, looking for my neck light. I was hoping to be done packing before she arrived, because she'd just give me shit about procrastinating. When I looked up, she was leaning against the door jamb with her arms crossed. I said, "Did you put my neck light back in my duffel after you borrowed it?" We both knew she hadn't touched the neck light, but it was worth a shot. As usual, I was packing on the fly. She, of course, had packed her stuff perfectly in one small suitcase before she even left for assessment in North Carolina. "Pike, if you'd plan ahead more than 5 minutes, you wouldn't be flinging stuff all over the office tonight." Yesterday afternoon, we'd flown straight back to Charleston, South Carolina, to our little business called Grolier Recovery Services. Situated in an office complex on Shem Creek, just outside of Charleston, we specialized in facilitating archaeological work around the world. Jennifer had the anthropology degree to talk scientist, and I had the military background to talk to anyone who had an issue with the scientists. We did everything from laying the groundwork with the host nation and U.S. Embassy to providing security on site. A one-stop shop, so to speak. Just add pencil necks. It was a great cover, because it gave us a plausible reason to travel anywhere that had something of historical significance, which was just about anywhere on Earth. You'd think that a business plan with those parameters would be dead on arrival. I mean, really, how many Indiana Jones expeditions could there be at any given time? But we already had real requests for quotes. Our splashy publicity hadn't hurt. We had started the business with the proceeds we earned from finding an ancient Mayan temple in Guatemala. For about 60 seconds, we were all over the news. but much longer for people who actually cared about such things. Because of it, we now had respectable people beating a path to our door. Not that we needed the work, since we could count on a Taskforce paycheck. I quit trying to find the neck light and shoved everything back into the duffel bag, slinging it into the closet on my side of our small office. Jennifer came inside and took off her sunglasses, exposing the bruise around her right eye. The sight caused a confusing mishmash of emotions in my gut, making me feel guilty, angry, proud, protective, and shameful all at the same time. I said, "Want me to screen your bag? Make sure it's clean?" She knew what I was asking, saying, "Yeah, I guess, but this is my first trip. How could it have anything compromising in it?" Good point. Just force of habit. I'll have to get used to a permanent cover. You could check my bag, though, just to be sure there's nothing left over from my past. She took the backpack and zipped it open, going through the pockets, looking for receipts, business cards, or anything else that could cause a question on this trip. Our purpose was to camouflage Taskforce activities, so everything on us had to support our business, with nothing leading to the unit. It would be bad form to have an ATM receipt from a military post when you were claiming to be a civilian. When I was operational, the hardest thing was making sure my real life didn't intrude on my cover. I couldn't believe the clutter I'd accumulate. Just check your wallet to see what I mean. I no longer had to worry about that, because my life and cover were now the same. I was no longer ping-ponging back and forth pretending to be something different every mission. The people who came with us were different. We would be the skeleton that the Taskforce would fall in on. We had a roster of TF operators who were included as our employees, but we'd only see them when we were tasked with an operation. Knuckles and Bull, our employees on this trip, would be the ones with the risk. Lord knows where they had been in the last 6 months. In a nutshell, that was the purpose of our travel. As a company, we had to build a record with Taskforce personnel acting as employees, so we were doing what we called a cover development trip, otherwise known as a boondoggle, or a vacation on the government dime. Basically, we just wanted to start populating air travel databases, getting our passports stamped, and collecting business cards from overseas, all of which would support that we were who we said we were. It was a really sweet gig because we'd be forbidden to do anything that wasn't part of our cover, and it was truly necessary if we wanted to fool anyone with an internet connection for more than 5 seconds. Jennifer, who was really into what our business did, had picked the Temple of Angkor Wat in Cambodia, so that's where we were going for a week, with Knuckles and Bull as our employees. As Jennifer worked through my bag, she asked, "How many companies are there like us?" Honestly, I don't know, a lot. So many that probably only the comptroller or Kurt Hale knows for sure. None have a business like ours, though. All the other companies that I know of are just that, companies full of corporate types. We're the only one founded and run by operators. Jennifer reflexively touched her eye, looking at me with a sad, wistful expression, like a child who had saved forever to buy a toy, only to be disappointed in the reality when it arrived at the door, the pale imitation of the TV commercial promises. I don't think anyone in the Taskforce thinks about me that way. I regretted my choice of words, because she was right. It would take more than some training and assessment to win them over, but she was on the way. In truth, I respected her abilities greatly, but deep down, even I still harbored a sliver of doubt. I covered it up. Bullshit. Knuckles doesn't feel that way anymore. He's a believer now. Anyway, who cares what those assholes think? It only matters what you think. I changed the subject. Knuckles will be here any minute. Where do you want to take him for dinner? He's never been to Charleston. I just figured you'd take him to Red's Ice House. It's why you rented this office space in the first place. She smiled. So you could walk home? She was partly right. I had snapped up an office on Shem Creek in the town of Mount Pleasant because the depressed economy made it a steal, but being a stone's throw from my favorite haunt hadn't hurt the sale. We can go wherever you want. No bars. I'll even dress up. She zipped up my bag and stared at it for a second like she was trying to figure out what to say. What came out took me completely by surprise. Pike, I've already got plans tonight. I'm meeting someone downtown. I figured you'd want a boys' night out. Plans tonight? With who? Nobody, just a college friend I haven't seen since I graduated. A guy? She didn't have to say anything. Her expression told me it was. I started shoving all the loose gear I wasn't taking back into a duffel bag, using more force than was necessary. Before it could get any more awkward, Knuckles came through the door, dragging a backpack. Hey, workmates, ready to do some sightseeing on the government dime? He saw our expressions and said, Did I interrupt something?
Jennifer pulled out onto Coleman Boulevard, headed toward the Ravenel Bridge, feeling a little guilty. She really was just meeting a friend from college, but she'd hidden it from Pike because she'd known it wouldn't be taken that way. She knew him better than he thought. She knew the terrible history and had seen the demons he constantly fought. She had simply wanted to protect him from any pain, but it failed. She had seen it in his eyes, and the hurt had boomeranged right back into her. She knew Pike's emotions were still ragged from the loss of his family, and gave him space because of it. But the truth was she had her own confusion to deal with. There was no doubt she felt drawn to Pike, but she wasn't sure if it was real. Last year he had been willing to sacrifice his life for hers, not once but twice, in selfless acts that had touched her core. She couldn't tell if that was affecting her feelings, if maybe she wasn't projecting a debt she felt she owed. The idea of going to assessment and launching the company had been intriguing, but initially she had shied away. Pike had been insistent, and she had acquiesced simply because he had asked. Well, mostly. She couldn't deny that some part of her had enjoyed the excitement and satisfaction of success, and Pike had promised that it wouldn't all be Taskforce business. She'd get to do some real research with real scientists. She knew it would just be to keep the cover intact, but that was good enough. Where Pike fit into all of this, she was unsure. She realized that they were going to have a talk, to get it out in the open, for real, for either good or bad. She was broken out of her thoughts by her cell phone. Looking at the screen, she saw it was a call from Texas. She didn't recognize the number, but did know the area code. As soon as she answered, she wished she hadn't. Hey, baby. How you doing? Immediately sick to her stomach, she was taken back to the fear like she'd never left. What do you want? She said. Nothing. I just want to catch up. You're not supposed to contact me ever. Your dad promised. You promised. Her voice quavered, and she hated herself for it. You're not the same girl he beat on. You're better than that. Well, Dad and I have sort of fallen out. So no more money from the trust fund, and no more agreements that he made for me. I've got nothing to say to you. Goodbye. Wait. Okay, so we can skip the small talk. I saw you found some sort of temple last year. Made a little money. Yes, so what? Well, I was hoping you'd be willing to share a little of your good fortune with me. Not a lot. Just enough to get your ex back on his feet. She couldn't believe the audacity. Chase, forget it. Forget this number and forget we were ever married. You're not getting a dime. His voice went from silky to rabid. You little bitch. I'm just asking for a little help. Consider it payback for all of my money you spent when we were married. It's only fair. I hear you, and I'm hanging up. Stay away. She cut off his screaming and threw the phone in the passenger seat, shaking. The voice of her ex-husband had released a kaleidoscope of images and feelings, all competing for attention in her mind. The beating, the blood and vomit, but mostly the terror. Something she'd run from and thought she'd left behind, but his voice was enough to take her back. It dawned on her that she had felt this same way in the saloon. Not as extreme, but a knife edge of terror facing a room full of men all intent on beating her. Just like her ex-husband. Maybe even taking joy in it like her ex-husband. The difference had been that she had learned how to fight back. She'd been so intent on survival, she hadn't made the connection. Now it left her a little disgusted. The Taskforce was supposed to be made of heroes. Pure, with her being Tonto to the Taskforce Lone Ranger. both only doing what was necessary for the defense of the nation. She'd seen Pike's selfless side, but also seen him act in ways that were borderline homicidal. She'd put it down to the torture of his past. Now she wasn't so sure. Maybe the difference between the black hats and the white hats was simply the interpretation of the artist. Maybe they're all like my ex-husband, but they've just found an outlet for the violence. She wondered again if she'd made the right choice. Chapter 10. It was a little bit early, but Congressman Ellis told his secretary goodbye and left the Hart office building. He still needed to pack for tomorrow's travel to the International Trade Fair in Cairo, Egypt, and the hearings had worn him out. He strolled at a leisurely pace up Delaware Avenue away from the Capitol. When he reached Union Station, his heart picked up a bit. He'd either see that his instructions had been passed and the meeting in Cairo was set, or he'd see that he'd wasted 6 months' worth of work. While in D.C., he lived in a luxury condominium complex at Judiciary Square, just inside Interstate 395 on Massachusetts Avenue. It had taken quite a while to find a location close enough to a metro station that allowed him to walk to work, and he'd looked hard. His business had to be put on hold until he could, which was a distinct motivator. There was no way he was going to attempt contact with a driver watching his every move, and going out for a walk every day would have raised someone's suspicions. Walking home from work, however, was just a congressman judiciously using his taxpayers' money. No driver for him, no sir. He'd rather use his God-given legs. He went straight through the station and took the escalator down to the food court. Walking toward the Union Station metro stop, he scanned the wall of the up escalator. There were 3 food court tables against the wall, and between the second and third table, both occupied with tired tourists eating a hasty meal, he saw a Chinese character scribbled in chalk. He recognized it as the character for victory, and felt the tension leave his body. The transfer was a go. If he'd seen the character for fail, he would have known the transfer was off. No character at all meant his Chinese contacts hadn't gotten the instructions. He'd worked for the Chinese for close to 40 years, and found them just as confusing now as when he'd first made contact. They insisted on this archaic method of communication, as if it were still the 70s. Originally, they had simply used different colored chalk to denote messages, but there was so much intrigue going on in Washington that once they had actually confused signals with some other group. The Chinese had settled on chalking characters from their language, and had steadfastly continued doing so while everyone else had gone high-tech. They would order food, sit at one of the 3 tables, and sometime during the meal scribble out the message. Invariably, the tile of the wall would be wiped clean within 24 hours. Ellis found the old-fashioned tradecraft ironic, because his job involved transferring cutting-edge U.S. technology to China. He had asked to change tactics to begin using the very technology he was transferring, but the Chinese had refused. He assumed it was because they knew nobody could hack a chalk mark, and that they liked him taking all the risks. He didn't really mind. He had to walk through the food court to get to the metro, so it was a natural movement he took every day to get home. Nearly impossible to prove he was doing something else. So far, the risk had been worth it, with only one close call, and it hadn't involved chalk messages. In the 1990s, 3 separate Chinese rockets with U.S. satellite payloads had crashed. The U.S. satellite companies, in an effort to prevent future losses, had helped the Chinese with their rocket systems, without going through the proper channels in the State Department for release of possible military technology. The ensuing political carnage had spawned a select committee on Chinese industrial espionage, which had caused Congressman Ellis a great deal of concern. After all, he knew that the crashes were done on purpose. The transfer of technology had been the satellites themselves, supposedly obliterated by the explosion. While they were, in fact, destroyed, the specific computer chips that regulated their functions were not. Unwittingly, the satellite manufacturers had almost caused his downfall with their stupid release of data, all in the name of profit. Of course, the Chinese had gleefully accepted the information, getting a 2-for-1 deal. Ellis had managed to become a member of the investigating committee and had diverted attention away from himself, but it had been close. He didn't consider himself a spy. Well, not in the traditional sense. He would never sell U.S. military or diplomatic secrets to the Chinese. Only technology, letting them sort out how they would use it. He wasn't naive. He knew the information could enhance China's military systems. But in his own mind, he had to draw the line somewhere. He had started out as a case officer in the CIA during the Cold War and had become jaded at how the game was played. And to him it was just that, a game. Friends one day, enemies the next. And it hadn't ended with the Cold War either. It had just carried over. Arm the Afghans with stingers to defeat the Soviets, then invade the country 20 years later, fighting the same damn Afghans we had cultivated as friends. It was just a game, and he'd make a